The young man was hanging by his hands above a cage of zombies, while a group of bandits watched with satisfaction. All his friends were dead, and life had lost all meaning. What's more, the young man believed that he was to blame for their tragic end. The guy looked at his tormentors with hatred, especially at the girl who turned out to be a traitor. The beauty, looking hurt, clung to the fat man's arm, who promised that the young man's death would be slow and painful for daring to be rude to her. The fat man thanked him for the supplies, saying that now they could live peacefully for several months, and pressed a button on the remote control he was holding in his hand. The rope broke, and the young man fell into the middle of the cage, right between the zombies locked inside. These monsters were just waiting for food to be thrown to them, and they pounced on the young man, opening their hungry jaws. As the zombies devoured him alive, the young man had time to think that if he got another chance, he would make everyone pay for this. All disheveled, sweaty, with messy hair and a glazed look in his eyes, the young man came to his senses. A long-legged beauty stood in front of him and demanded an explanation as to why her name was not on the property documents. Had the guy fallen out of love with her? Zheng Xiaoyun, for that was the young man's name, looked around trying to understand what was happening and realized that he had returned to the time before the apocalypse. Last time, Kuijing had deceived him. Not only had she stolen all of his parents' inheritance, but she had also thrown him out onto the street. Later, the whole world was plunged into chaos and people began to turn into zombies. Xiaoyun found new friends, created a safe haven, and managed to survive. But one day, a crying and frightened Kui appeared outside the fence of his shelter and asked him to forgive her and give her blood and safety. The young man allowed her to stay in the safe place, despite her past and negativity, but it turned out that it was all a trick set up by enemies, and Kui let the bandits into the shelter. Xiaoyun remembered all this, without showing it outwardly, and looked at his girlfriend, thinking about how to deal with her this time. Kuijing reminded the young man that he had to prepare the bride price before their future wedding. The young man tried with all his might not to show his feelings and not to give in to his emotions, although he wanted to destroy the beauty right then and there. Xiaoyun said that he remembered about the dowry and remembered everything else, and threw his girlfriend out the door. The girl couldn't understand what had happened. Since when had Zhang become so confident? Closing the door behind his fiancée, the guy immediately looked at the calendar to figure out what period of time he was in. Zhang calculated that there was 1 month left before the disaster and the beginning of the apocalypse, so he needed to get down to business and prepare urgently. The young man received a system task that had to be completed as soon as possible. It included preparing a plot of land and stocking up on supplies for a year. For completing these tasks, the system promised to award points, which could later be used to buy all kinds of enhancements. Xiaoyun looked around and remembered that in his previous life, he had constantly gone hungry and suffered in order to save money for his wedding to Kuijing. So now, the first thing the young man decided to do was to take advantage of the food delivery service, knowing that zombies would appear in a month. Soon his table was overflowing with delicious dishes delivered from the most legendary restaurant in the city, and the young man realized that these might be his last normal meals. The meal was interrupted by a phone call from Wen Shuya, who was his fiancé's best friend. The girl lashed out at him with accusations and insults, saying that he had no right to treat Kui that way, that she just wanted proof of his love, and that he was behaving unworthily. Wen demanded that the young man register the property in his fiancé's name and transfer 1,000,000 yuan to her. Xiaoyun told the bride's friend to get lost and hung up the phone, after which he felt a great sense of satisfaction and relief. The first thing he needed to do was buy a plot of land on which to build the strongest fortress. In addition, there had to be a water source and a forest near the plot. It was with this request that the young man came to the real estate agency the next day. Manager Zhu sent his colleague to the warehouse and set out to deal with this unassuming buyer himself. The man sternly ordered his subordinate to go to the warehouse and remember what he had taught her. Most likely, the girl had neither brains nor eyes. Zhu considered the client to be a complete loser in rags who couldn't even afford to buy a toilet. The manager told the potential customer that he didn't see him as a person, but only as a mutt for whom any doghouse would be ideal. It ended with the manager promising to eat his own shit if the young man could buy at least something from their company. Xiaoyun agreed to the bet and said that his order would surprise everyone. He turned to the female manager and said that he had not come to rent or buy a house. The client was going to buy land. Those around him stared at the young man in surprise. This was the first time they had met someone who could afford to buy land. as it costs a fortune. The manager led him away and began to show him models of the plots they currently had available for sale. The young man looked at them and listened carefully to the characteristics of the plots of land, while the manager waited for the time to come when payment would be due and everyone would realize that the buyer was a pauper. Xiaoyun did not want to study the prices of the available plots and consider them in principle, because he was interested in certain conditions that they had to meet. The land had to be close to mountains and rivers, have a running water source, convenient transportation links, and it would be nice if there was some kind of factory or warehouse building on the site. Manager Zhu said that they had a suitable plot in the Beijing area, but the girl was indignant because they could not sell such plots. The man was sure that the buyer had no intention of buying because he had deliberately made such strange demands so that no plot would suit him. Xiaoyun listened to their conversation and asked the girl if the site met his requirements. It was an abandoned factory. The construction crew leader had run away, and it was left unfinished. The natural conditions were also suitable, and the young man immediately figured out that the abandoned building would save money and time on construction. He studied the papers and confirmed that he was ready to buy the plot and wanted to sign the contract and pay immediately. The girl couldn't believe her ears, but the buyer confirmed that he wanted to finish the paperwork as soon as possible because Manager Zhu still had something to eat. Xiaoyun immediately made an advance payment, and it was a truly fabulous amount for a plot of land with an unfinished factory. For Manager Zhu, it didn't end very smoothly, but the man had to learn the lesson that you can't judge people by their clothes. The system confirmed that the task had been completed. The plot had been prepared, and now it was time to take care of food supplies. His gaze caught on a guy passing by, and he thought he recognized Zhang Xiaoyong. It was unclear what the young man was doing here. Quijing was, as always, looking her best. She was getting a manicure and enjoying life when suddenly her phone rang. Li Shuxiong called his girlfriend, and she was happy to hear from him. He told her that he had met Xiaoyong at the real estate company. The girl was furious when she heard that her fiancé had bought land. She immediately realized that it had been done with the money set aside for the bride price. Shuxiong advised her not to get upset, but to find her fiancé and find out what was going on. At that moment, Xiaoyun was sitting in his apartment, thinking about where to get the money to buy supplies and build a base, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. The young man opened the door and saw two female friends who had come to sort things out with him. Kui was outraged that her fiancé had spent the money set aside for the dowry. Xiaoyun initially pretended not to understand what she was talking about, as he had more important problems on his mind than dealing with his deceitful fiancé. The girl continued to shout accusations in a rage. She knew that he had bought land with the money for the bride price. It was her money, which meant that the land belonged to her. Xiaoyun said that he now had enough money, but he would not give her anything, and she should forget about it immediately, just like her friend Shuxiong. Quijing had no idea that her fiancé knew about her affair, and the news threw her off balance. Wen realized that she had to save her friend and tried to explain that it was all just a minor misunderstanding between a loving couple. Xiaoyun explained that there was no misunderstanding, that he had no fiancé and never would, and then told her to go to Li Shuxiong and slam the door in front of the beauties. This outcome really upset Kui. She didn't think anyone knew about her relationship with Shuxiong. Even Wen wasn't aware of these meetings. Everything was out of control, so she had to go home and think about her next steps. However, this situation greatly pleased Wen. Now she could let loose since the couple was no longer together. Xiaoyun arrived at his site where builders were already working. He was interested in how long it would take to repair the factory. Foreman Li assessed the scope of the work. Reinforcing the walls, building watchtowers, barbed wire, blast-proof doors, bulletproof glass. It all resembled preparations for war. Xiaoyun did not intend to give any explanations, but demanded that the work be completed within a month and said he was willing to pay any amount. The builder estimated that it would take several shifts to complete the work, that many workers would be needed, and that the workload would be maximum. Foreman Li named the price, 20 million. The young man immediately agreed and promised to make an advance payment. The builder did not expect the customer to accept the amount without discussion. Xiaoyun was going to transfer the money within a week. To reassure Foreman Li, the young man said that if the conditions were not met, Li could take the land as his personal property. When the conversation with the builders was over and they enthusiastically set to work, Wen appeared next to Xiaoyun. In high spirits, with her hair neatly combed and smelling of expensive perfume, the girl clung to the young man and asked him what he was doing. Xiaoyun remembered that in his past life, she had incited Jing to deceive him, so now he wanted Wen to pay double for her tricks. The beauty continued to smile sweetly, talking about the wonderful plot of land, the beautiful scenery, and how his new luxurious villa would probably appear here. Xiaoyun pushed the girl away sharply, telling her not to touch him and that what he was doing here was none of her business. Wen didn't understand what was going on. This loser was acting strangely. Before, a single touch was enough to make him embarrassed. The young man left the girl and went to the builders with new instructions, while the beauty thought that she couldn't miss her chance while the couple was arguing. Xiaoyun, sitting at home, racked his brains trying to figure out where to get money for construction and food. He had already mortgaged the house, but only received 3 million, which was not even enough for the first stage. However, he realized that the apocalypse was near and he would not need the house anyway, so he decided to sell it. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was his elderly neighbor, who regularly annoyed the young man. But as he opened the door, Xiaoyun remembered that his neighbor Li had a lot of money. He owned 2 floors of the building, so perhaps he would want to buy part of the young man's apartment. Xiaoyun was going to keep the apartment for himself to live in after his wedding, so the old man was always pestering him and playing nasty tricks on him. This time, the neighbor accused the young man of trampling the flower beds at night, even though Xiaoyun tried to convince him that he had gone to bed early. The young man cut off the stream of complaints, saying that he was tired of the constant scandals and had decided to sell his apartment. This news made Li extremely happy, and he listened with his mouth open to the conditions set by Xiaoyun. The young man explained that he was building a new house and would continue to live here for the time being, but he needed a 5 million advance to pay off the construction loan. Li's neighbor agreed to the deal but insisted on signing a contract and was ready to give him the amount he needed, just enough for the builder's down payment. Xiaoyun was ready to sign any documents and was going to sell the apartment to several buyers at once, because in a month it would no longer matter. Soon, the amount in the bank account was replenished with the advance from Li, which meant it was time to buy groceries. The young man went to the nearest supermarket, armed himself with a shopping cart, and began to collect the necessary goods. He quickly attracted the attention of other shoppers. His cart was overflowing, and people looked at him like he was crazy, not understanding why he needed so much food. Xiaoyun received confirmation from the system that the purchase of groceries had completed the disaster preparedness stage, and now he could improve his characteristics using the points he had earned. The young man immediately decided to buy a box of the protagonist. The exchange of his points for goods in the virtual store was completed instantly, and soon he became the owner of the box. Inside it was a space ring that could hold entire rooms and had no time restrictions. It was literally a real jackpot, and the young man realized that he was moving in the right direction. Time did not exist inside this ring, which meant that food would stay fresh for a very long time. At that moment, the store manager was called, and he and the security guards went to see who had caused so much noise and commotion. The manager approached the culprit and recognized him as Jiang Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong also remembered his high school classmate, who always bullied the weak, feared the strong, and was himself just a pawn of the local bully. Yang Tao demanded that the young man put all the products back in their places and stop making a mess in his store. Xiaoyun explained that he would pay for all the products. He didn't understand why the store treated customers so rudely and didn't think the manager had decided to remain a bully for the rest of his life. Yang Tao continued to be rude and said that if the young man didn't pay for the goods now, he would regret it. It took an hour before the 4 cashiers were able to scan all the products and calculate the total amount of the purchase, which of course turned out to be exorbitantly high. The manager demanded payment. The transaction was successful, and Yang Tao, unsatisfied, left the sales floor with his security guards. At the last moment, Xiaoyun called out to him and demanded an apology for his rudeness. Otherwise, the manager would carry all the goods back to the shelves himself. Yang Tao had no intention of apologizing and warned the young man not to get himself into trouble. But at that moment, other customers, who were naturally interested in such an unusual situation, said that the young man had done nothing wrong and that the manager had attacked him himself and should therefore apologize. Xiaoyun wanted to hear an apology, and then he would be kind and buy dozens of times more products. The young man showed the manager his card balance, and the man's eyes bulged at the numbers he saw. Xiaoyun repeated that he would remain a customer if he heard an apology. Yang Tao understood that for the sake of business, he had to swallow his pride. The man bowed low and apologized. Xiaoyun patted him condescendingly on the head and advised him to control himself next time. The manager, who was seeing the buyer off, asked why he needed such a large supply, but the young man did not answer. Yang Tao advised that for such large purchases, it was better to go to wholesalers because retail stores had limited supplies. Xiaoyun liked this idea very much and asked if Yang Tao knew of any wholesalers he could contact. It turned out that Zhang Shengzhe, a former school bully, was involved in this business. The manager immediately contacted him, and the young man estimated how much gray income was going into the pockets of these dealers. Yang Tao personally accompanied the buyer to his friend's wholesale warehouses. Soon a fast car drove up and nearly knocked over the men standing in front of the closed warehouse. Xiaoyun immediately noticed that the driver was driving very dangerously. Wouldn't he be fined for such driving? The car stopped, and out stepped a burly man in a raincoat, smoking a cigarette, confident in his power, strength, and permissiveness. Zhang looked at his future client with interest. While the manager explained in a fawning tone that this guy had once studied with him at school, Zhang studied the young man long and hard, blowing clouds of cigarette smoke at him. But the guy remained completely calm and showed no sign of discontent. Finally, the bully announced that he remembered the stubborn guy who didn't want to pay money to the school bullies. Zhang grabbed Xiaoyun by the jacket and said that he despised poor people who pretended to be rich and wore knockoffs. After that, the bully grabbed his partner by the head, saying that he had wasted his time coming here to meet with a promised big client and that this was just a school punk. Yang Tao continued to insist that he wasn't joking and had indeed brought him a big buyer. Xiaoyun enjoyed watching the two idiots fight, while he thought about how this uneducated man looked down on people and what a nasty character he had. Zhang said that he could tell who had money just by looking at them and wasn't going to waste his time on all this. Yang Tao suggested that they calm down and not start a fight, and also not take offense at each other, even if Zhang was indeed uneducated. The bully again hit his partner and demanded that he shut up if he couldn't speak properly. Then the man turned to Xiaoyun and said that if he didn't buy a truckload of goods, he would crawl back from the warehouse on all fours. Xiaoyun was tired of these stupid arguments, so he just showed his bank account. Zhang's eyes popped out of his head. The guy said he would buy 5 million worth of goods, make an advance payment, and pay the rest when all the goods were ready. He was interested in rice, oil, salt, snacks, and drinks. The young man was going to buy things that didn't need to be checked for expiration dates often, for the sake of a 10% discount. Xiaoyun announced that he wanted to check the quality of the products he was offered. He confirmed that the packaging of the goods was in order, but inside they were practically rotten. The owner of the wholesale warehouse turned out to be the same swindler he had been in his school days. Zhang did not think that the buyer would be knowledgeable about quality and was a little upset, but immediately offered an excellent discount, half the price. Xiaoyun said that he was spending 5 million only on the highest quality products, but he would take this rotten stuff too. Xiaoyun would take everything at a 50% discount, but on one condition: he would pay for the products in a month. This surprised the seller because most of the products would be expired in a month, but Xiaoyun offered his house as collateral, and everyone was satisfied with this arrangement. The young man knew that after a while, even expired food would be worth its weight in gold, but Zhang Shengzhe did not understand what he was talking about. Xiaoyun did not explain anything, but simply demanded that the goods be delivered to the address he would send later. At that moment, the phone rang, and the person on the other end asked if the young man was selling his house. Without interrupting the phone call, Xiaoyun said goodbye to the men, telling them to resolve the issue with the food as quickly as possible. He left his friends, who couldn't understand how this had happened, because this Zhang came from a simple family. It was unclear where he had gotten the money, especially such a large amount. Xiaoyun met with the man, signed a contract with him, and received an advance payment. Under the terms of the contract, the man gave the young man 3 months to move out of the apartment. The old man checked everything carefully, was ready to pay, and sign the contract. Xiaoyun became curious as to why he wanted this house. The old man honestly admitted that he was doing it all for his granddaughter, who would soon be changing schools and would have nowhere to live. The man had looked all over the neighborhood, but only the young man was selling a house. The old man's honesty and openness surprised Xiaoyun. He said that the man should be more careful and not reveal all the information so honestly, because someone could take advantage of it. These were the savings of 2 generations of his family, and the man hoped that the young man would behave honestly and not take advantage of his naivety and sincerity. The contract was signed, and the old man, satisfied and relieved, said goodbye to the young man and was about to leave his house. The honest and kind old man, who had risen from the bottom, and his granddaughter would not last a month in the disaster. Xiaoyong called out to the departing man and asked him to give him his current address. The next day, the young man went to check on the construction site. Foreman Lee wanted to know when the next payment would be made, and the young man was interested in the progress of the construction. The foreman pointed to the ideal thickness of the walls and doors that the workers had already completed. The protection was wonderful. The warehouse was made from an abandoned factory. Everything had already been cleaned up, and they could use it. Xiaoyun immediately called Zhang Shengzhe and told him to bring supplies. Soon the warehouse was filled to capacity with goods that were brought in by cars in a continuous stream. Xiaoyun reminded the workers that perishable goods had to be stored separately. It was late in the evening by the time all the purchased goods had been delivered to the warehouse and put in their places. The young man looked at the result of his work with satisfaction, realizing that he had completed another task. Indeed, a system notification informed him that he had completed the task and received points for his performance. New items appeared in the system store, and the young man was able to spend his points on purchasing the Eye of Reason. This ability allowed him to detect hostility in people, even if they did not show it outwardly. This skill is very useful in the early stages of a disaster. The game gave him the next task. It was about getting ready for battle and needing to arm himself. Late at night, on the black market, people like shadows sold things that could not be sold officially during the day. There were crafts and replicas of various goods, as well as all kinds of prohibited substances, items, and antiques. The young man continued to walk quietly through the shopping streets, hoping to find the necessary goods. His attention was drawn to Li Shuxiong, who was haggling over the purchase of fake jewelry. Most likely, this gift was for Kui Jing. The counter with cold weapons immediately caught Xiaoyong's attention. The young man realized that his nighttime outing had been a success and that he would most likely buy what he had planned here. The young man crouched down, picked up one of the knives, and asked the seller if he had anything harder. The salesman claimed that these were the sharpest knives available. If the young man wanted something hard, he should buy a blank and sharpen it himself, but first he advised him to try a club. Finally, the salesman realized that the customer was serious and really needed something particularly hard. He asked his neighbor to watch the merchandise. Then he suggested that Xiaoyun come with him, because such things should not be discussed on the street. The seller took the young man to his warehouse and offered him a homemade barrel that could shoot a chicken, and also showed him steel balls, cartridges for it, but this did not interest the buyer. Then he was offered a replica revolver that was almost as good as the original. This was a more interesting product. Xiaoyun paid a deposit and asked for a more suitable product. Xiaoyun said he planned to spend about 2 million on weapons and hoped that the seller would satisfy all his requests. The seller did not understand why such a cool guy came to him with an order of this level. Xiaoyun thought it was a normal, trivial order that any gun seller could handle. Suddenly, a noise caught the seller's attention. He locked the door and looked out the window. The seller wanted the young man to make a list, and in return he would give him the address, and in 2 days they would meet to complete the deal. After that, the guy said goodbye, and the seller saw Xiaoyun off, happy that he had received such a lucrative order and would be able to make money on it. Li Shuqiang called out to the young man, saying that he did not expect to meet him at the black market. Now it was clear where the young man got his money, but he still ignored his beautiful bride. Shuqiang was sure that Xiaoyong was selling his things to live in comfort for a while and wasn't thinking about his future. Xiaoyun did not react to the provocation, but then he remembered that he had the Eye of Mind and could test this skill right now. Xiaoyong activated his eye and saw that the weapon seller was positive, but Shuqiang was negative. The young man teased the fat man, saying that he was going to deceive the beautiful Kui with fake jewelry, but that was logical. After all, she herself was a real fake. The weapon seller promised that he and his guys would deal with Shuqiang, but Xiaoyun asked him not to kill him because the young man had plans for the fat man. The team of tough guys decided to deal with this insolent man at the request of their leader. The guys didn't even talk to him, but beat him up for messing with and insulting their friend. Lying on the ground with boot marks on his face and white jacket, Li Shuqiang dreamed of getting even and taking revenge on Xiaoyun. 2 days later, Zhang Xiaoyun looked with satisfaction at the purchases he had received from the arms dealer. Xiaoyun received bonus potions for physical enhancement for completing the task, and twice the amount at that. The young man immediately decided to use them to test how effective the remedy was. He injected himself with the potion, experiencing severe pain. The usual potion increased his strength slightly, but now the effect was almost 40%. Xiaoyun decided to maximize the effect of the physical enhancement potion and bought more of it, since he had enough points. The enormous physical strength that filled the young man's body literally burst out of him, and Xiaoyun decided to test his abilities on something right away. A thick metal bar caught his eye, a long iron rod made of a hard alloy. Just one kick was enough to bend it into a boomerang shape and simultaneously throw it with such force that the stick broke through a reinforced wall. With such strength, there was no need to fear zombies. Although the weapons he had bought for future use did not take up too much space, it was safer to store them inside the ring. Xiaoyun activated the ring and directed it at the boxes of weapons, which immediately moved into subspace. The guy looked around, figuring out what else needed to be done. In 2 days, the disaster would begin. It seemed that he had already solved all the pressing problems and was ready to face the zombies. The image of the old man who bought Xiaoyun's apartment came to mind. This honest man had spent all his money so that his granddaughter would have a place to live. Even after surviving the apocalypse and the resurrection, Xiaoyun couldn't ignore good people in trouble. He decided to send the old man the bare minimum the next day, and perhaps he and his granddaughter would manage to survive. Early the next morning, the young man went to the address the old man had given him. Judging by the condition of the house and the entrance, the man was indeed not wealthy. He lived in a cheap place, and on the top floor at that. Before knocking on the door, Xiaoyun decided it would be better to get the supplies. Otherwise, he would have a lot of explaining to do later. He used his ring and unloaded boxes of food and essential goods from it. An old man opened the door and immediately began to explain that he would pay the rent next week. He simply did not recognize Zhang. The old man came out onto the landing, saw a huge number of boxes and, completely baffled, asked what Xiaoyun was doing there. The young man said he would explain later, but first he wanted to bring the boxes inside quickly before the neighbors saw them and started asking questions. A couple of minutes later, all the boxes were inside the apartment, and the old man remarked on how strong the young man was. He wasn't even out of breath. Xiaoyun looked around the apartment and noted that the room was nice and the door was quite sturdy. He advised the old man to use his supplies wisely, and then he would be able to last 6 months. The old man didn't understand why the young man had brought the boxes, because in a month he would be living in the young man's apartment. According to their agreement, the move was coming soon. Xiaoyun hardly heard the old man's words because his eyes fell on a photograph of Shan Shan. The young man asked the old man if his granddaughter's name was Shan Shan, and it turned out that it was indeed so. However, the old man had never said his granddaughter's name out loud. The old man said that his granddaughter was at school at the moment. When the family moved into their new home and the paperwork was ready, they would transfer her to another school closer by. Xiaoyun remembered from his past life how the girl cried because her grandfather had died. She blamed herself for this. Her grandfather had gone to the destroyed school to save his granddaughter, but had died there himself. The young man put up a photo and decided that he would correct Shan Shan's misfortune in this life and not allow such an outcome to happen again. Xiaoyun told the old man that they would not be moving to a new house. The young man said that the next day the whole world would turn into hell and the house and school would no longer matter. The young man said that right now, the two of them would go to the school to pick up his granddaughter, and he would take them to specially prepared places. Xiaoyun tried to explain the future situation to the old man. He said there would be a great famine, so terrible and tragic that people simply would not be able to survive. Having said this, the young man activated his ring, and all the boxes he had brought were absorbed. The old man couldn't believe his eyes and thought that some kind of magic and sorcery had taken place. But Xiaoyun understood that it was difficult to explain what was happening to the old man. The young man came up with the idea that he had a superpower that allowed him to see the future. If the old man wanted to live and save Shan Shan, he should listen to the young man in everything. A couple of minutes later, they were already sitting in the car and heading towards the school where the girls studied. Nothing foreshadowed the coming of the apocalypse, so the school went about its usual business, with occasional skirmishes between students. One of the girls accused another of stealing her boyfriend. The girl hit her rival in the face, even though she tried to explain that she had no intention of dating the boy, and that he was simply pestering her and insisting. At that moment, another long-legged beauty kicked the girl in the stomach with all her might, saying she didn't need any excuses. She grabbed the unfortunate girl by the hair and demanded an explanation for interfering in their relationship. At that moment, an old man entered the schoolyard and rushed to his granddaughter's aid. It turned out that Shan was being beaten by the girls. A group of local school bullies blocked the grandfather's path, telling him not to interfere and that the girls would sort it out themselves. The grandfather rushed at the young people, outraged by their cruelty and unable to understand where the parents of these teenagers were looking when their children were bullying their classmates. In the next moment, the old man was about to pass away because one of the boys swung a baseball bat, intending to bring it down on the old man's head. Someone's hand caught the bat in midair, and Xiaoyun asked if the boy really wanted to become a murderer at such a young age. The boys didn't understand why this stranger was meddling in their affairs and began to ask Shan if he was her brother. The girl didn't have time to answer the question before the guy was kicked across the courtyard with one foot, and the bat flew after him. Xiaoyun found himself surrounded by the boys who did not expect such insolence and felt they had to explain to this stranger who was the boss here. One of the bullies was about to knock Xiaoyun unconscious with a blow to the head. The young man ducked. His reaction speed was amazing, and the bully fell down after the bat due to inertia. Xiaoyun grabbed his attacker by the back of his clothes and slammed him onto the asphalt with all his might. Another hooligan holding a knife in front of him tried to attack the unfamiliar guy. His fate was just as tragic and painful when Xiaoyun snatched the knife from him and then broke his legs by hitting his knees. Next in line were the girls who had beaten Shan. They immediately realized that female beauty and attractiveness would not help them. Xiaoyun grabbed one of the girls by the hair and pulled her toward him. The girl screamed and demanded that the guy let her go. The young man put a knife to her throat, and the beauty's whole life flashed before her eyes. Shan closed her eyes in fear, while another beauty with a bruised face watched what was happening with eyes full of horror. Xiaoyun cut the beauty's hair, even though the girl thought he was going to slit her throat. The guy said that long hair would only get in the way in the near future. Without going into details, Xiaoyun announced that in a couple of days the girl would understand that a short haircut could save her life. After that, he told Shan and her grandfather to go home. Without wasting time on long conversations, they jumped into the car and sped away from the school. Sitting in the car, the grandfather began to tell his granddaughter that a great famine would soon begin and they needed to survive. It sounded like some old man's nonsense, and Shan immediately accused her grandfather of believing the scammers who were trying to profit from the elderly. It was time to meet the guy who was driving the car, and the girl thanked him for standing up for her at school. Xiaoyun admitted that he had made up the story about hunger specifically to convince the old man more easily. But in reality, the apocalypse was indeed coming. Perhaps the version with total famine wasn't so scary because Shan was speechless from all the talk about the apocalypse. Xiaoyun didn't want to be accused of making things up, so he suggested that the girl watch the news videos on his phone to see that he was right. Shan took the phone and started monitoring the news feeds, trying to find confirmation of Xiaoyun's words. She saw a video in which a man attacked passers-by and began biting them. Perhaps it was some kind of rabies. To make matters worse, there were reports of smog appearing out of nowhere, spreading a strange smell. With every passing minute, there were more and more videos of people biting each other. Xiaoyun was completely calm and said that this was exactly how he imagined the beginning of the apocalypse. According to the young man, the next day everything would begin in earnest. A thick, toxic fog would envelop several provinces, affecting living creatures, and a large part of the population would mutate into zombies. The rest of the people would be in danger because the zombies would attack and devour them. And those who are bitten will also turn into zombies after death, swelling their ranks. Of course, Shan had heard about zombies in movies and books, but it was extremely difficult to believe in such a thing. Xiaoyun said that it would only take a couple of days to believe in such an incredible phenomenon as zombies. At that moment, they drove up to a huge traffic jam and began to crawl along with the other cars. Traffic had practically come to a standstill, and the old man began to worry. If they got stuck here, the zombies might appear before they reached the shelter. Xiaoyun understood that it wasn't that urgent, and they still had a few days before the situation got out of control, but of course zombies could appear nearby at any moment. At that moment, some jerk in a fancy car started cutting off the guy, trying to squeeze in front of him. Xiaoyun had to brake so hard that they almost flew through the windshield just to avoid a collision. The reckless driver in the black car didn't even turn on his turn signal and flew out of the emergency lane, creating an emergency situation. The young man decided not to let him in, But the other driver kept trying to squeeze in, and at one point started insulting Xiao Yun, shouting profanities and threats. The old man was very concerned. He thought it would be better not to mess with such a rich man so as not to get into trouble. The car was stuck in traffic for an hour, and when the road cleared, Shanshan noticed that the same car was following them and behaving very aggressively. He tried to cut off Xiao Yun's car, swerving from left to right. The young man did not want to collide with him, not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to waste time and wanted to get to the shelter as quickly as possible. Xiao Yun knew that in the past he would have simply ignored the insolent driver, but tomorrow the apocalypse would begin, so there was no point in putting up with such a rude person. In the end, the insolent man completely blocked the road with his car, but the young man managed to drive around it and sped away. The stranger dialed the police and demanded to see the camera footage to find out the car's license plate number and then the address of its owner. It was late in the evening when the group reached safe territory, or rather, the bunker that Xiao Yun had built. The young man suggested that his guests rest because tomorrow would be the beginning of very difficult times for the entire planet and for their small group. The next morning was peaceful and sunny. Light clouds floated across the blue sky, and the grass was a delight to the eye with its green color. Shenshan came out into the corridor, stretching sweetly, and said that she hadn't slept so well in a long time. Besides, a skipping school was the most pleasant morning activity. Zhaoyan offered to give them a short tour and show them their fortress. He said that the walls were made of particularly strong concrete, and the gates were made of pure steel and controlled remotely. People and zombies without powerful weapons could not get through here. Xiaoyun strictly stated that only 3 people could be here without his permission, and those were the 3 of them. If any survivors made it to this territory, they would not be able to let them in and would be forced to leave them to die. Such was the harsh reality of life. During the apocalypse, it is impossible to predict human behavior, and if you trust people with hidden motives, you may perish yourself. Around the building where they lived, there was a large buffer zone that served as a temporary refuge if anyone came in Xiaoyun's absence. No one was allowed to enter the fortress under any circumstances. Xiaoyun led his guests further, intending to show them the food storage and explain how everything was distributed. After that, the young man used his mind's eye to make sure that his guests were positive people and trustworthy, and therefore he could show them weapons. The most important thing during the apocalypse. It was always necessary to control oneself and not dance to someone else's tune. The granddaughter and the old man chose the weapons they would like to use in the future. The system task gave them a new assignment: to reunite with their former partner, find and rescue an old friend. In addition, the game indicated approximately where the young man could be found. Xiaoyun warned them not to break the rules in his absence and rushed off. He jumped into his car and, announcing that he was going to pick up some people because they needed to assemble a team urgently, sped off into the city. At that moment, a group of young men were singing karaoke and having a good time at a nightclub. 2 friends left the room to go to the bathroom and continued dancing and singing their favorite tunes as they walked. Passing by a couple walking towards them, the guy accidentally bumped into the girl with his arm, and he immediately apologized to her. However, the girl's companion turned out to be a real idiot and immediately attacked the guy, calling him a bastard. The young man, who did not expect such a reaction, flew across the entire corridor and crashed into the wall. His friend rushed to help him and asked how he was feeling. The guy with glasses turned to the rude guy and said that there was no need to fight right away because only rednecks solve all problems with their fists. The tough guy immediately switched to a new victim, saying that no one had given the youngster permission to open his filthy mouth. He grabbed the young man by the shirt and lifted him up with his arms outstretched, while the girl watched her companion with delight. He was so strong and brave. The waiter came out of the bathroom and watched the fight. He was feeling very ill, tormented by a cold and stomach ache, and now he had to help with this fight. The guy tried to separate the fighters, but then the main brawler demanded that he back off, because even his boss wouldn't dare touch his clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that the brawler had switched his attention to the waiter, the guys rushed to the karaoke room to their friends. The guy said that in the hallway, they ran into some thug who was drunk and now picking on absolutely everyone. They were lucky that the waiter intervened to resolve the situation. One of the friends was upset that the guys hadn't beaten up the offender and was going to call his brothers to get help to sort things out. The guys went back to relaxing when suddenly the doors of the establishment flew open and a group of people burst in. The main brawler was leading the beaten waiter, and with them was a girl and 3 other guys. The school friends immediately felt uneasy. They knew they would clearly lose to these guys. The main brawler ordered his people to drag the offenders away from the table because he wanted to teach them a lesson. Without saying a word, the thug took a bottle of alcohol and hit one of the guys over the head with it. Things were taking a turn for the worse, but just then a car pulled up to the establishment. Xiao Yun recognized the area and remembered that his friend had gone to college there in his previous life, and that the whole group of guys were from there. The bully asked his blonde girlfriend how she was feeling since he had avenged her honor. However, the girl was dissatisfied because in reality the offender had not yet been punished. Chen Chong, despite the blood flowing from his broken head, grabbed an ashtray from the table and wanted to take revenge on his offender. Another blow to the head with a bottle proved fatal for the guy, and the young man fell unconscious to the floor. The fight was in full swing, and the guys were fighting each other, while the waiter felt very bad because, despite his cold, he had also been beaten up by the hooligans. At some point, the waiter's mind went blank, and wheezing and growling, he threw himself into the middle of the fighting boys. The waiter ran up to the nearest man and sank his teeth into his shoulder like a wild dog. Two friends tried to pull the crazed waiter off the man, but he was very strong and impossible to control. The waiter bit another hooligan and would have bitten everyone present if Xiaoyan hadn't grabbed the madman by the neck with his steel grip. The guy lifted the waiter and slammed him against the wall with all his might, immobilizing him. Then he ordered all the brawlers to stop immediately. The guys were stunned by what they saw and stopped fighting, although now they were interested in who this person standing in front of them was. Xiaoyun turned to the blonde Zhang Qi and asked if he had been bitten too. Hearing a negative answer, Zhao Yun ordered him to come with him and do it right now, without unnecessary conversation or questions. The brawler still tried to slow Zhang Qi down, saying that they weren't done yet. Zhao Yun looked at one of the guys who was covered in sweat, and now his shoulder had been bitten by the crazed waiter. The stranger confirmed that he had been feeling unwell for some time, and now he had been bitten. Xiao Yun understood that the guy was infected, and now the bite so close to his head would lead to a very rapid mutation. Ignoring everyone else, Xiao Yun dragged the waiter away from the restaurant, still holding his neck. The young man threw the man into the toilet and locked the door behind him. He knew that zombies had not yet learned to open doors. Xiao Yun understood that time was short. He activated his power and asked Zhang Qi which of the guys needed to be taken out. The blonde man had no idea what he was talking about, because he didn't even know this strong stranger. The bully tried to scare Xiao Yun, telling him not to be so bold and cocky. But in the next moment, he got punched in the face, and the question was immediately closed. The next to be hit was the guy who wasn't feeling well. He felt like he'd been mowed down and showed no signs of life. Xiao Yun asked those present who else wanted to try his fist. No one else volunteered. Xiao Yun asked the blonde guy to take his friends and wait outside the establishment. The group remained inside the karaoke bar. They no longer wanted to prove anything to anyone and also wanted to leave the establishment. Xiao Yun didn't want to let them pass and stood in front of the exit. The young man told the brawler that he was drunk as a skunk and had almost killed his little brother. The guy knocked the brawler out with all his might, and now he was lying in the middle of the restaurant and promised to take revenge and sort things out. Xiao Yun rushed out of the restaurant and locked the door behind him, while shouts and threats followed him. Just then, the bitten gangster began to turn into a zombie. His eyes glowed crazily, saliva dripped from his mouth, and he felt a terrible hunger. His friends had become his lunch. The manager asked the young man what had happened in the restaurant. Xiao Yun advised him to lock the doors, not let anyone in, and call the police and paramedics. A group of vacationers at the establishment had come down with a case of rabid flu, and immediate action was required. The group of friends waited for Xiao Yun in the hallway, and he immediately began to lead them away from there. Terrible, strange sounds were coming from behind the door of the establishment. The employees had never heard anything like it, and did not know whether to believe the guest who spoke of people with an attack of rabid flu. It was decided to check everything on the surveillance cameras. A horrific scene unfolded before the manager's eyes as they began to watch what was happening inside the karaoke bar. Indeed, people were eating each other, and the help of the police and medics was needed. Xiao Yun urged the guys to hurry up because it was becoming very dangerous there. The young people got into the car and sped off in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, a blonde man named Zhang Qi asked the driver who he was. Xiao Yun introduced himself and said that he had been hired to protect the young man, who exactly remained a secret. When the initial shock passed, the guys came to life and tried to figure out what they had seen, because the TV said that the rabies mushroom was fake. But they had seen it with their own eyes. There was no cure for this flu in the bar, and the situation was only going to get worse. The guys looked out the car windows and watched in horror as infected people attacked passersby and began to bite them. So far, it was only a local outbreak, but most people had already become carriers of the infection. Soon the situation would spiral out of control. Xiaoyun warned the guys that if they wanted to survive, they had to listen to him. Everyone confirmed their readiness. The task of finding his former partners was complete, and the young man checked to see what new items had appeared in the store. He decided to spend his earned points on a manual upgrade. Soon the car fell silent, and it became clear that there was a trust issue in this group that needed to be resolved. Xiaoyun remembered from his past life how Zhang Qi had sobbed and claimed that they had considered him their friend until the end. The entire dormitory had been wiped out by zombies because of the betrayal of a close friend. And the question was, which of these guys was the traitor? Quitting was on the phone asking when the supplies he had mentioned would arrive. It was complete chaos outside, and she couldn't go to the store. The man promised to send her the food as soon as he was free. At that moment, someone started knocking on the door. The girl interrupted the conversation and went to see who had come. It turned out to be Wen Shuya. She said that Uncle Li from the first floor had been taken away. The girl didn't know the details, but she had seen the police and an ambulance near their building. It seemed that the rabid mushroom was not just a horror story. Wen wanted to know if Xu Xiong had brought the groceries. Wen was fed up with men who didn't keep their promises and advised her friend to tell Xu Xiong about Xiaoyun's supply warehouse. The girls realized that Xiaoyun knew about the impending epidemic from somewhere. He probably wanted to make money selling food. Wen hoped to take the money from the young man as soon as Xu Xiong and his men reached the food warehouses. Finally, Xiaoyun's car drove into the territory of his hideout. The boys immediately appreciated the scale and power of this place, saying that it was an incredible real fortress. Together with his grandfather, they ran out to meet the boys. They had been waiting for them and were glad to see them safe and sound. Xiaoyun reassured them that everything was fine and was ready to introduce the new team members. It was Zhang Qi and his classmates. They would all stay here to live together. The girl welcomed the guests, saying that if Xiaoyun had chosen them, she hoped for the best and was happy to welcome them to their shared home. Xiaoyun asked the old man to take a couple of the guys and show them around, as well as explain the rules. One of the guys asked for weapons to be issued to them, and then they would help protect the place. It was a great idea, but first they needed to gain trust, the bespectacled man whispered to his friend. Xiaoyun asked them not to worry and said that in a few days the guys would receive weapons, and he wanted to examine the injured young man in the infirmary. After that, the guys were sent to the showers, where they could wash up and tidy themselves in their clothes. One of the guys was still upset about the lack of weapons, considering it the best way to protect themselves, and now his hands were tied. The bespectacled man believed that the young man had saved them and that the boys should be grateful. Zhang Qi explained that Xiaoyun had been hired to protect him, so they should trust the young man's actions. The guy kept insisting that Xiaoyun had evil intentions because he had treated his wounded comrade so harshly, putting him in an infirmary that was more like a prison. The young man insisted that the others attack Xiaoyun first. It was better than waiting for him to betray them. If that was true, the others would capture the fortress and rule it themselves. The young man suggested attacking the old man and the girl when Xiaoyun leaves on business. But seeing the shocked faces of his comrades, the guy played it off as a joke, saying that they had no sense of humor and he was just laughing at them. Zhang Qi breathed a sigh of relief, saying that the apocalypse hadn't even begun yet, and the guy was already planning to break the law. If the owner of the shelter had evil plans, they would have locked them all up long ago and used weapons against them. The guy realized that there was no point in negotiating with these weaklings. In times like these, only tough people would rule, and when the young man achieved his goal, his friends would become his pawns for life. Shenbo came to the young man and reported on the situation, saying that all the guys had settled down for the night. The wounded man was in the infirmary, and all the windows and doors were securely locked. Xian thanked the old man and his granddaughter for their help and told them they should go rest because no one knew what they would face the next day. Then the young man asked the grandfather and granddaughter to keep an eye not only on the health of the wounded Chong, but also on the other boys, because there might be a traitor among them. Left alone, Xiaoyun went to the warehouse to check his stats. He entered the item shop to use his earned points. He chose the Apocalypse Cultivator supply box and the Armed Containment supply box. A huge pile of food and weapons appeared in the middle of the warehouse. At this stage, it is more useful to have money, but after the apocalypse, the reward in the form of food and weapons will become indispensable. The next day, a group of vehicles approached the shelter at high speed. The vehicles stopped in front of the gate and checked the address, which turned out to be correct. After making sure they were in the right place, the man ordered his thugs to sneak inside the territory. 30 minutes passed since they began their active attempt to storm the fence, and it soon became clear that it was a complete dead end. The walls were extremely thick, and the remaining gates were very sturdy. The men couldn't break through them. The man couldn't understand who would put such doors in a normal house, and it infuriated him. But the men were prepared for this outcome, so they opened one of the trucks and began carefully removing boxes from it. The boxes contained tightly packed rows of bottles filled with a flammable mixture, Molotov cocktails. The gangsters took the bottles and began throwing them over the fence into the territory. After throwing all the bottles, the bandits stood and waited for everything to burn out and the gate to be open. At this time, all the guys led by Shan rushed to extinguish the fire with fire extinguishers and buckets full of water. Xiaoyun was right. Disaster had not yet struck, but extreme situations had already begun. Xiaoyun himself, together with his grandfather, took suitable weapons and went to the watchtower to study the attackers. From above, they could clearly see the bandits and the vehicle they had arrived in. Shenmu recognized the leader. It was the man who had been acting arrogantly on the road, constantly cutting off his car. The man also recognized the young man and said that they should kill this scoundrel. If the bastard didn't get out, the men would burn the whole area to the ground. Xiaoyun warned the man that he was giving him 5 minutes to gather his people and get out of there. The gangsters were very tough and stupid. They were confident in their strength, especially admiring their boss, and were going to throw new Molotov cocktails over the fence. At that moment, Xiaoyun received a new system task. The threat had to be eliminated. Shengbo suggested firing a warning shot, but the base was under attack, and there was no point in delaying the showdown. Xiaoyun believed that a warning shot would not work with the gangsters because the city still had laws, and they were already allowing themselves to act this way. The gangsters did not care how many people would burn alive on the base's territory. The young man believed that these bandits would only harm innocent people if they were left alive, and he began shooting. The first shot hit the gang leader in the shoulder, who immediately lost his enthusiasm and cheerfulness. The man fell to his knees and cried out in agony that he was in pain and his arm hurt. "Help!" Xiaoyun noted that his skills had become dulled by peaceful life, so he missed. The bandits realized that no one was going to give up. No one was afraid of them, so they rushed to their cars planning to escape. Unfortunately for them, Xiaoyun had other plans. The young man wanted to end it all right then and there because he hated waiting. Bullets rained down one after another, and the dead and wounded gangsters fell to the asphalt. A couple of guys still managed to jump into the car and drag their boss in. The old man noticed that the gangsters were trying to escape in the car, but Xiaoyun asked him not to worry because he had brought an automatic weapon with him. A burst of automatic fire was fired at the car, and it soon became clear that no one was going anywhere. Shemo noted how smoothly the young man aimed and reloaded, because even in his youth, a man would not have been able to handle this task so well. It soon became clear that no one was going anywhere, and that this group of people who wanted to talk was finished. Xiaoyun instructed his grandfather to call the boys to get them to leave. But then he had a brilliant idea. The young man knew that at this early stage of the disaster, it would be better to turn the dead villains into zombies so that the guys in Shan could practice. Xiaoyun said there was no need to rush and that it would be better to leave the dead on the road because he had a new plan. A short time later, another group of cars arrived at the shelter. Li Shuxiong sat in the car and looked out the window at the strange territory they had found themselves in. Besides him, there were 2 beautiful women in the car, Xiaoyun's ex-fiancée and her best friend. Kui Jing watched her friend and saw her flirting in coquetry with Shuxiong. When the car stopped, the girls had to go to the shelter to negotiate with Xiaoyun and get inside. Wen did not want to go with her friend. Perhaps she had plans to seduce the fat Shuxiong, so she began to complain about her uncomfortable shoes. But female friendship is the strongest bond, so Kui forcibly pulled her friend out of the car. Li Shuxiong ordered his subordinate to get ready while the girls headed for the shelter gate. The cars with the next group of gangsters were parked a little to the side, beyond the intersection. They were supposed to move immediately as soon as their boss's car started moving toward the fence. Wen pretended not to understand why Kui had dragged her into all this. But the beauty was not so stupid and was not going to fall for her friend's petty tricks. Wen said that she had dressed up to pick up Xiao Yun because now he was free. Soon the girls approached the fence and saw that the entire area was littered with the bodies of dead men. It became clear that a shootout had recently taken place here. The girls realized with horror that there were dead bodies all around them and that it would probably be better to turn back. However, Kui said that most likely two gangs had clashed in a fight over Xiao Yun's supplies. The guy was probably already dead. I wonder if there was any food left in the warehouse. The girls planned to return so that Shushung could come and deal with the situation himself. But at that moment, one of the dead men raised his head from the asphalt. The beauties approached the fence, tried to knock on the closed gate, and realized that Xiao Yun was fine. Everything was closed here. At that moment, Shan Shan, who was in the observation tower, called out to the girls and asked who they were and what they were doing there. The beauties introduced themselves, saying that one of them was Xiao Yun's girlfriend and the other was her best friend. Shan Shan called Xiao Yun and told him that his fiancée had arrived. The friends immediately realized that Xiao Yun had found someone else, but decided not to show their dissatisfaction because they had an important task to complete. One of the girls had a crossbow in her hands, but they were sure that Li Shuxiang could handle everyone. Kuijing was very angry. She told Wen not to worry, because Shuxiang's guys had a lot of weapons and they would deal with Xiao Yun as soon as the door opened. Xiao Yun couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his ex-fiancée and her best friend standing in front of him. The guy asked what they were doing there. Knowing his exes, the young man immediately activated his mind's eye, and it turned out to be very useful. Wen began to explain that they were true friends, and friends visit each other for no reason. In short, they were very concerned about the guy and his health. Xiao Yun immediately realized that something was wrong and asked where their beloved comrade Li Shuxiang was, how many people he had brought with him, and what weapons they had. The young man did not listen to their false answers and immediately fired a burst from his automatic weapon to make the girls understand the seriousness of his intentions. Xiao Yun did not intend to kill them, only to scare them, and that proved to be enough. Kuijing began to insult her former fiancé. Confident that he would not dare to shoot her and that she was not afraid of him at all. The young man really had no intention of shooting his ex because the zombies that had recently been lying dead near the gate were ripe for that. Xiao Yun wanted the girls to die at the hands of the resurrected dead. By this time, the zombies had fully regained consciousness, felt terrible hunger, and sensed the living young bodies of the girls. Xiao Yun decided to give the beauties a little head start and fired a couple of bursts from his machine gun at the dead, giving the girls a chance to run away. The friends ran at full speed, terrified, trying to hide from the zombies chasing them. Li Shuxiang did not understand where these dead people had come from. He ordered his men to turn around and get out of there quickly because there were rabid people nearby. Kuijing didn't want to die and hoped that the zombies would leave her alone if she gave up her friend, so the girl threw Wen's purse and slowed her down. Wen fell onto the asphalt in surprise, and the zombies, who had just caught up with their victims, immediately pounced on her. Wen watched her friend run away, cursing her and her whole life, while the zombies sank their teeth into her. Kuijing continued to run, taking advantage of the delay, and repeated that her friend deserved such a fate. Xiao Yun and Shan Shan watched in horror as the zombies devoured the young and beautiful, albeit bad, people before their eyes. Shan Shan finally realized with horror that all those killed did not die, but turned into zombies. Xiao Yun confirmed that at the beginning of the apocalypse, there were many infections from other worlds in the air. The dead left on the streets quickly turned into zombies, and for some of the living, a serious injury or exhaustion was enough to make them sick. Xiao Yun received a new system task, cleaning up the street, and asked Shan Shan to gather everyone for a meeting. A few minutes later, the girl and three friends gathered in the meeting room. Xiao Yun explained that they would spend the next few days inside the shelter with the doors and windows tightly closed because their bodies needed time to adapt to the new infection, thus reducing the risk of mutation. Qizhang was worried about the health of his friend Chong, who was in the infirmary. The young man lay there alone, unconscious after being injured in the karaoke bar. It was clear that the young man's health was deteriorating. He was sweating profusely, his blood vessels were enlarged, and he was not regaining consciousness. The streets of the city were already a scene of horror. Houses were burning, riots swept through the streets, and looting and robbery were rampant. Looking out the window, residents witnessed complete chaos and a total breakdown of law and order. Zhang Shengji told his wife that he would go to the warehouse at night to pick up the remaining supplies, while his wife and son would stay at home and not open the door to anyone except him. The woman and child were very frightened by what was happening outside and were afraid to be left alone if their protector went away. Suddenly, there was a knock from the hallway, and the man signaled for them to be quiet and keep calm. Armed with a golf club, the man approached the door and asked who was disturbing him. It turned out to be his former comrade, store manager Yang Tao. The meeting between the friends did not go well. The owner of the apartment was immediately restrained and thrown to the floor. Yang Tao watched with pleasure as his subordinates humiliated the man. Shenji did not understand what was happening because he and Yang Tao had always had a good relationship. They had been friends for many years. Yang Tao said that the man had always treated him badly, considered him his lackey, tried to humiliate him, and constantly took away his share of the earnings. Zhang tried to remind his former friend that he had helped him save up for the land and a new house, but there was no point in discussing it now. Yang Tao wanted to know the address of his former friend's wholesale warehouse and get the keys from him. To prevent the man from resisting, the gangsters were going to use a powerful argument. That argument turned out to be Zhang's young son. The child was frightened and screaming loudly. Protecting his mother from the gangster who had come, the boy bit him, for which the man immediately threw the child across the room. The baby flew through the air. Zhang could not bear to watch his family being abused and demanded that they leave his wife and child alone. Yang Tao promised not to touch them as long as the man cooperated and took the gangsters to his warehouse. Soon, the whole company arrived at Zhang Shengzhi's wholesale warehouse. However, they were not pleased with what they saw. The warehouse was practically empty, with only a few boxes lying lonely in the middle of the room. Zhang reminded his former friend about the big customer to whom they had sold everything, but even the expired goods were almost gone. Their stash would last a lifetime if they could get to Xiaoyun. Zhang advised against going after this guy because he had personally seen weapons on the young man when he delivered food to him. Now it was clear that Xiaoyun had been preparing for this disaster. Yang Tao said he wasn't interested in the details because Xiaoyun was now Zhang's problem, and the safety of his wife and son would depend on the young man's supplies. There were wheezing and growling sounds coming from the shelter. To everyone's regret, they were coming from Chen Chong, who had been in the infirmary all this time, but had still ended up infected. The guy was firmly secured to the bed, so he couldn't harm his friends, but he tried in every way to break free. One of his classmates suggested killing Chong, and these words caused confusion on the faces of his friends. The boy said that Chong was already dead, and if he somehow broke free, everyone else would be in danger. Xiaoyun confirmed that the guy was right because the transformed had very little chance of recovery and would never get better. Xiaoyun took a knife out of his pocket and handed it to the guy who had suggested killing his friend. The young man clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Xiaoyun gave him the knife and told him to finish off Chong. Xiaoyun remembered that it was this guy who had demanded the weapon, and now he had the opportunity to take the knife and relieve his friend of his suffering, as well as the whole company of possible consequences. Zhangqi grabbed the knife and turned to Xiaoyun, saying that he would do this difficult thing himself and take full responsibility. Xiaoyun asked if the guy was sure. What if he deceived his friends and only one step separated the young man from becoming a murderer? Zhang She said that he trusted Xiaoyun and had no doubts about the correctness and necessity of this action. The young man took the knife and approached the bed of his friend, who, due to the rabies virus, had become a completely different person. More precisely, he was no longer a person. Even in this state, it was very difficult to muster the courage to kill him. The boy had almost completed the task when Xiaoyun's hand stopped the knife literally millimeters from Chong. Xiaoyun announced to everyone that they needed to get out. A specific situation had arisen, and they would come up with a solution for Chong later. When his friends left the infirmary, Xiaoyun did not go with them, but approached the guy tied to the bed. He leaned down low to the mutant and said he had an important task for him. Another car pulled up to the shelter. The driver was very agitated and nervous, so he lost control and braked at the nearest pole. Zhang Shengji got out of the car, having hit his head and realizing that he had no luck left in his life. The man was thinking about how to get into the shelter, rubbing his bruised head, when a zombie suddenly appeared behind him. The zombie was faster and quicker and sank its hungry jaws into Zhang's arm. Zhang was still strong enough and threw the vile creature away from him. After that, the man rushed to the car and took an iron pipe out of it. He managed to turn around quickly and knock the zombie out with a powerful blow. Zhang realized that he needed to deal with things quickly and guessed that this zombie was not the only one in the area. The man walked to the shelter, feeling a chill spread through his body. At that moment, all the inhabitants of the shelter, armed with various tools, set off on their first hunt. Shanshan was covered in all kinds of protective gear, knee pads and elbow pads, and claimed that it was very uncomfortable to move around. Xiaoyun explained that it would be impossible to negotiate with the zombies. These creatures were much stronger than ordinary humans, and his friends had little experience, so they could get injured. Protective equipment was essential. The whole group prepared for their first battle. Xiaoyun warned that they would soon encounter zombies, as they were within their detection range. Xiaoyun watched The Walking Dead from around the corner and at some point signaled everyone to be on high alert. Xiaoyun told his friends to remember everything he had taught them, and the zombie was already charging at them. His friends needed to cover each other and keep their distance. Xiaoyun was very fast, so he managed to jump out of the way when the zombie lunged at him. The guy said that the chance to defeat a zombie comes when the creature misses. You have to take advantage of this moment and quickly aim for the temple or the back of the neck. Lao Shan hit the zombie on the head. This resulted in an injury to the guy's arm. The zombie's skull is very strong, and such a blow should never be repeated. The next second, the zombie attacked the guy, who was unable to defend himself. At the last moment, the young man put his sword in the way, and the zombie's teeth closed on the blade. The defensive reaction worked perfectly. Zhangxi came to his friend's aid, armed with a baseball bat, and slammed the zombie in the neck with all his might. Xiaoyun watched as the guys beat the zombie, because one blow is never enough. At that moment, another Walking Dead approached from behind. Everyone was busy destroying the first zombie, while the other dead man had already opened his mouth, preparing to snap it shut on Xiaoyun's neck. Zhangxi managed to warn his friend about the danger at the last moment. Xiaoyun pinned the zombie down by grabbing its head with his hand and taught his students the following lesson, reminding them that they must always look around and never let their guard down. Zhang Shengji approached the shelter and tried to climb over the wall using slabs and boards. Zhang saw that the mutants had already reached the buffer zone and thought that the owner of the shelter had also been killed. He quietly approached the cars abandoned by the bandits and heard some voices, including Xiaoyun's. Peeking out from behind the car, the man realized that Xiaoyun had gathered a team and was now hunting down those damn mutants. While Zhang watched what was happening, hiding behind the car, someone else was hiding under the same car. When Shuya had matured enough to wake up after being bitten and become a real zombie, she saw the legs of a living man in front of her, and a tremendous hunger overwhelmed her. The girl jumped out from under the car and rushed at Zhang, trying to devour him. Just as the former beauty's teeth were about to sink into Shengji's body, a rifle shot blew her head off. Xiaoyun lowered his rifle and immediately recognized his unexpected guess. He asked Zhang Shengzhou what he was doing there. The man was genuinely glad and happy that he had been able to reach the boy, and immediately headed towards Xiaoyun, wanting to greet him like a relative. The young man immediately noticed Zhang's infected arm. It was already showing all the signs of mutation. Xiaoyun pointed his machine gun at him, preparing to send his acquaintance to the other world. But the man asked him to listen to him and promised not to come closer. Zhang knew he was already infected and had at most half a day to live, but he had a huge problem and a request. The man said that Yang Tao, his former partner in crime, had kidnapped his wife and child, promising to return them only after taking all of Xiaoyun's supplies. Zhang understood that he was not the best person and had behaved badly towards others, but he could not be called absolutely evil, and his wife and child were completely innocent. The man was sure that the gangsters would not spare his family and that they would face a fate worse than his own. Zhang begged for help to save his loved ones. Xiaoyun understood that Zhang was doing everything for his own benefit, but his help in gathering supplies was really useful. There was plenty of room in the fortress now, especially since the balance was heavily skewed toward men. Xiaoyun's thoughts were interrupted by a system message about a mission to rescue Shengji's wife and child. The young man promised the man that he would take care of his loved ones. Hearing these words, Zhang fell to his knees and bowed low, saying that he would not be able to repay him in this life, so he would become Xiaoyun's loyal servant in the next life. After that, Zhang turned to the young man with another request, which was also important to fulfill. The man asked to be killed because he did not want to turn into a monster that would threaten everyone, including his family. Xiaoyun asked Shanshan to stop the bicycle from the warehouse, which caused confusion on the girl's face. However, she did not intend to argue with her boss. Xiaoyun told the man to ride as far away as possible, avoid people, and find an isolated place to hide. The young man did not explain why he was doing this, saying only that time was short and that Zhang should not know anything yet. Just do as he was told. Shengji said he understood, thanked the young man again, got on his bike, and rode away from the shelter. He rushed away from people, trying to get as far away as possible before he turned completely into a zombie. Tears streamed down his face, and his thoughts were only of his wife and son. After that, the shelter residents worked together to clean up. They killed all the zombies and piled them into one big heap. The zombie bodies were doused with gasoline and set on fire. Physically and mentally exhausted, the friends stood near the huge bonfire, watching the bodies of the walking dead burn. Xiaoyun turned to his comrades and said that they could handle lone zombies in groups of 2 or 3 in hand-to-hand combat without getting injured. But the guys weren't ready to face a group of zombies yet. Even in a group, they were unable to protect themselves from danger. Xiaoyun looked over the team once more and told them to follow him. The young man led everyone to a warehouse that was currently closed to them. Xiaoyun took a key out of his pocket, which turned out to be the key to the armory, and said that he would go to the city that night. The safety of the entire refuge, as well as the fortress, was now in the hands of Sheng Bo, to whom the young man handed the key. Qizhang immediately suggested that the boys go to the city with Xiaoyun because it was unsafe to go alone. The city was in complete chaos, but Xiaoyun did not want to take the boys with him, believing that they were not yet ready and would get in the way. He hoped that under Sheng Bo's leadership, the boys would be able to protect the shelter. Sitting in the car, Xiaoyun read the system notifications and the status of his accounts. The store was completely empty, and everything was updating very slowly, but he couldn't go on a mission empty-handed. Xiaoyun activated the manual update and waited for new items to appear in the store. Although it took time, the young man was pleased with the result, receiving useful goods. A box of dark technology. Inside was a physical strength enhancement serum. Xiaoyun used it immediately, and the machine lit up from the inside, as if from a flashbang grenade. In addition, another pleasant surprise, a strengthening serum, promised to make him 5 times more powerful. Xiaoyun decided to activate it immediately and try it out on himself, realizing that it was very important to be strong and protected. The indicators showed a 2.5-fold increase in parameters compared to a normal person, as well as the presence of a spatial ring and the eye of the mind. The atmosphere in Zhang Shengzhi's apartment was not pleasant at all. The situation was heating up, despite the absence of zombies inside the room. The frightened boy cried without holding back his tears, and his mother tried to calm him down, saying that his father would definitely sort everything out. At that moment, the door burst open and several gangsters entered the children's room, holding Zhang's family hostage. They looked at the woman with lustful eyes, pulled her away from her child, and said that now they would all go have some fun together. The woman tried to resist, but the odds were uneven. Soon her clothes were torn, and tears streamed from her eyes. She tried in vain to persuade her captors to let her go and not do anything to her. Her screams only provoked the men. Her son tried to defend his mother. The leader of the gang entered the room when he heard the noise. He tried to reason with his subordinates that they should not make too much noise so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The villains invited the man to join in their activities, but he refused and said that they had not yet completed their task, so they should not even think about such entertainment. The leader explained that the woman might not be able to handle it all, and then her husband would have nothing to lose, and it could end badly for all of them. The leader promised that when it was all over and they got the goods from her husband, the men would have round-the-clock access. The subordinates agreed that this was logical and correct, although they were upset that they could not have fun with the woman right now. The streets of the city were already filled with zombies, who were prowling in search of people and experiencing terrible hunger. Xiaoyun drove through the streets of the city, thinking about the abilities he had gained from using the booster. He was very pleased that his reaction time and body control had increased significantly. Soon the young man realized that it was practically impossible to move around the city by car. All the streets were littered with abandoned vehicles. Therefore, he decided to leave the car behind so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He planned to continue on foot, but in the next moment he heard a distinctive growl and saw several zombies attacking him. Their speed was truly astonishing, and Xiaoyun jumped back before the zombies could touch him. Then the guy pulled the necessary weapon out of his ring. It turned out to be a long sword cleaver, which could easily deal with monsters. His new abilities and enhanced physical condition were truly remarkable. Just a couple of swings of the sword, and the heads of the walking dead were rolling on the asphalt. Xiaoyun was convinced that he completely surpassed the current zombies in strength and reflexes. Now he needed to understand how much this differed from the abilities of ordinary people. Even his senses, such as hearing and sight, worked better. The guy heard people shouting for help from a great distance. And indeed, in one of the supermarkets, a crowd of zombies was trying to break into the boarded-up store. Inside, a group of people were barricading the entrance with all sorts of objects. The people were frightened and did not expect anything good to happen. The boy, his eyes full of tears, truly believed it. But his father insisted that the zombies would not get through. Another man, apparently a police officer, asked the father not to alarm and intimidate the child because, according to him, it could only do harm. Suddenly, people heard a noise that caught their attention because it was so unusual. Could the zombies have come up with something new and be able to get inside? In horror, looking at the glass display case, they saw that part of one of the dead men's heads had been chopped off. It was an extremely unpleasant sight. This time, the zombies were truly dead and had slid down the glass, smearing their brains in blood. The policeman ordered the man and his son to clear everything away from the exit and barricade it. The man planned to go outside and see what had happened. Slowly opening the glass door of the store, the former police officer looked out and saw that the zombies trying to reach them were all lying dead. The people did not understand what had happened, and the boy suggested that it might be mutants who had killed the zombies. His father had never heard of mutants, but his son explained that ordinary zombies, when they become stronger and faster, turn into mutants. He had read about such monsters in books and comics. The father scolded his son, saying that now he understood why the boy did so poorly in school, because he spent all his time playing games and reading comics. They slowly tried to move to another place. They walked in a group, each looking in their own direction. At the head of the group was a police officer who controlled their movement through the city. At that moment, Xiao Yun was standing in the middle of the street. He had received a notification about the accidental rescue of a group of people. The boy immediately decided that they were indeed dealing with a mutant because he did not look like a normal zombie and stood completely calm and confident, as if he feared nothing. The police officer claimed that the stranger was more like a survivor like them. Zhao Yun turned to the people smiling and told the kid not to fantasize. He was not a mutant, and real mutants were not so easy to find yet. The people were relieved to see that the stranger on the street was a survivor like them, and the policeman warned the boy not to walk alone, because it was very dangerous. It was better to stick together, so he suggested they walk together. Xiaoyun asked who they were, and the policeman explained that they had gone out for supplies. A small group of civilians had gathered in Zhongxiang Garden. The main group was there, and these people had gone to the nearest supermarket in search of food but had been ambushed. The boy's father explained to Xiaoyun that it would be better for him to go with them, because Captain Li had weapons and they could deal with the zombies and protect the young man. Xiaoyun decided to play along and sincerely and kindly agreed to accept their help and thank them. As the group made their way through the city, the policeman told them that a gang of bandits was operating in the area around the Bikushan mansion, killing any survivors they encountered. He advised them not to talk about those bandits and to be more careful with any survivors, as they might not be peaceful people at all. At that moment, the boy screamed at the top of his lungs because he didn't notice a zombie approaching Captain Li. The Walking Dead was very close, and Captain Li was in great danger because the zombie had already jumped on him, opening its vile mouth bloodthirstily. But the captain was a true colonel, so his excellent reaction saved his life this time. He fired and killed the monster at the last moment. However, this was very bad because the sound of the shot attracted the attention of all the zombies nearby, and they immediately headed towards the source of the sound. Captain Li immediately began to think about what could be done in the current situation, and his gaze fell on a bus standing in the middle of the street. People rushed to the bus in the hope that they could hide inside and avoid death, at least for the moment. Xiaoyun did not give himself away, but analyzing the situation, he believed that a disorderly retreat would only attract more zombies. Hiding in the bus was a very good idea, but there would be nowhere to retreat from it. People barely managed to jump on the bus because the zombies were literally on their heels. Captain Li ordered a check of the bus and a look under all the seats to make sure there were no zombies inside. The man realized that they were running very slowly, and now a large number of the dead had smelled them and heard them. The situation was so dire that Captain Li couldn't even close the bus doors completely because of the monsters squeezing their way inside. Xiaoyun silently, without comment, approached the captain and put his hand under the bus door. The man immediately realized that this guy had some kind of amazing strength, because even Captain Li, a big man himself, couldn't handle the door. Xiaoyun offered to hold the door and guaranteed that it would not be opened. The guy did not answer the captain's questions. The police rushed to a group of their comrades, telling them to break the bus windows and fight off the zombies. And so they did. With metal sticks and heavy objects at hand, they destroyed the dead who were trying to climb through the windows. Captain Lee checked his ammunition supply and realized with regret that they did not have enough to repel the zombie attack. Xiaoyun handed the policeman a crossbow, which he had discreetly taken out using his ring. The young man explained to Captain Lee that he had picked up the weapon on the street. The captain did not ask any further questions. A few minutes later, all the zombies attracted by this group of people were killed, and their bodies lay near the bus. The boy was thrilled by what was happening. He understood that the critical situation had ended in their favor twice, and that this was no coincidence. So now they were all children of the apocalypse. Xiaoyun turned to his companions and told them not to let their guard down and not to make such stupid mistakes. They had to remain extremely vigilant and quiet. The night at the shelter passed absolutely calmly. No one tried to break in. The shelter's residents once again patrolled the area and were planning to go to sleep when Yimin offered to stand guard tonight. This greatly surprised his companion, who did not expect such enthusiasm from the perpetually frightened and lazy Yimin. Shenbo immediately agreed to this arrangement, and Yimin volunteered. Therefore, it was better for the rest to go to their rooms and rest. The guy promised to wake everyone up in case of any danger and went to the watchtower. Yimin spent some time there, just as long as he thought was necessary for everyone in the shelter to fall into a deep sleep. The boy wanted to waste no time and deal with the situation before Xiaoyun returned. Old man Shengbo was fast asleep in his bed, and at the head of his bed was the key to the armory. This key immediately became Yimin's target, who climbed down from the watchtower and made his way into the old man's room. The young man managed to grab the key, but at that moment Shengbo woke up and jumped out of bed. In amazement, he did not understand what the young man was doing there. Yimin had no intention of wasting time talking to the nasty old man and knocked him out with a punch to the head. The boy ran away, but the old man did not lose consciousness and cried out, calling after the fleeing Yimin and trying to attract the attention of the other boys. Awakened by the screams, everyone jumped out of their rooms, not understanding what had happened. Shenbo, holding the part of his head that had been hit, said that Amin had stolen the key to the armory from him and that he had to be stopped. Everyone immediately rushed after their comrade, not understanding what he was doing, trying to catch up with him and find out. Yimin managed to barricade the passage, thereby slowing down his pursuers, and continued running, not intending to explain his behavior to them. Running past the isolation ward, an idea popped into Yimin's head. The guy realized that he had to go all the way. He went inside the isolation ward, intending to carry out some sinister plan. Yimin approached the bed where his former comrade Chen Chong lay. His transformation into a zombie was almost complete. The guy approached his tied-up comrade, but it turned out that the zombie had already managed to break one of the straps. It was clear that the monster was very strong and was unlikely to remain fixed to the bed for long. Yimin realized that everything was going according to plan, and that it would even save him time. Finally, the friends barricaded the passage and rushed further down the corridor, trying to catch up with Yimin, when suddenly they saw a lone figure standing at the end of the corridor. Chung immediately understood everything. His former comrade and now traitor Yimin had released Chong from quarantine. No one even suspected that Yimin would turn out to be such a scoundrel. They had to neutralize Chong somehow, but all the weapons were in the armory. Shenhua reminded the guys not to panic or get nervous, but to use the methods Zhao Yun had taught them. The main thing was not to let the zombies bite them. The comrades slowly approached the real Chong, trying not to attract his attention with noise and sudden movements. At the last moment, Qizheng jumped towards his former comrade and grabbed his head, holding it firmly. Shen Shan and the bespectacled man took the guy by the arms and thus neutralized the zombie. Old Man S quietly ordered them to take the zombie to the infirmary, and the friends pushed him inside and locked the door. Everyone was a little scared, but they felt that, in principle, they had handled the situation quite easily. Shenbo regretted that they had wasted so much time, because Yimin had surely already gotten to the weapons. Just then, the traitor appeared from around the corner. He was furious because he didn't understand where Xiaoyun was actually hiding all the weapons. It turned out that there was only some kind of strange pistol inside the armory. However, this weapon should be enough to deal with the rest, and then Emin would find the rest of the weapons. Qizheng tried to reason with his former friend, saying that he shouldn't do this because Xiaoyun had saved their lives. Yimin believed that their benefactor was behaving very arrogantly. If he had saved them once, he now considered them his slaves for the rest of their lives. The old man knew that some people were ungrateful by nature. It was impossible to change their minds or teach them gratitude. Eamon had no intention of listening to any admonitions or lectures. He ordered everyone to shut up and go to the bedroom. All this was watched from the infirmary by Chong's zombie. He was still as cold-hearted as ever, but the key glinted in his hand. Meanwhile, in the city, Xiaoyun told his new friends that he would be leaving them because he needed to go to Shengzhi's apartment. Police officer Li warned him and advised him to be careful. The man told the young man to come to them when he found the people he was looking for. He warned that a group of civilians had settled in the 8th building, but it was dangerous to enter through the main entrance. Xiaoyun thanked Captain Li, still not revealing his abilities. The boy's father wanted them to accompany the young man, since he had saved their lives. However, Captain Li was sure that the zombies would kill them. They warned the young man about the danger, and that was the most they could do for him. Near Shengzhi's house, zombies were literally swarming. There was no light or cell phone service. The bandits couldn't check whether Zhang had completed his mission to obtain food supplies. Another villain thought it was pointless. They were already fed up with everything, and they needed to let off some steam, otherwise they would go crazy. The bandits concluded that Shengzhi was already dead because he had gone alone, and it was simply impossible to survive in the current situation. The men decided once again to have some fun with the woman, to do it one last time because the zombies would get them anyway. The leader understood the logic of these arguments and allowed his subordinates to have fun with the woman, but warned them to be careful and not kill her. At that moment, the man looked out the window and noticed that all the zombies prowling in the yard appeared to be dead and literally chopped up. The man cautiously opened the front door and looked out into the stairwell. He hoped that help had arrived and that they would now be rescued. Even though he didn't see anyone or feel any movement, he heard a soft whistle near the villain, and a thin red line appeared on his neck. The next moment, the gang leader's head was lying on the floor, and he was flooding the entire hallway with his nasty blood. The bandits did not see or hear what had happened to their leader. They broke into the children's room, intending to deal with the woman and have some fun with her. First, they grabbed the boy and tore him away from his mother, despite her screams and tears. The child was thrown to the far end of the room like a stuffed toy. He hit the wall hard. So that the boy would not interfere with their fun, the gangsters threw him out of the room into the living room because they knew that their boss was there and the boy would not go anywhere anyway. The child continued to scream, threatening the gangsters that he would deal with them, when suddenly a noise caught his attention. It turned out to be the decapitated body of the gang leader, which had fallen to the floor. The child was terrified. The eyes of some strange monster or zombie were staring at him from the hallway. The boy no longer knew who to fear more. A stranger entered the apartment from the darkness. Xiaoyun. He asked the child if his father was Zhang Shengzhi. Meanwhile, the fun continued in the children's room. The men beat the woman because they wanted her to resist. The woman silently burst into tears, realizing that she had no way out, but was forced to endure so as not to scare her child even more. Suddenly, the door to the children's room burst open, and one of the gangsters turned toward the open door, but immediately got his share. The villains ordered the boy to be thrown out of the room, but their comrades stood there and did not react. The next moment, he fell to the floor, and his head rolled across the floor. The bandits were in shock because they didn't even understand what had happened. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, the villain was pinned down and also lost his head. The villains were no longer concerned with the woman. They stared at the stranger who had killed all their comrades in a matter of seconds. But the situation in the shelter was also tense, and Amin once again told everyone to move toward the bedrooms. Otherwise, he would open fire. Eamon realized that he would have to kill a couple of people to establish his authority if his comrades did not want to listen to his orders willingly. First, he decided to kill the old man Shengbo, who annoyed him greatly. But then a strange sound came from the infirmary. The door flew open and Chong's zombie appeared in the doorway. Chidong realized that his comrade had unlocked the door himself, but that was impossible because zombies couldn't use keys. Be that as it may, the fact remained. Chong was standing in front of the people. Eamon understood that he couldn't leave the zombie alive. He had to destroy Chong, so he opened fire on his former comrade. But his weapon jammed, and that was enough time for the zombie to pounce on Eamon. His former classmate, now a zombie named Chong, attacked Eamon and bit off a piece of his body. After that, the Walking Dead grabbed his victim by the collar and silently dragged him toward the infirmary. The entire group was, to put it mildly, shocked by what had happened. From the fact that the zombie was able to open the door, to the fact that Chong took Eamon's body with him and went back to the infirmary. But the miracles didn't end there. The zombie named Chong threw something in the direction of his friends. A key fell to the floor with a clang, thus letting his comrades know that he would no longer be able to leave the infirmary. Any words or comments were unnecessary, so his comrades silently watched what had happened with their mouths open and decided not to investigate the causes and consequences. At that moment in Yang Shengji's apartment, the two surviving gangsters were disarmed and tied up. A sobbing woman held her child close. Xiaoyun called out to the boy. His mother tried to rush to her son's defense, but the child calmed her down, saying that everything was fine. He felt that this unfamiliar uncle would not harm them. Xiaoyun gave the boy a sharp knife and ordered him to kill the villains, who began to scream and beg for mercy. The woman tried to say that the boy was still a child, but Xiaoyun did not share her point of view. The young man said to the child that now he was the only man who could protect his mother. The boy needed to gather all his strength and kill the animals that had hurt his mother. He didn't have to tell the child twice, and in a matter of moments, the bodies of the villains were lying in pools of their own blood. The boy realized that his father was already dead, which was why the stranger had ordered him to protect his mother. The child was still a child who loved his parents, and he rushed to his mother, bursting into tears over his murdered father. But then the woman pushed the child away and asked Xiaoyun to take her son and protect him. She was willing to give anything for that. Xiaoyun replied that they would all leave together because he had promised Zhang Shengji that his family would be safe. The young man took an automatic rifle for himself, gave the woman a sword, and the boy had a knife in his hands, and the company left the house. The boy looked at the corpses of the dead zombies with admiration and was pleasantly surprised to learn that the strong man who had defeated all these monsters was Xiaoyun. They moved slowly through the streets of the city when suddenly the young man signaled to stop and freeze. Xiaoyun asked the woman if she knew the way to the 8th building of the Zhongxin Garden, where his acquaintances, the surviving civilians, were hiding. The young man had heard that a group of bandits was planning to attack a building where the survivors were hiding. The bandits were discussing how they would divide the spoils and what they would do with the people. It was in this building that a group of people led by Captain Li were hiding. They knew that an attack by local bandits was imminent. The villains shouted at the barricaded people to hand over the women, and then they would let the men live. But Captain Li did not believe their words. One of the women suggested going to the bandits and asking for mercy, hoping to save at least some lives. Another woman, younger, was categorically against it. She had no intention of becoming their plaything and slave. Captain Li reassured everyone, saying that they would manage. They would now guard the passage, and the villain would not be able to enter from the other side. The bandits on the street were confident in their strength. They knew that only one man inside the house had a gun. One of the bandits suggested that if the hostages did not comply with their demands, they should simply cut off the water supply and see how long the people would last and how quickly they would surrender. Xiaoyun and his companions crept quietly up to the building and watched what was happening. Xiaoyun told the child that these men were just as bad as the ones who had bullied the boy and his mother, and the young man prepared to shoot. Inside the building, Captain Li ordered the civilians not to reveal their positions and to sit very quietly, while he himself went downstairs to check what was happening on the street. The man reached the nearest window. He estimated that there were about a dozen gangsters near the entrance, fully equipped and armed. But before he could become completely frightened and upset, Captain Li heard the sounds of gunfire coming from the street. The gangsters, completely unaware of the trap, were shot in the head one after another. They couldn't understand what was happening or who was attacking them, but they realized that it wasn't zombies or hostages from the building. He took the lead in the shooting and looked out the window again. He recognized the young man who was confidently charging forward with an automatic weapon in his hands. The gangsters fell one after another, killed instantly, and the survivors were in such a panic that they were unable to react adequately and shoot accurately. One of the bandits jumped out and shot at Xiaoyong, confident that he would not miss. The bullets found this daredevil, and soon the bandits ran out of ammunition, so they resorted to hand-to-hand combat. But the outcome was the same for all of them. After dealing with the bandits in the courtyard, the young man entered the front entrance of the building, where the villains were also hiding in ambush. The three of them rushed to attack Xiaoyun and also left this world together to burn in the flames of hell. Xiaoyun received a system notification about a new task, which was to recruit survivors from the Zhongxiang Garden. Xiaoyun asked Captain Li who these people were, who were trying to get to the surviving civilians. It turned out that they were bandits from the Bekashan villas located in the south of the city. The guys in yellow shirts, helmets, bike gear, and goggles said they had fled from the southern part of the city, so they knew these gangsters well. They were talking about an armed gang holed up in the Baekashan villas. The young man remembered from his past life that Li Shushong and Kuijing lived in this area. Could it be the same gang? The guys in yellow said that this was not the only settlement in the south of the city. There used to be others, but they had little chance against the armed gang, and soon all the civilians were captured. The guy said that this gang was like animals. They killed civilians indiscriminately and took only beautiful women and children. Xiaoyun realized that these were the gangsters he wanted to find. It turned out that fortune favors the bold. The young man thoughtfully examined the bandits he had killed, planning his next steps. He ordered Captain Li to search these and other dead bandits and collect all their firearms, spare magazines with ammunition, and any useful items. He also gave the captain his rifle and 5 magazines of ammunition. Xiaoyun had no intention of ignoring the Baekashan gang. With these weapons, he could fight off a dozen people. The civilians needed to hold out for a few days, and then the young man would return and deal with the gang. One of the cyclists immediately said that there was absolutely no chance of doing that. The gang had dozens of people and a huge number of weapons. Captain Li tried to explain to the young man that the risk was not worth it and that the group of civilians would be better off finding another place. They would move a few kilometers away, and then the gangsters would simply not be able to find them in this city. Xiaoyun assured the captain that he had a personal score to settle with this gang. He would return in a few days with a large vehicle and take everyone with him. The young man said that not far from the old tea plantation, there was his fortress, which needed people. Xiaoyun said goodbye to Captain Li and the company and left the building with the Shengzhe family. A severed zombie head was placed on the fence of one of the houses, as if to show that this was no joke. Nearby, a man with an automatic weapon kept watch for any potential enemies approaching. The bodies of slain zombies were hung above the entrance to the Baekashan villa, also as a warning to anyone who might want to enter the territory. Inside the building, 4 men were sitting at a table. At the head of the table was a young man wearing glasses. He was most likely the leader. He was upset that the group had not yet dealt with the supplies from the Jinzhou mansion. Li Shuqiang addressed him as Mr. Wen and said that his men had already been sent there and would return soon. Another man present, a brunette, said that all kinds of rich people lived in that area, so there might be interesting and expensive things there. After all, they had to think about more than just food supplies. Shuqiang began to grin and said that he completely agreed with Kai. The bandit gave orders to his men to bring all the survivors with them. Wen was dissatisfied because none of his tasks had been completed well and efficiently so far. Li Shuqiang was clearly frightened and nervous. He began to assure his boss that he would do everything right and that there was no need to worry about it. Leaving his boss's office, Li Shuqiang breathed a sigh of relief because each time it was a huge stress for him. On the street, he met one of his subordinates, who told him that bad news had arrived about their guys. All the people had been killed, which was simply unbelievable, because ordinary residents lived in that house and a group of elite gangsters with weapons in their hands had failed to deal with them. Shuqiang ordered all his men who were capable of holding a weapon to gather, because this time they could not lose. Xiaoyun safely reached his hideout by car, which made all his like-minded comrades happy. Shanshan heard the sound of a car pulling up and immediately realized that Xiaoyun had returned. Everyone was very happy, and the girl and her grandfather rushed out into the street to meet their protector, who had returned safe and sound. The children immediately told their protector the news about how their night had gone, but Xiaoyun did not seem very surprised. Shanshan realized that the boy had known from the very beginning that the situation would turn out this way. Xiaoyun asked Zhangqi to take his mother and son to their room and help them settle in, then suggested that everyone meet near the infirmary. Shengbo was interested in whether Xiaoyun knew that Yimin was up to something. The young man admitted that he wasn't actually sure that Yimin would turn out to be the traitor. The only thing he knew for sure was that there would be betrayal. In a previous life, there had been a traitor among Zhangqi's friends, so all that remained was to wait for him to reveal himself. Xiaoyun asked him to pay attention to the machine gun. It was loaded with rubber bullets, so in any case, the traitor would not be able to cause irreparable harm to the inhabitants of the shelter. It remained to be seen how the zombie named Chang'e was unusual. Xiaoyun explained that it was much simpler than that, because Chang was not just a zombie, but a rather rare mutant. A few days ago, Xiaoyun asked the zombie a question and told him to blink 3 times if he understood. The monster blinked in response, and thus communication was established. Xiaoyun knew that those infected with the alien virus had a slim chance of becoming rare mutants. They usually had high intelligence and potential compared to ordinary ones. Some mutants could retain fragments of memories from their past human lives. Chong-ge was lucky to be one of the rare ones. The friends entered the infirmary and saw that Chong had pinned down Eamon, who had already begun to turn into a regular zombie. Chong waved to his friends who were still in shock and did not react to what they saw. Xiaoyun ordered the mutant not to torture the already unfortunate zombie, but simply to finish him off. Chong silently dragged Eamon by the scruff of his neck, doing so with absolute confidence and calm, as if he were a normal person. Zhang Shi, who was as shocked as everyone else, turned to his friend Chong and asked if he remembered. The next moment, the mutant jerked violently and tried to grab Zhang by the genitals. The guy managed to jump away at the last moment, but it turned out that this was their friendly joke. Even as a zombie, Chong still couldn't fully control his hands. He really remembered, and it was a miracle. After taking care of all his business, Zhao Yun went to check his achievements. It turned out that he had received a large number of bonus points for creating a mutant companion. He was offered all kinds of supplies that he could purchase with the points he had earned. He spent them on supplies for saving lives and armed resistance. As a result, the guy ended up with some really powerful weapons. And that was just the first level. Besides weapons, there was also a zombie infection blocker, which could heal a person if the infection wasn't complete. The guy's next task was to pick up the surviving civilians from Zhongshan Garden. He decided to do it tomorrow, and then he could move on to the second level. The next morning began with shooting practice. All the inhabitants of the shelter were given firearms and had to hone their skills. From that day on, they would have daily practical shooting lessons. So far, Grandpa Shengbo was the best at it. Xiaoyun asked him to prepare several rooms because today he would bring a group of survivors. Xiaoyun asked Chonggu to go with him to the city to pick up the survivors. The mutant wore a protective mask that locked with a key and prevented him from harming his loved ones. Xiaoyun and Chonggu drove off in a passenger car, but soon found a bus with a large number of bandits inside. They destroyed all the villains. The bus seemed like an excellent means of transport for the survivors. It turned out that a zombie was behind the wheel, and the mutant Chonggu quickly dealt with this monster. Xiaoyun gave him the key to the mask so that the guy could take it off. The young man was not afraid of his mutant companion at all, and allowed him to be without a mask when they were together. However, in the city near civilians, he had to put the mask back on so as not to scare people. Li Shuqiang's subordinates gathered in the car, saying they were ready to carry out his orders because their comrades had not yet returned from such a simple task. Shuqiang was simply furious. He couldn't believe that it took so many armed men to deal with a group of civilians who didn't even know how to use weapons properly. In the end, the gangsters got into the truck and set off to find their people and destroy the civilians. At the same time, a bus raced through the streets of the city, knocking down zombies and pushing cars out of its way. A group of civilians led by Captain Lee sat in one of the rooms of the building and ate snacks. The sound of an approaching vehicle caught their attention, and the boy immediately decided that it was Xiaoyun returning for them. Captain Lee was a very cautious man, and he immediately ordered his comrade to be quiet because they had to check everything first. Unfortunately, his fears were not in vain. A car loaded with another batch of armed bandits drove into the courtyard. Shuqiang distributed his men and ordered them to move in and kill everyone. Captain Lee realized that this time they were unlikely to be lucky because Xiaoyun had not yet arrived and the bandits were armed and angry. The men realized that these villains had learned nothing, but compared to the previous situation, they now had firearms, which they had obtained after killing the previous group. Captain Lee immediately reassured his comrades, saying that they should not be overconfident. This time there were even more bandits, and each of them was armed. Therefore, they had to stick to the plan. According to the plan, Captain Lee went to the roof of the building. He saw the villains assigning their duties and planning the operation to capture the building. Shu Xiong had no intention of talking to the people, so he positioned his men against the house, and they opened fire with automatic weapons, spraying everything with bullets. One of the civilians realized that the situation was really serious and shouted to the others to take cover immediately. In the next moment, nothing was left of the windows. They were smashed by the gangsters' automatic fire. Li Shuqiang ordered his men to shoot the civilians in the head, while he himself prepared to address them with a speech using a loudspeaker. But before Shuqiang could say more than a few words, one of his assistants was shot in the head. Before the villains could figure out where the shots were coming from and where the sniper was hiding, another bandit was wounded by a shot to the leg. The villains scattered, hiding in shelters, while Captain Lee, sitting on the roof with a rifle, tried to track down another victim to destroy. Li Shucheng was furious. His intelligence had reported only one pistol, but now the hostages suddenly had an automatic weapon, and it was unclear where they had found it. His subordinate, frightened and covered in sweat from fear, asked his boss what they would do in this situation. Hearing that they were going to retreat, the frightened villain rushed out alone, trying to escape from the cursed courtyard where many of his comrades had met their deaths. Soon a bullet caught up with him, and the brainless villain followed his friends. Shusong was terrified and could hardly think straight. He ordered the remaining subordinates to retreat. The men rushed to the car, while Shusheng watched as the sniper killed the bandits. Waiting for the moment when Captain Li would run out of ammunition or be busy with other villains, Li Shusheng rushed to take cover in the car. His calculation proved correct, and together with a couple of assistants, he jumped into the car and managed to drive away from the house before Captain Li resumed shooting. The rescue bus continued to race through the streets of the city as fast as possible, constantly dodging obstacles. Not far from where the civilians were waiting, a car crossed the bus's path, speeding by at tremendous speed. Of course, it couldn't help but attract Xiaoyun's attention, but the guy had an important mission to rescue people, so he didn't dwell on it. Soon the bus reached its destination, and Xiaoyun realized that his friend's machine gun had come in very handy. Most likely the car the guys had encountered nearby belonged to the fleeing gangsters. The mutant Changgu looked at the bodies of the dead villains, and saliva dripped from his mouth. Xiaoyun guessed that Chong was hungry and let his companion eat the bandits, because it was better than leaving the food for other zombies. He didn't have to persuade the mutant twice, and he immediately had a picnic on the side of the road. Xiaoyun left his companion and told him to go to the 8th house when he finished his meal. The sound of another car caught the boy's attention, and this time he was right. He saw Xiaoyun in the courtyard. The people poured out onto the balcony with great joy and greeted their savior with loud cheers. They thanked the young man, and Captain Li noted that it was all thanks to the rifle, because it was not for nothing that he had once served in the army as an infantry sniper. The sound of growling attracted people's attention, and they stared in fear at what was behind Xiaoyun. A terrifying zombie was approaching them, its clothes and face smeared with blood. The people lowered their weapons and prepared to shoot, but Xiaoyun asked them to put down their pistols and machine guns and explained that this guy was with him. Xiaoyun pointed out another group of dead people to the mutant, saying that he could eat them too if he wasn't full yet. The captain was shocked by what was happening. Not only had the young man arrived with a zombie, but he was also talking to it. Xiaoyun said that this was a special case. Everything was quite complicated, and he would explain the details to everyone on the way. But now they needed to get on the bus and not waste any time. The rescued civilians sat down on the bus, not taking their eyes off the mutant zombie, who had finished his meal and put on a protective mask. The kid was shocked by what he saw. He was stunned that the zombie had put on a muzzle himself. However, Xiaoyun asked him not to say the word muzzle in front of the zombie, otherwise the kid would get a slap. Ignoring the shocked and surprised people, Chonggu entered the bus like a normal passenger. Chonggu approached Xiaoyun and, handing him the key to the mask, said the word key several times. This fact amazed even the young man. Xiaoyun realized that Chonggu had begun to evolve after eating 6 fresh corpses. He had to hurry back to the shelter to get points for saving civilians and remain the strongest in the fortress. Li Shuxiong stood in front of his boss again, trying to justify himself, while Kai accused him of being an idiot and unable to complete a single task properly. Shuxiong said it wasn't his fault because the civilians had automatic weapons and shot his entire group. Li Wen considered this to be complete nonsense. A simple police officer could not have a rifle. Where would he have obtained it? Shuxiong tried to justify himself by saying that others could go and check, because he was telling the truth. At that moment, Kai literally kicked him out of his boss's office. Kai admitted that this idiot had been annoying him for a long time, and since he had caused such great losses, it was probably better to deal with him once and for all. Another gangster suggested that Kai just wanted to take Shushun's girlfriend away from him, but Kai only smiled, although his eyes gleamed greedily. Kai suggested that the 3 of them share the girlfriend among themselves, since they were real friends and she was just a thing. Li Wen suggested not rushing, but waiting for the right moment to divide the candy among themselves. Li Shuxiong listened to this conversation outside the door, and his eyes turned black with hatred, his fists clenched, dreaming of smashing the faces of these 3 insolent men. Shuxiong rushed home, where he was met by the beautiful Kui. The man ordered her to pack her things urgently because they were going to leave. In his opinion, the place would soon become unsafe, and they needed to think ahead, so he decided they had to leave. Shushong called his assistant to give him an urgent order. He ordered them to gather the remaining people and all valuable items from the villa and prepare to leave at midnight. Kui listened attentively to this conversation. Finally, a bus with a new batch of freed civilians pulled into the refuge. People got out and looked around, spellbound. The boy thought it was a real fortress at the end of the world, and now nothing threatened them. Xiaoyun received confirmation that the task of recruiting survivors was complete, and now the guy had a bonus for exceeding the target, as well as enough points in his account. Xiaoyun immediately turned to his mutant companion and said that the next night they would go to the southern district together. He didn't want to go into details and tell everyone about his plans. He only said that he had one unresolved conflict, so he needed to visit the people from the Bikishan villas. Finally alone, the guy was able to buy a box of dark technology supplies. It was his first second-level box. Xiaoyun immediately activated it, hoping that the contents of the box would not disappoint him. As a result, the young man received a physical enhancement potion, and it was a tremendous power that he immediately took advantage of. The effect was so powerful that the entire room and even the building were lit up with flashes of light. Xiaoyun checked his stats and found that he was 6 times stronger than ordinary people. It was a wonderful feeling of confidence. At that moment, an unsuspecting mosquito flew through the room, minding its own business, with no intention of attacking the young man. But Xiaoyun's reaction was so quick that he managed to catch the mosquito in mid-flight and hold it by its leg. It was nothing personal, he just wanted to test his reaction time. The next day, Xiaoyun and the mutant were preparing to leave for the city for the Bikushan area. The guy asked Captain Lee to keep an eye on the overall security situation and to supervise the shooting training of all the shelter residents, since Captain Lee had the best skills in this area. The captain gladly agreed and said he would do his best to make sure every resident of the shelter could shoot like a super sniper. Xiaoyun and Chong left for the city. In his villa closer to midnight, Li Shuxiong had almost finished packing everything he could take with him and was preparing to leave the area with his subordinates. Suddenly, the car's headlights blinded him, and the man froze in place, not understanding what was happening because it was impossible to see. Inside the car, which had arrived just in time, were Shuxiong's beloved girlfriend Kui, as well as Li Wen and Kai. A gangster named Shu, with a gun in his hands, approached the owner of the villa and asked where the man was going in the middle of the night. Shu Xun recognized his boss and immediately began to justify himself, saying that he planned to take advantage of the darkness and, together with his surviving subordinates, deal with the residents of the Zhangxiang Garden. Dong Shu ordered his subordinates to take the body of Shu Xiong's assistant out of the trunk and throw it at his feet. The man immediately began to wriggle out of it, saying that he had never seen this person before and had no idea who he was. Most likely, he was some kind of enemy who could have told his boss all sorts of nonsense. In response, Dong Shu and his subordinates opened fire. Li Shuxiong realized that there was nowhere to run and waited for the bullet to hit him, but suddenly the shooting stopped, and the man, drenched in sweat and shaking with fear, froze in place. Dong Shu suggested that Shuxiong look into the car to see who was sitting in it, and then think about whether it was worth continuing to lie. In the front seat next to Kai sat his beloved woman, Cui Jing. Kai said that there was no point in making excuses because the girl had told them about his betrayal. Li Shuxiong was ready to tear this slut to pieces because she dared to dump him and betray him. There was no point in listening to this gangster's screams anymore, so the boss gave the order to destroy him. The gangsters carried out such orders with great enthusiasm and imagination, and soon Li Shuxiong was hanging from his own gate, suspended by a rope. This was the scene that Xiaoyun encountered when he finally reached the southern part of the city. It turned out that he was too late to deal with his enemy personally. The boys left the bus a little way from the villa district so as not to attract the attention of local bandits with the noise of the engine. Sneaking quietly through the narrow streets of the city, they reached Li Shuxiong's villa and found him at home. Now he would always hang like a scary talisman on his gate. Of course, it was very disappointing that Xiaoyun did not deal with him personally, but by the time they met, the gangster had already begun to gradually turn into a zombie. The young man cut the rope, and his opponent slammed his face into the asphalt, unable to defend himself or even think straight. Although zombies don't feel pain, Xiaoyun grabbed the villain by the hair. He was confident in his strength and knew that this walking dead man was incapable of harming him. The young man promised to help avenge Shuxiong's enemies. Kui Jing, with bruises and abrasions on her face, lay on the bed and did not understand why she was being treated this way, since she had helped the boss and provided evidence of Li Shuxiong's betrayal. Kai was already getting dressed when he heard a strange sound coming from the street. The man went to the window and saw something that shocked him. All the guards were stationed around the perimeter of the villa, in the courtyard and at the entrances, but they had been killed, their bodies lying in pools of blood. Zhao Yun was looking at the villa's illuminated windows from the street. He had already chosen his next victim and was not going to delay. In an instant, the guy managed to jump onto the window, threw it open, and held a sharp knife to Kai's throat. He had no desire to talk, so in the next moment, the gangster's throat was slit, and he only managed to croak in response. Having dealt with Li Wen in the same way, Xiao Yun looked at his former fiancé, who, stammering with fear, was trying to figure out what he intended to do and what his plans were for the girl. Xiao Yun had a rough idea of what the company was doing here, and now the young man was going to help true lovers meet, despite all the obstacles. The guy threw open the door, and Li Shuxiong ran into the room to reunite with his beloved woman. Kuijing tried to explain something to her lover, but he just sank his teeth into her neck and began to tear her to pieces. Leaving the loving couple to entertain themselves, Xiaoyong and his companion went out into the street. While Chong satisfied his appetite by eating the bodies of the freshly killed villains, Xiaoyun looked around carefully and listened to what was happening around him. Soon his keen hearing picked up human voices. Behind closed doors in one of the buildings were civilians who had been kidnapped and brought here by bandits. At that moment, one of the villains grabbed a little girl and showed her to the fat cook, saying that the girl had thin skin and tender meat. The cook was not satisfied with this choice of food. The girl seemed too thin to him, and his gaze fell on a chubby boy who was sitting with his mother among the hostages. The mother tried to protect her son and even attempted to attack the cook, but she was thrown to the ground and now wept. The inconsolable woman turned to the other captives, begging them to save her child. People turned away in shame, lowering their eyes. Deep down, they were glad that the choice had not fallen on them today. Suddenly, sounds from outside caught everyone's attention, both the hostages and the bandits. The armed villains took out their weapons and prepared to face the unknown enemy, who, judging by the sounds, was using a shotgun. One of the bandits crept up to the door to look through the peephole and see who was making such a noise inside their villa. The man didn't have time to see anything before a zombie's hand jumped out from behind the door and grabbed him by the throat. The frightened bandits only had time to notice that it was the hand of a walking dead man, which meant that the zombies had made their way inside, and now everyone was in trouble. They opened fire on the door behind which the zombie was hiding and where their comrade had been dragged. But in the next moment, the boards covering the windows were knocked out by zombies jumping from the street. In the blink of an eye, one of them was in the middle of the room, grabbed the fat cook by the head, and before he could swing his cleaver, dealt with him. With a slight movement of his hand, the cook's head spun like a bottle cap and was completely torn off. The other villains also died before they could use the weapons they were holding. People looked in surprise at the strange zombie, who had killed only the villains and had not even tried to attack them. An unfamiliar guy entered the door and asked the zombie if the mask was bothering him. The zombie replied that the mask was very comfortable and made him look even cooler. The frightened hostages were tired of being afraid, because the zombie was not going to kill them and was even talking to them. Finally, Xiao Yun addressed the people and asked them not to be afraid, saying that everything was under control and that this zombie would not harm them. He was their friend. The little girl, her eyes filled with tears, had not yet realized that she was facing a super monster capable of killing in a second. This description of the girl caught Xiaoyong's attention, and he asked if she had seen such a monster anywhere. It turned out that she had indeed seen one, a mutant at the jewelry market in the eastern part of the city. Xiaoyong did not think that the mutation would occur so quickly. He expected it to take months. In addition, the jewelry market was not far from the tea town where his hideout was located. The level of rationality and hunting efficiency of rare mutants differed from that of ordinary zombies. But mutations were often unstable, so such zombies became strange and dangerous. Chen Chong realized with horror that he too could turn into a monster in the near future, and the guy did not want such a fate under any circumstances. Xiaoyan promised that he would not allow this to happen. Besides, Chong was a real lucky guy, so he had nothing to worry about. The young man turned to the hostages and asked if there were any other people on the villa grounds. It turned out that many people were locked in the sales office and basement. Xiaoyun, along with the mutant and the rescued people, went in search of the other survivors. What they found was beyond comprehension. The basement was littered with dead bodies. The bandits caught and killed survivors every day, which is why there were no other camps left in the south of the city. A male hostage said that the villains regularly took away meat, meaning they killed people to feed someone. Xiaoyun understood that such a huge amount of meat was needed to feed a lot of people. But even so, they didn't eat it. Most likely, the bandits were feeding the zombies. The young man asked one of the hostages to tell him about the sales office where people were hiding. The man knew that it was about a kilometer away, near the south gate. He only knew that people were initially taken there, and those who were being prepared for slaughter were gathered here. What a nightmare and horror. Xiaoyun received a notification about his next task. He needed to increase the number of people in his community as much as possible. The young man and his mutant companion went to the sales office in the hope of finding survivors there. The guards heard shots coming from the north gate and decided that their comrades were practicing shooting on the survivors. The bandits didn't even notice when the mutant Chong appeared behind them. In one of the offices of the building sat a group of young girls who had been stripped of their clothes, leaving them in their underwear. The girls also heard some noise. They were exhausted and alarmed, not wanting to experience another encounter with zombies or bandits. The office door began to open, and one of the girls, as if spellbound, repeated the phrase, "Just don't come in, just don't come in, just don't come in." The door swung open, and a blue-eyed handsome man appeared in the doorway. With a friendly look, he told the girls to come out and follow him. Soon all the people who had been locked in the building were found, and the group followed Xiaoyun. The people were ready to go anywhere, just to escape from the zombies and bandits. Xiaoyun warned the people that he would take them to a safe place, but they had to be prepared to work. Never before had people been so willing to work and do any job, so everyone followed their savior in unison. The bus loaded up a new batch of rescued people and headed for the shelter. The road presented no problems, and soon the bus stopped near the entrance to the shelter. The people were able to get out and breathe a sigh of relief. Shanshan and Qizhang were on the watchtower and saw Xiaoyun returning. However, they noticed that the boy was not trying to drive inside, but remained outside the fence. Xiaoyang pointed the people toward the shelter and said that it was their fortress, but he couldn't let them inside. The people understood this, as they knew that the world was dangerous, but they immediately had questions about their future place of residence. Xiaoyun pointed to the trailers and said that people could live in these temporary houses behind the fence near the fortress. Of course, it wasn't as safe as inside, but it was better than in the city. The people bowed to their savior in sincere gratitude. The next morning came, and the truck pulled up to the villas on the south side of town. No one came out to meet the car, despite the honking of the horn. The girl didn't understand where the local gangsters had gone. Together with her partner, she entered the premises and walked through the floors of the building. Instead of business partners, she found only empty rooms and hungry walking dead. The new arrivals were immediately attacked by zombies, who were extremely hungry and hoping to feed on human flesh. The girl was not only beautiful and long-legged brunette, but also very strong. She dealt with the zombies with one hand, without flinching or fear. She impressed with her speed and reaction. In a matter of seconds, all the zombies were killed, and the knife was proudly displayed in her hand. The assistant asked where they would get meat since everything here was empty. It became clear that there was no choice. They would have to find food themselves. But first, they had to find out who dared to interfere with them, and then her goal was to kill the intruder. The assistant reported that there were no more living people left. He had checked everything and made sure of it. Fortunately, there was a small amount of meat that had been prepared in advance. Rui ordered a truck to be brought and loaded. While the loading was going on, the girl tried to analyze the situation to understand who dared to cross her path. She noticed the tire tracks on the asphalt. Judging by the width, it was not a passenger car, which made the situation even more interesting. Who was this insolent person who managed to pull off such a stunt? Xiaoyun had checked his indicators first thing in the morning and made sure that the main task was to maximize the number of people in the community. Population remained the key indicator. In the tent city, people went about their usual morning activities for the first time in a long time, without fear of being burned by zombies or killed by bandits. Xiaoyun remembered the rare mutant he had heard about from the girl and decided to find out more from her before she forgot. People rushed to greet the young man, calling him their savior and kneeling in gratitude for what he had done for them. Xiaoyun was genuinely touched by such a display of human emotion. He turned to the little girl and asked her where exactly she had seen the super monster. Her mother said it was at the jewelry market in the Horan store. A group of survivors had gone there for supplies but encountered the monster. Several people were killed and the rest ran away. The woman and her daughter fled and met another group of people who turned out to be even worse than animals. Their rescue turned into a new nightmare. Xiaoyun listened to all this horror, and a plan to visit the Huaran store was already forming in his head. Shanshan was very worried about the boy's life and advised him not to provoke the monster, since they had enough supplies. But Zhang was sure, you can't just sit and use up your supplies. It's better to take them while you have the chance. The Huaran store was only a few kilometers from the shelter, so the unknown monster threatened the safety of the entire settlement. The woman realized that Xiaoyun was going to confront the super monster and tried to dissuade him, saying that he killed without hesitation. But Xiaoyun was confident in his abilities and knew what he was doing. He asked Zhang Qi to call the mutant Chong to go to the supermarket together. Another group of survivors headed for the supermarket, as rumor had it that there was still food there. People hoped to get some food. They were armed with frying pans and sticks. People understood that the store was most likely already empty, but they preferred to hope that something was left for them because they had repeatedly found leftover food in other stores. It was logical. There were few survivors left who were brave enough to wander around grocery stores in the midst of the apocalypse. They entered the premises and empty dark corridors greeted them with silence and gloom. Of course, the store had long since been looted, but not completely, so it was still possible to find at least some food. The people huddled together and tried to figure out if there was anyone alive here. Their voices and noise attracted zombies, who immediately rushed at the people. The survivors were already well-trained enough to deal with lone zombies using sticks, frying pans, and other improvised weapons. The guys decided that most of the zombies had been taken away by the people who had been in the store before them, so now everything was going very well. The people moved deeper into the supermarket, reminding each other not to relax. At that moment, a dark silhouette appeared silently in one of the aisles. This zombie mutant was truly terrifying. It stared at its future victims and waited for them to go deeper, like mice in a mousetrap. Finally, the people reached the shelves with food, which even had edible supplies. It was truly a stroke of luck. They had to grab everything and get out of there as quickly as possible. The girl saw something she hadn't seen in many months. It was an ordinary bed, but how pleasant it was to lie on it. A soft mattress and clean sheets. She wanted to stay there forever. Realizing how lucky they were, people even considered staying to live in this supermarket. Two guys stepped aside to have a smoke, because on top of everything else, they had found cigarettes. It really was paradise. Of course, it was impossible to stay here permanently because the shopping center was quite large, with many entrances and exits, and it was difficult to defend. In addition, the amount of supplies attracted other people. But nearby, the man spotted a two-story building that looked pretty good. The man didn't have time to finish his sentence before a mutant instantly pounced on him, hoping to enjoy some tasty meat. The guy, unable to feel his legs, rushed to his friends in the supermarket, trying to warn them about the zombie and save himself at the same time. But the young man did not manage to run far. He was impaled on a blade that pierced him through and through. The mutant monster was truly huge and strong. It was almost 1.5 times taller than a human, and its strength was unreal. The girl heard a strange noise but did not try to find out what had happened, realizing that she needed to get out of there urgently. People rushed to the exit, followed by a huge monster screaming that he would not let anyone go. Never before had people run so fast in an attempt to save themselves, but the mutant caught them one by one and killed them instantly. Only the girl remained, continuing to run toward the supermarket exit. The door to safety was literally a few meters away, and it seemed that she would be able to reach it. But suddenly she stopped abruptly, realizing that there was no chance. The girl turned around and saw something she did not expect in front of her. In front of her stood a zombie mutant, but not the one that had been chasing her, but some unfamiliar one wearing a mask and a muzzle. He told the girl to stay where she was and not interfere, then turned and went deeper into the supermarket to meet the monster. The girl did not have time to come to her senses and realize that she was not going to die, when two guys appeared in front of her, one of whom was very familiar. The girl looked closely at her savior and recognized him as the guy who had bought land when she worked in real estate before the apocalypse. Xiaoyun also recognized the beauty. Back then, in the office, she had treated him with respect, despite her boss's reaction. The girl was in shock and began to utter meaningless phrases about there being a ghost monster inside the shopping center and that they needed to run away immediately. Xiao Yun promised that everything would be fine. The two mutants finally met. Of course, Chong was much weaker than his opponent, who thought that his colleague was going to take all the food for himself. Xiao Yun asked Chong if he needed help or if he could handle it himself. The guy planned to figure it out on his own. The next moment, a huge, unfamiliar mutant took up an attacking position, jumping back to a favorable distance. The super monster had never encountered its equal before and thought it would be real fun. A worthy battle between two powerful beings. The monster gathered speed and leaped at the calmly standing mutant Chong. Chong managed to jump back before his opponent caught up with him. The monster hoped that his evolution would accelerate if he ate one of his own kind. But before that happened, Chong's fist landed squarely on his opponent's face, and the blow was so strong that the monster fell on its back. The super zombie finally realized that his opponent, although he didn't look very powerful, was physically strong, and then a kick landed right on his spine. Chong hit his opponent but did not cause any damage. Besides, the mutant skillfully moved across the ceiling and escaped from the guy. Out of reach, the super zombie realized that the strength he had been building up for so long would finally come in handy. Gathering all his anger and hatred, the mutant rushed at Chen, who seemed like a child compared to his opponent. Shaijing was very worried about his friend's fate. He could see that his friend was losing, and the monster was indeed very strong. Xiaoyun was glad they had arrived in time. Otherwise, they would not have been able to deal with the mutant if they had waited a little longer. The young man took the machine gun out of the ring. Xiaoyun promised not to tease his mutant companion anymore if he could hold on for another second and took aim. Chen Chong understood what Xiaoyun wanted and managed to grab his opponent's arms, holding him in place for a moment. A shot rang out and the bullet hit the mutant squarely in the middle of the head. However, it had no effect. The mutant did not die but became even angrier and was about to tear everyone to pieces. Shizhong was stunned to see that the shot to the head had not killed the creature. Xiaoyun calmly began firing continuously at the super mutant. Soon the mutant's body was riddled with holes, but it still took some effort. In the end, the monster was killed, and by that time its body was full of holes. Xiaoyun suggested that Chen Chong eat the mutant. This would allow the young man to become stronger and increase his abilities more quickly. It felt awkward to leave such a wonderful establishment empty-handed, so Xiaoyun suggested robbing the supermarket. He raised his hand and activated the storage ring, which sucked up all the food in the store. It was amazing magic, almost like sorcery. It was also necessary to clean up. If the bodies of the dead were left behind, they would turn into zombies, so Chong's feast continued. An unfamiliar light-colored car slowed down away from the shelter, hiding behind the trees. The man used binoculars to observe what was happening on the shelter's grounds. He saw a girl in the watchtower. Today, Shan Shan was on guard duty. In addition, the bandit noticed a large group of people who were unarmed and simply going about their daily business. Their only advantage was the sturdy shelter building. Rui didn't understand how such weaklings had managed to defeat Wen and Kai. Most likely, these people had sent a horde of zombies to do all the dirty work for them. The villains were absolutely delighted with their find. They believed that God had seen their suffering and sent them prey in a new future home. They decided not to attack right away, but to return later, gathering more people and weapons. The car turned around and drove away. At the same time, Xiaoyun and her companions were returning to the shelter. Zhang surprised the girl by telling her that there were not only mattresses there, but also hot water for showers. Suddenly, Xiaoyun's attention was drawn to a car driving towards them. The guy ordered everyone to get their weapons ready, and Zhang instantly took out his rifle and reloaded it. The car drove by without showing any aggression, and Rui stared intently at the people sitting in the oncoming car. Immediately, a new task was given, which was to repel the attack. Xiaoyun realized that the beautiful woman in the car would be his future opponent. Upon arriving at the shelter, the young man immediately went to the observation tower and asked Shan Shan if any strangers had appeared. The girl said that a car had passed by in the distance, but it had not approached. Shan Shan decided that it was Xiaoyun returning from his mission. Xiaoyun asked me to tell his grandfather to gather everyone together, as he had an important announcement to make. In the southern suburbs, there was a coal factory that had long been abandoned and was no longer in operation. The transmitter picked up waves and signals that guided people's movements. The announcement said that the coal plant in the southern suburbs was short-staffed, so all survivors were invited to come. The guys realized they had come to the specified coordinates and waited to meet with their employers. Just then, a light-colored passenger car pulled up to them. Fortunately, it was not driven by zombies, and the guys were happy. Two men and a woman got out of the car, and the woman asked the guys if they had come in response to the ad. The girl's appearance pleased the guys, and they were happy to be there. The beauty announced that the guys had arrived just in time and invited everyone to follow her to the office for paperwork and further discussion. The guys hadn't had such happy days in a long time, and they decided that they were finally lucky. They all approached the factory building together. The doors opened, and several more living people came out to meet them. Once inside, the young people relaxed even more. It was a huge room with enough space for everyone to hide from the zombies. An excellent refuge. One of the guys tried to excuse himself for a second to go to the bathroom. However, the beautiful girl said she would take him inside and show him a normal bathroom. The girl walked into the bathroom with the guy without any embarrassment and stood next to him while he did his business. The young man decided that a closer relationship would develop between them. But it couldn't get any closer than that. The next second, the beauty's knife pierced the guy's throat. The young man did not even have time to zip up his fly before he was lying in a pool of his own blood at the beauty's feet. When she came out of the toilet, her subordinate reported that everything was ready, and the girl gave the order to drag everyone into the toilet. Looking at the bodies of the dead, Rui ordered to call the second and third. At that time, a general meeting of residents was being held on the territory of the shelter. Xiaoyun reported that an attack on their camp was being prepared. Captain Li wanted to know who their enemy was, but even Xiaoyun did not know. Furthermore, there was no information about when the attack would take place. Xiaoyun ordered Zhang and Chong to go with him to clear the unfinished building in the southeast and provide temporary shelter for the survivors. Everyone present expressed a desire to participate in the clearing operation rather than stand aside. Xiaoyun left the old man and Captain Li to guard the fortress. All participants in the clearing were given weapons, and the group of survivors set off for the abandoned building. It was a tall, unfinished building, and now it had to be made livable. The people worked together to destroy the zombies they encountered in the corridors, using all available means. By this time, the survivors had already learned how to deal with single zombies during the apocalypse. Soon, the building was cleared of the walking dead. Xiaoyun ordered everyone to check themselves for wounds or other consequences of the encounter with the zombies. When it turned out that everyone was safe, the young man explained that during the attack, people would wait it out here. However, they did not want to just hide, but were going to fight together against future enemies. Xiaoyun decided that people needed to get organized, after which he would give them guns and ammunition. During the attack, they would keep in touch by radio and listen to commands. Perhaps their help would be useful. Near the coal mine, weapons and everything else needed for the future attack were being unloaded and loaded. A huge mutant man of gigantic proportions demanded meat and complained of terrible hunger. Rui told her partner that things were going well overall, but their base at Villa Begashan had been completely destroyed, and now they would have to find food themselves. Rui found out that a group of survivors from the eastern suburbs was behind this. The next day, she planned to take the second one with her, as well as a team of people, and kill everyone there. Late in the evening, Xiaoyun checked his stats and the availability of items in the system store. His attention was drawn to 2 second-level boxes. Such items had not been in the store before. It was a physical enhancement of personal characteristics that made a person 8 times stronger than a normal person. The next day, a group of cars and a couple of motorcyclists, armed and prepared, set off in the direction of the hideout. As the bandits approached, Rui began to tell her assistants the details of the upcoming battle. The second would start breaking through the gate. The people would hide behind the modified cars and suppress the enemy with fire. The second one rode with them in the car. He wanted to kill and eat. The giant was hungry. Xiaoyun led Captain Li to a remote position, but the shooter thought the place was much worse than the watchtower. There were many blind spots near the walls. However, the guy insisted that visibility was completely unnecessary here. This confused Captain Li. He didn't understand why Xiaoyun had brought him here. Captain Li had once worked as a sniper for a short time, but now he doubted his abilities. However, he was sure that he could handle a distance of 1 to 200 meters. With a decent weapon, he was an excellent shooter, albeit a little shy. This was exactly what Xiaoyun wanted to hear. More confidence and calmness. Then success was almost guaranteed. Qizheng interrupted their conversation, saying that he had never worked so hard in his life. He could barely carry the box and didn't understand why he had to carry bricks such a long distance. Xiaoyun opened the box, and inside was a powerful Barrett sniper rifle. Captain Lee was thrilled with the weapon. He didn't understand how Xiaoyun had managed to get hold of it, but the young man pointed out that there were only 10 rounds of ammunition, so they would have to use it sparingly. Captain Lee held the powerful weapon in his hands with excitement and awe, realizing that his life had not been lived in vain. Qijing reported that everyone was ready and had taken their positions. Xiaoyun warned them to be on the alert. The enemy could appear at any moment. Just then, Shanshan reported over the radio that she saw something strange. Captain Shanshan took up her position and, with the help of her optics, was able to see the enemies approaching. The enemy attack was about to begin. The bandits approached the shelter, but were surprised to find no one outside. Had they been sent to their deaths? Without wasting any time, Rui immediately ordered an attack, because it would be more difficult to do so later. The inhabitants of the shelter would have time to prepare. The entire group of vehicles sped off at tremendous speed. Shanshan broadcasted live from the watchtower and coordinated the movement, giving the order for everyone to attack. The men lined up and opened direct fire with all available weapons at the approaching enemy. The field was riddled with bullets, and some of the bandits were killed by direct hits. The villains clearly did not expect such an encounter. Rui was literally furious. It was impossible, but the inhabitants of the shelter had somehow noticed them and even managed to prepare. The girl ordered the vehicle to pull up close to the walls to hide behind them and avoid the fire. After that, she gave the order to the second. The giant jumped out of the car ready to kill, holding a huge chainsaw in his hands. The second approached the gate and, despite its reinforcement, began to saw through it with his saw. The shooting continued, but people had already noticed the giant trying to open the gate. The villains hid behind the cars and began to shoot back, covering the second and giving him the opportunity to saw through the gate. One of the bullets hit the bespectacled man, and he was wounded in the shoulder. Qidong noticed that the enemies had a lot of automatic weapons, and their weapons were just as good as theirs. The wounded guy was dragged away, and they immediately tried to take and hold their positions, as they had enough ammunition. Shenbo understood that the villains were trying to break through the main gate. Captain Lee assumed that they would not be able to avoid trouble. Xiaoyun was completely calm and said, "Everything is going according to plan." After that, the young man turned around and ran at great speed toward the watchtower, without saying anything to his comrades. The villains had only half of their arsenal left, and the second had not yet finished sawing through the gate. They realized that they might not succeed. The second, filled with hatred, continued to saw through the gate with all his strength, realizing that there was very little left. Soon it became clear that the gate was opening, and Shanshan called on her comrades to support her with fire and prevent the villains from passing. Rui was filled with anger and hatred. She wanted to see how these simpletons would cope with the nightmare of evolution. The girl ordered her subordinates to hide behind the second and to take up positions around the perimeter when they entered the territory. Xiaoyun climbed onto the balcony of the building and contacted Captain Lee by radio. At the young man's command, the sniper was to shoot the biggest guy. Even from a long distance, it was impossible not to see the giant, so Captain Lee kept him in his sights. A few minutes later, the shocked residents of the shelter watched the creature and wondered if it was even human. The huge, muscular giant, resembling a human, walked straight ahead, unresponsive to the shots. A group of bandits hid behind his powerful body. The second one charged forward, bullets bouncing off his chest, his face reflecting only rage and hatred. Gradually, the wounds from the field damage healed, the bullets popped out, and it became clear that this unknown creature regenerated very quickly. Rui was pleased with the second's effect on the shelter's inhabitants. They were shocked. Apparently, this was their first encounter with an evolved being. Captain Lee also noticed that the giant was healing, and that weak weapons would do nothing against it. The man took aim and fired. The shot was perfect. The bullet hit its target, pierced its head, and instantly sent the creature to hell. The bandits were shocked. They didn't understand how this could have happened because they were confident in their comrade's power. Rui guessed that it was due to the power and lethality of the weapon, but it was unclear where these people had gotten it. At that moment, Xiaoyun's voice rang out from behind them. The young man had managed to get around the villains while they were distracted by the second. The bandits began to panic. They realized they were surrounded, and several of them had already been shot in the forehead. Rui realized that she had miscalculated and underestimated the strength of the enemy. They needed to escape urgently and return to their cars. The villains rushed back, but not all of them managed to make it. Rui recognized the boy she had passed on the road the day before, and now he was standing with a powerful rifle, aiming almost point blank. The villain managed to grab the driver running past and use his body as cover. The boy was hit by several bullets in the chest. Xiaoyun realized that this girl's reactions were too quick for a normal person. Most likely, she had also evolved. While the young man was distracted, Rui threw the body of the murdered driver at him with all her strength. Xiaoyun managed to jump out of the way, but he was distracted again, which gave the girl the opportunity to close the distance to her car. Captain Lee was in no hurry. He was still basking in the sun, lying on the roof and watching the villains through the optical sight of his rifle. The girl in the red jacket and short shorts came into his sights. My mother always said that provocatively dressed girls are dangerous, he thought. Captain Lee loved girls very much, but he loved shooting a sniper rifle even more. The bullet hit the beauty and knocked off her leg. Rui was literally 1.5 meters away from the car when she collapsed onto the asphalt, wounded and missing a leg. Her assistant grabbed Rui by the arm and pulled her into the car. The car screeched and sped away from the hideout, trying to avoid the bullets, but the villains still managed to get away. Xiaoyun was not upset, knowing that the villains would surely return to take revenge. At that moment, the game gave a new task: hunt down the villains and attack their base. The location of the base was indicated. The inhabitants of the shelter were happy. They had managed to deal with the attacking bandits. The first attack had been so powerful and dangerous. Xiaoyun gave orders to treat the wounded and reported the need for disinfection because strangers had entered their territory. After that, it was possible to retrieve the survivors from the abandoned building because the shelter's territory was safe again. For successfully repelling today's attack, the young man received a large number of points, which could be spent wisely. The villains finally reached the coal mine and got out of the car in small numbers, badly injured. They were met by their comrades who couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that the first one was missing a leg. They wanted to know what had happened. Admitting that the villains had been too careless, they did not expect the people to have heavy weapons. The girl could barely stand on one leg and ordered her subordinates not to look at her, but to urgently bring human flesh. When the men did not respond, she called them useless idiots and said that the guys were not even worth a single finger of the second. These words provoked enormous anger in the third. He had no intention of listening to the woman and demanded that she learn to hold her tongue. These words literally left Rui speechless. Third had no intention of obeying her orders. The girl ordered her assistants to grab the third, but the guys did not respond to the order. The third, with a confident and satisfied smile, announced that Rui was wounded, the second was dead, and now he was the strongest of them all. The men were tired of Rui's insults and no longer intended to heed her opinion or carry out her orders. Rui tensed, realizing that her subordinates were going to rebel against her. However, she was confident that she could handle them all. But she was alone, and there were too many men who wanted her dead. Gradually, they surrounded their boss, and the circle around her tightened. The third guy showed the others how to use an iron pipe to get revenge for the pain and humiliation. In a few minutes, Rui was done for. One of the guys approached the new boss and called him by his usual name, the third. But seeing the anger and aggression on his boss's face, the guy realized he had misspoken, fell to his knees, and began to beg for forgiveness. The boss was no longer third, but first. The young man wanted to express his thoughts to the boss, thoughts that were troubling him. Rui was dead. Second was dead too. Many people among the gangsters had died, and their fighting power had greatly diminished. What would happen to them if they met the guy they called Tentacle? The third told the guy not to worry. They would go to the guys from the Sagan gang who lived at the local steel mill. The next day, Xiaoyun set out on a mission to clean up the villain's base in the coal mine. This time, the young man took Captain Lee and Shijong with him. The guys walked very quietly, trying not to make any noise or attract attention. However, they didn't meet anyone. Near the entrance to the room lay the body of a female villain who had participated in the storming of the hideout the day before. Everyone understood that she had been killed by her own people. Such behavior was absolutely typical for villains and all kinds of gangs. She had let her subordinates down. Shidong noted that the huge guy who had stormed the shelter fence the day before did not look like Chong, that is, like a mutant or a zombie. Captain Lee heard his comrades call him evolved, but the shooter did not understand what that meant or how to become such a person. Xiaoyun explained to his comrades that to do so, one must eat people. The guy's eyes bulged. They had never encountered anything like this before and couldn't imagine it. He added that the easiest way to gain zombie abilities was to eat people. Qiding noted that Xiaoyun himself also had such abilities, and if they wanted to survive, would they also have to eat people? The young man reassured his companions, saying that this was the most obvious way, but not the only one, so there was no need to worry. Xiao Yun took a red glowing object resembling a tomato out of his pocket and handed it to his companions. Evolutionaries and zombies need to consume the flesh of mutants, while mutants need to consume alien energy in order to evolve. In ordinary people, this energy is scattered throughout their blood and flesh. In rare mutants and evolutionaries, everything is concentrated in the core. The longer the disaster lasts, the more chances zombies have to gather energy in the core. Captain Li realized that eating zombie flesh could have an evolutionary effect, but Qi Zhang immediately stated that he would never do such a thing. Xiao Yun explained that in this case, ordinary people would turn into zombies, and only mutants like Chong could become stronger by consuming zombies. The game displayed a message that the enemy base had been cleared. The base without people was no longer a threat. But at that moment, a zombie that had appeared out of nowhere attacked Xiao Yun. The Walking Dead was instantly knocked out, and the guys began to look around, not understanding how the zombie had managed to sneak up unnoticed. As they say, every cloud has a silver lining. Xiao Yun opened the zombie's chest and pulled out the core. Now he had 2 cores, and both comrades could enhance their abilities. But Qi Zhang categorically refused, saying that he would give his core to Captain Li. Hoping that things wouldn't get worse and realizing that life was short anyway, Captain Li swallowed both cores. In his heart, he hoped that he wouldn't throw up. After a few seconds, he felt a pleasant sensation. The muscles in his eyes filled with strength and grew stronger. Xiao Yun reassured his friend, saying that his powers were small now, but he was only at the beginning of his evolution. Having finished their business and made sure that no one was left on the territory of the coal mine, the guys decided to return to the shelter with a sense of accomplishment. A group of people arrived at the Sagan steel mill. They were met by guards who sternly ordered them to stop, stand still, and explain who they were and why they had come. One of the newcomers stepped forward and said he was the third from the coal factory. This name was well known in gangster circles, so the guard told them to wait there while he reported them to the boss. A bald man and a woman wearing glasses came out to meet the uninvited guests. They were interested in why the third had come and where Rui and the second were. The third explained that Rui and the second had attacked them, and they had tried to protect everyone, but unfortunately, they had not survived and had died. This sad news upset the gangsters from the factory, and they agreed to accept the third and his team into their ranks, providing them with a place to live. The gang leaders whispered among themselves as their subordinates went to carry out their orders. The guests were placed in uncomfortable conditions, locked up like in a prison, which made the guys wary. One of the gangsters told the third that he had a bad feeling and that he didn't like any of this. He drew the attention of the boss and his comrades to the steel windows and doors, which looked more like prison bars, although they may have been protection against zombies. At that moment, the door swung open and a local villain entered, saying that the boss wanted to see them. All the guys, led by the 2 bosses, gathered in the large factory hall. The guests from the coal mine were brought there along with the third. The third pretended that everything was fine and asked the boss why he had been summoned, wondering if something had happened. The female boss immediately asked a direct question: what should be done with a man who killed his leader? The third began to tremble with fear, saying that Peng and Lin had misunderstood, or that there had been a misunderstanding. Ms. Lin laughed, saying that it was not a misunderstanding and that Li Chen would now explain everything to the third before his death. It turned out that Li Chen had already been to the coal factory. In the courtyard, he found Rui's battered body, but the second was not there. He had disappeared. There were no signs of a struggle. The only reasonable explanation was betrayal. The third had taken advantage of the girl's injury and killed her. The third tried to justify himself, saying that nothing like that had happened, that it was just speculation, and that the guys had no proof. These words made the boss laugh. In this world, evidence is not necessary. Besides, the factory gang had long wanted to get rid of the guys from the coal mine, but they were held back by the power of the second and Rui. The boss gave the order to finish off the guests. At that moment, one of the guys from the coal mine rushed forward with a plea for mercy, saying that he had important information and should not be killed. He was ready to cooperate. The guy said that a large group of people with lots of supplies had gathered in the east of the city and that they had destroyed the second and wounded Rui. He said that they were about equal in strength to the local bosses, which made them a serious threat to the gangsters from the factory. The man added that these people were ordinary survivors who did not know how to become evolutionaries, and there were none among them. The words about the evolved surprised and caught Li Chen's attention. He began to listen more carefully and observe what was happening. Boss Ping asked why the gangsters from the coal mine lost to these people, and it turned out that they had powerful weapons. The second was shot with a single shot. The information was useful, but after hearing everything, Lin ordered the killing. The villains continued to talk about justice, saying that they should not be treated this way and simply begged for mercy. Having dealt with the traitors, the bosses began to decide what to do next, because this problem had to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Lin believed that attacking them with heavy weapons would be extremely difficult and risky. First of all, they had to become stronger themselves in order to defeat their opponents for sure. In the meantime, they could send out scouts to verify the accuracy of the information. Xiaoyun was doing what he loved most, counting his points and planning how to use them. The guy was becoming a real shopaholic in the add-on store. He was about to buy supplies of food, weapons, and much more when his favorite activity was interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Shan Shan, who reported to the leader that they had caught a suspicious person. Captain Li and Xizhang brought in a man in work clothes who demanded to see the leader and swore he was not an enemy. Xiaoyong soon appeared, and his appearance greatly surprised the man, who did not expect to see such a young, handsome man in front of him. The man said he had come from the Saigon steel factory. His name was Xu Aishin, and he was happy to welcome Xiaoyun. One of the shelter residents became alert when he heard the name of the factory. He knew that the enterprise was located in the southwest and was the largest in the area. It had become a settlement, just like the coal factory. It was even further away, 3 kilometers. Xiaoyong asked the stranger why he had come so far, but Aishin replied that there was chaos all around and that it was better for the survivors to unite. The leader sent the man to look for other settlements to bring the survivors to them. At that moment, the chubby-faced man with glasses handed Xiaoyun a schematic map that Asin had drawn while surveying the area around the shelter. Xiaoyun activated his mind's eye and began to watch the uninvited guest closely. The man showed no obvious aggression or hatred and posed no immediate threat, but his actions were suspicious. Xiaoyun quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Asin's head. The guy said that everyone was living in an apocalypse now, and that he shouldn't be treated like an idiot. He demanded that the man tell the truth before he shot him in the head. The man was frightened, sweating and shaking, but continued to insist that he was telling the truth. They were acting cautiously, and he could not be blamed for anything because he had done nothing wrong. Xiaoyun asked Xizhang if the stranger had seen their mutant Chen Chong. The young man answered in the negative. Hearing this, Xiaoyun ordered the spy to be released, without any problems, just like that, free of charge. In addition, he returned the schematic map that the man had managed to draw. Not believing his eyes and feeling weak in the knees, the man rushed to run as soon as he was let out of the shelter's gates, just in case these people changed their minds. 5 months passed. At the factory, workers sorted through scrap metal and discussed the latest news. People were disappearing again. Most likely, the culprit was the monster that regularly attacked people. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound from behind a pile of scrap metal caught their attention. One of the men went to check it out, although it would have been better to call security. The man didn't have time to find out anything. In the next second, his head was cut off with a sharp object. Li Chen was in the smoking area near the security booth when the worker's screams caught his attention. He ran to the source of the scream and met one of the workers, who said that a monster had just killed his comrade. The frightened worker didn't have time to see what the monster looked like, but it couldn't have been anyone else. It happened near a large garbage pit. Li Chen found the news disgusting. This time, the monster had attacked completely unexpectedly. He ordered all the workers to hide and told the evolutionaries with running skills to follow him. The man warned his assistants not to try to fight the monster. If they encountered it, they should run away immediately. The guards searched the area but found no one. Perhaps the tentacled monster had left with its prey, sated. Everyone knew that people had begun to disappear more often after the destruction of the coal factory and the villa. Previously, the monster had fed in 3 places, but now it only attacked them. At this time, the guard was studying the tracks. Xiaoyun silently thought that this time, the monster had lasted longer than in its previous life. If nothing changed, the restoration of civilization would not be an easy task. Several months passed, and the factory assignment still hadn't appeared, even though the young man needed to constantly replenish and expand his community. At that moment, a car pulled up. Xiaoyun's comrades had returned from their assignment. Chaixing reported on what they had done, saying that they were already strong enough and would have noticed if they were being followed, so no one had seen them return. Xiaoyun greeted the youngest fighter, named Shukai, who had already gotten used to this kind of life. The boy was proud of himself and told his mother that everything was great, because today he had dealt with the zombies himself. Xiaoyun gave orders to take the cores to the warehouse. He gathered his closest assistants and informed them that he needed to go to the factory to eliminate the threat and assist potential allies. The young man was going to sneak in there alone. His friends didn't like this plan. Scouts had already been sent from the factory, possibly with bad intentions. If something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to help their leader. Xiaoyun reassured them, saying that with his current strength, even his brother Chong couldn't hurt him, let alone ordinary zombies or survivors. He wanted to go to the factory to find out if there were friends or enemies there. He left the task of protecting the lives of those in the shelter to his closest comrades, hoping that they would be able to handle it. Shengbo wished the leader to be careful and not to worry. They will manage, but without Xiaoyun, people will not survive. Always remember that, he said. Li Chen urgently wanted to enter the building, but the guards would not let him in, saying that he needed permission from both bosses. The man couldn't contain his aggression and lunged at one of the guards, but immediately began to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Li Chen didn't understand how this had happened. He was losing control of his emotions, and lately this had been happening more and more often. The guards convinced the man that the leaders valued him, but he shouldn't offend them. They could stand up for themselves. Lin Milo smiled at the man and came out to greet him, asking what he wanted to see her about. Lai Chen had his own version of the recent tentacle monster attack, and he wanted to discuss it with his boss. The man had checked the scene of the incident. There he found female footprints that did not belong to any of the factory residents. This meant that the killer was not a tentacled monster. Lin thanked the guy for the useful information, but asked him not to tell anyone about it. The workers were already frightened and constantly refused to go outside. The tentacle monster was enough for them. If they found out about another killer, they would stop working altogether. Lin sternly reprimanded her subordinate and said she was counting on his understanding in silence. Li Chen left his boss's office, once again forgetting to ask her about the evolutionists, whom he had heard about several times but knew absolutely nothing about. Lin told her partner about the female footprints, and he smiled, saying that she was too careless if she wasn't going to react to this news. The girl suggested that Pan take on the job himself if he was so cowardly and afraid of everything. At that moment, Pan was busy cutting meat and agreed to resolve the issue without any problems as soon as the fresh human flesh lunch was ready. Xiaoyun went alone to the steel plant, killing lone ordinary zombies along the way. He could already see the factory chimneys on the horizon and decided it was time to change his appearance. The young man took out a pair of scissors with the help of a ring and cut his hair. Then he smeared mud on his hands and spread it over his face, and also smeared it on his clothes. He put glasses on his nose and now looked like an ordinary schoolboy. Before he could reach the factory, Xiaoyun was stopped by a security guard who shouted, "Stop and don't move." The guard guessed that the boy was alone. He didn't understand how the kid had managed to hold out for so long. The young man began to play dumb. He said that he had noticed that people lived here. It was great if there were survivors. Xiaoyun began to tell a story. Originally there were 10 people, but recently a horde of zombies attacked. Everyone died, and he was the only one who managed to escape. The guard decided that the boy was not strong and was most likely just a weakling. He suggested going inside the territory to check out the stranger. Xiaoyun confirmed that he was indeed not particularly strong, although he had some experience fighting zombies, but he was ready to try and do whatever was necessary. The guard led Xiaoyun inside when suddenly someone called out to them. It was Li Chen, who had noticed the stranger and wanted to know who he was. The guard explained that the lone man had recently arrived and was being taken for a search. Li Chen did not understand why he was being taken away and demanded to check him right away. Li Chen demanded that the guy hand over his weapon to go inside, but Xiaoyang wanted to believe that he would not be killed inside. There's an apocalypse going on around us. This is a precaution against evil people. If the stranger doesn't want to hand over his weapon, let him go his own way, said Li Chen. Li Chen's answer was logical, so the guy gave him the knife. While he was being searched, Xiaoyun thought that people still had moral principles. Most likely, the people at the factory were different from the savages at the coal mine and the villa. Li Chen was surprised. How did the young man survive using only a knife? Perhaps he was an evolutionist. The newcomer confirmed that he was probably an evolutionist because he felt stronger than usual right now. But Li Chen didn't want to listen to him. That was the boss's job. Li Chen took the newcomer to a room he called the reception room and asked him to wait there for a while. The reception room was rather strange, more like a prison cell. After a while, a boss named Peng entered. He wanted to know the guy's name. The young man called himself Zhang Ye. The boss said that he had been told that the young man had undergone an evolution. Xiaoyun replied that the boss himself knew the correct answer. The next second, an axe was thrown at the young man's head at tremendous speed. This did not bother him at all. The young man barely turned his head, without even blinking, and the axe flew past him and stuck into the wall. Xiaoyun realized that this was not an attack, but a test. The young man immediately began to scream and protest. "That was dangerous! Why are they doing this to me? I was hoping to meet friends here." Peng was satisfied. He was convinced that the boy was not lying and had indeed evolved. The newcomer continued to protest. If the boss had made a mistake, he would have killed an innocent person. How could that be right? Peng didn't see a problem with that. They both knew how to become evolutionists. The boss warned the boy that others should not find out about the method of evolution, while it was known only to a few employees. If the new guy blabbed and somehow upset the boss, he would kill him instantly. The man feigned an attack. Xiaoyun thought he could have responded reflexively if his boss had been armed, but there was no point in killing him now. Peng admired the newcomer's abilities and noted his excellent reflexes and the speed with which he had drawn his weapon. However, the boss asked him not to get cocky. Despite the young man's experience, Peng's strength was beyond imagination. But this time, he turned a blind eye to the fact that the young man had brought a blade. Peng ordered his men to help the newcomer wash up and change his clothes, and then escort him to the meeting room. After a while, Dapin introduced the new team member, Zhang Ye, to everyone. The woman with glasses was also a leader. Her name was Huang Ling. She instructed one of the settlement leaders to help the newcomer. It was Huang Bin. Huang Lin explained to the newcomer that he was lucky to have found the strongest settlement in the area. This guaranteed his survival, but only those who were useful would receive food. Huang Bin, who was tasked with training Zhang Ye, said that today was his turn to patrol, so they were leaving. Two other men, Asin and Akian, went with them. Asin looked at the newcomer, wondering why he seemed familiar. Bin was interested in whether Dapin had told the newcomer the details of life in their settlement. The guy replied that he had only been warned to keep quiet about the secret of evolution. It turned out that only Huang Lin, the guy's sister, Dapin, and the four of them knew about the secret of eating human flesh. Asin was Dapin's cousin, and Akian was Bin Yu and Lin's nephew. They were all one family, so only the newcomer could reveal the secret. Xiaoyun confirmed that he understood and would not reveal the secret. At the same time, he remembered Asin, who had been watching their settlement some time ago. Li Chen was an ordinary person, but talented and strong. He must not learn the secret under any circumstances. Otherwise, neither Zhang Ye nor Li Chen would have lived to see the next day. Xiaoyun guessed that Li Chen had enormous potential and that his resources and information were being limited so that he would not surpass his two leaders. Huang Bin announced a short time later that they had arrived. It was a small settlement of 7 or 8 people. The evolutionists had been watching them for several days and had not noticed anyone like themselves among the people. Bin explained that they were not barbarians and did not intend to hunt. They were raising people. Atsian gave the newcomer a friendly hug and told him that he should change his way of thinking. After all, he was an evolutionist, and he shouldn't be as stubborn as Li Chen. Roughly speaking, they were not the same species as ordinary people, but were at the top of the food chain. Xiaoyun realized that they wanted to take people from the settlement to deal with them later. Bin said that 5 or 6 people would be enough, and they would deal with the rest on the spot. The walls of the settlement were regularly reinforced with another layer of concrete as soon as people found cement. The work was exhausting, and the young man was happy when it was over. At that moment, one of the settlement's residents noticed a dark spot on the horizon. A few moments later, it became clear that it was a crowd of hungry zombies. The people didn't even have time to get their weapons before the zombies reached them and sank their hungry jaws into them. With a stick in his hands, Xiaoyun watched in horror, realizing that he was doomed. There were a huge number of zombies and he had no weapons. Xiaoyun realized that Bin's ingenious plan was to set the zombies on the people. The guy confirmed that their resources were not unlimited. If they brought more than 10 people to the factory at a time, they could form a group that would be difficult to control. It was time for the evolutionists to make their move. Zhang Ye was just a spectator today. In the settlement, a zombie caught a girl, threw her to the ground, and was about to sink his bloodthirsty teeth into her. But then a miracle happened. The girl blinked, and that was enough time for the zombie's head to fly off onto the ground. Her savior looked simply gorgeous. A young, handsome guy with a bloodied sword in his hands, extending his other hand to the stranger. The rescuers introduced themselves as evolutionists from the steel factory. The rescued young people admired the strangers and thanked them for saving them. Xiao Yun analyzed the situation, realizing that these guys were barely over 20 years old, but their physical strength was comparable to that of Qizheng's group. Suddenly, his keen hearing picked up something, and then he noticed a glint in one of the windows of a nearby high-rise building. The young man stood there for a while watching this place, but soon his new comrades called him to help clean up the aftermath. The mess had to be cleaned up, and the bodies of the dead collected. They couldn't just be left there. Zhang Ye enthusiastically set to work. At that time, there was indeed someone in the multi-story building who caught Xiaoyong's attention. Bin ordered everyone to stay there and drag all the bodies to the entrance, while he arranged for a small truck to come. The bodies of the dead had to be piled up separately. They would be taken away too. Huang Bin and the other evolutionists called on the survivors to go with them. The whole group left in the direction of the factory. Left alone, Xiaoyan decided that everything had turned out well. He took out a knife with the help of a ring and began cutting out the cores. The survivors were overjoyed. They couldn't stop thanking their rescuers and were indescribably happy that everything had turned out this way. The girl was happy to hear that there was water in the settlement, which meant she would be able to wash herself. Achin pulled the beauty close to him and said that there was not only water, but hot water, and there was even shower gel so the beauty would soon be clean. Some barely perceptible movements in the air caught Asin's attention. He became alert, not understanding what was happening. His anxiety spread to Huan Bin, who also tried to see who or what was nearby. Bin ordered the whole group to stop immediately, get ready, and be extremely careful. Atsan reassured the beauty, holding her close and telling her that he would protect her and that she should stay behind. The evolutionists had a rough idea of who they were about to meet, but they couldn't yet figure out where he was. The presence of a beautiful girl in the company made Asian careless and inattentive. He thought that Asin was a paranoid who was afraid of absolutely everything. Asin was not mistaken and turned out to be right. In the next moment, his head was severed from his body, pierced by a tentacle. The tentacled monster brought its huge and terrifying head closer to Bin, who could not find the words to express his fear or excitement. At that time, Xiaoyan continued to replenish his supply of nuclei and did not hear about the monster's attack. These zombies were not ordinary but cultivated, so there were 2 nuclei inside each of their bodies. Excellent news and a wonderful result. Suddenly, Xiaoyun's keen ears caught cries for help. Huang Bin, completely entangled by the monster's tentacles, knew that his end had come, despite all his strength and evolution. No one could or wanted to save Bin, so the monster killed him. This happened in front of the stunned survivors, and fragments of Bin's body covered them. Having finished off another victim, the mutant turned to Asian because its hunger had not yet been satisfied. The guy immediately understood how the encounter would end. He was terrified, but of course he didn't want to die. Resistance seemed futile, but he had to try. Achan grabbed the girl he had recently promised his hand and heart to and threw her at the monster instead of himself. The tentacled mutant was completely indiscriminate in its food and preferences. It lifted the beauty with its tentacles and was about to kill her. The girl was already losing consciousness from suffocation when she suddenly woke up after falling from a great height. She was sitting on the street, surrounded by tentacle stumps. Zhangyi arrived on the scene just in time with his favorite blade. He asked the people if it was really the tentacle mutant everyone was talking about, while the monster itself was trying to figure out where its tentacles had gone. Achan said that it was not the main mutant, but its son or younger brother. The real huge monster constantly mumbles about his son and has the ability to turn ordinary zombies into creatures like himself, which is why they are called sons at the factory. This news about the ability to create others like itself was alarming. Zhao Yun took this into account for future operations. Akian realized that he had lingered too long telling stories when he should have been running for his life, so he shouted and ran away, saying that he was going for reinforcements. Xiao Yun knew there would be no reinforcements. The guy was just scared and took the chance to escape. The tentacled mutant grabbed the young man by his arms and legs. By this point, he had already grown his tentacles. Xiao Yun remained as calm and confident as possible, continuing to analyze his opponent and finding the idea of a son amusing. Having finished studying his opponent, the young man used his inner strength to pull all the tentacles toward himself. Now it was unclear who was controlling them, the young man or the mutant who was acting as a puppet. The mutant dug his heels into the asphalt trying to resist, but Xiaoyun had enough strength and pulled the monster closer, using the moment to test his awakened abilities. Xiaoyun activated a physical reboot, which increased his internal strength several times over. After that, he pulled the mutant towards him with a slight movement and struck him with his fist. Then he approached the almost helpless monster and finished it off with a light kick with his left foot. The frightened girl, almost paralyzed with fear, watched what was happening with horror and amazement. Xiaoyun got so carried away that he tore the mutant into pieces that could be packaged and sold in a supermarket. When it was all over, he approached the girl and asked how she was feeling, adding that she shouldn't be afraid. He would protect her. Moreover, he would not harm her because he was a normal, kind person, not a monster. The leaders of the factory group were alarmed when things didn't go according to plan. They wanted to know where their relatives were. Aqian said that Asina and Binya had been killed by the son of the tentacle, and the young man had barely managed to escape with a small group of survivors from the settlement. There was no information about the newcomer, Watson. He had definitely died because the three of them couldn't handle the mutant. Doppin was extremely upset, if not furious, because such strong evolutionaries had given their lives for useless people. He threw his axe at the group of newcomers. The blow was so powerful that it cut one of the guys in half. His comrades tried to calm Doppin, whose aggression and rage were uncontrollable. Suddenly, a strange object appeared in front of everyone. The mutant's tentacles tied with a rope. Zhang Ye and an unfamiliar girl from the settlement stood before the astonished crowd. Li Chen was genuinely surprised and even glad that the newcomer had survived. Zhang Ye explained that he had killed the mutant's son and avenged his relatives. Of course, this did not bring back the dead, but the bosses immediately thought about the strength of the newcomer who had dealt with such a mutant alone. That evening, Aqian recounted the story to his relatives once again. He was convinced that the son of the tentacle was stronger than Li Chen. The guy was still scared and seemed sincere. The mutant had instantly killed his uncle and cousin, and he doubted that Li Chen could have done the same. In fact, he believed that even the bosses would have problems when encountering such a mutant. Doppin noted that the newcomer reacted quickly to the test with the hatchet, dodged the blow, and managed to pull out his weapon. It was unclear how he could be so strong, even though he looked like a kid. Huangling admitted that they were exaggerating the strength of the son of the tentacle, who attacked from the garden. But it was logical. Doppin believed that the newcomer could not be left alone, because he could conspire with Li Chen. At that moment, Li Chen entered the office, and the conversation between the relatives immediately stopped. Li Chen offered his sincere apologies to his bosses for the loss of their relatives, but they considered it a formality and immediately wanted to know why he had come. He suggested making Zhang Ye another leader of the settlement, as his strength was comparable to his own. Huangling was against it. She agreed that the newcomer had strength but lacked achievements or contributions, and trusting a person with an unknown past was risky. Li Chen believed that killing the son of the tentacled one was more than enough contribution to saving their colony. Huanglin believed that if Zhang Ye was capable of killing the tentacle monster himself, it would indeed solve their problems. Li Chen was genuinely surprised and indignant. Even the bosses couldn't handle the mutant, and they were going to send a newcomer. Lin Wang reassured the man, saying that she was not sending the boy to his death. The entire force of the settlement would be mobilized, and through joint efforts, the monster would be destroyed once and for all. Doppin told Zhang Ye the details of the plan, and the young man was surprised. He had not lived here long, but had already been given such an important role. The whole operation would revolve around him. Lin confirmed this and added that the bosses understood the young man's strength and were ready to give him their full support. Doppin promised to make the young man the third leader if the mission was successful. Most likely, Doppin wanted to pit future competitors against each other and told Li Chen that the newcomer had surpassed him in strength. Li Chen had no objection to using Zhang Ye's abilities, so they decided to advance against the monster in a couple of days. Xiaoyun appreciated such trust and was touched, so he decided to use the Eye of Reason. The Eye of Reason immediately showed the true situation. Only Li Chen was neutral and had no negative feelings towards the young man. Chubby Glasses was on duty near the radio so as not to miss an important message, and finally Xiaoyun got in touch. He had been living at the steel factory for several days, and all his friends and comrades were worried about their leader. Xiaoyun radioed that in 2 days there would be an important battle in a suburban park in the south of the city. He wanted his friends to come with Chong. The young man planned to get rid of the threat in the southern part of the city once and for all, and understood that no one else could handle it but him. Captain Lee gathered all the residents of the shelter to decide who would go on the operation to the suburban park. Shenbo, due to his age and physical abilities, remained in the shelter. He was responsible for the safety of the fortress. The team for the mission included Zhang Qi, Chong, Shanshan, Captain Lee, and the guys in yellow. A strong and proven team because the mission was going to be difficult. Little Shuai insisted on being taken along. He considered himself no longer a child, but a real man, despite his mother's attempts to dissuade him. One of the residents assured his mother that the boy was strong and capable of dealing with zombies. Captain Lee would personally look after him. At the appointed time, the factory workers' vehicles arrived at the suburban park late at night. Zhang Ye was with the bosses and was curious about how they planned to lure the mutant out of his hideout. But Dapin reassured him that they had a plan. Xiaoyun also had his own plan. He was sure that his friends were prepared and waiting in ambush. Soon he noticed an optical device on the roof of one of the nearest high-rise buildings. The fighters from the hideout took up positions on the roof, as Xiaoyun had forbidden them to approach the park ahead of time. They needed to observe. But not just watch, they had to continue preparing. Captain Lee had given orders to prepare ropes because they would strike from the flank at the right moment. Lin Huang called over one of the boys who had come with the adults for the mission. The child approached and she told him that he needed to go to the park. The boy had not been taken for this, but to carry things. Li Chen was dissatisfied and alarmed by the boy's frightened look. There had been no such agreement. Lin Huang explained that the mutant was constantly muttering about his son, so they gave him a son, but the boy would not be harmed. The mutant would be killed. The child realized that they wanted to use him as bait and began to refuse, claiming that he was afraid. No one asked his opinion again. Dapin grabbed the boy and demanded that he obey the order, threatening to kill him on the spot if he refused. After that, the child was thrown deep into the park with such force that he flew a great distance and fell on one of the alleys. Captain Lee noticed that movement had begun in the park. He gave the order, and the team quietly climbed down ropes from the top of the building, trying not to attract attention or make any noise. The boy came to his senses and was frightened when he saw that he was in the park. He began to cry and call for adults. At that moment, something appeared nearby. Li Chen wanted to rush at the mutant to save the child, but Lin Huang held him back, saying that he shouldn't steal the credit from the newcomer. Xiaoyun understood what the leader meant. She wanted to get rid of potential competitors, but the young man had his own plans. He wanted to test his power and rushed into the park to snatch the child from the mutant's clutches. Xiaoyun was the first to grab the boy by his sweater and throw him into the bushes at tremendous speed, just as the mutant was about to pierce him with his tentacle. The bushes sprang up just as quickly. Li Chen caught the frightened child. He was unharmed, and now they could calmly deal with the mutant. The monster approached Xiaoyun, its tentacles wrapped tightly around him, and the mutant demanded the return of its son. Li Chen understood that the newcomer was in trouble and was about to rush to Zhang Ye's aid. But the man couldn't do it. He was firmly held by the two leaders, even though he really wanted to save the guy. Lin Huang admitted that the young man could indeed die, but that was also a necessary part of the plan. Lin believed that Zhang Ye would be able to fight the mutant on equal terms, but he turned out to be another victim, so there was no point in saving him. Li Chen guessed that the leaders had arranged all this, but the only thing he didn't understand was why they did it, because Xiaoyun was a good warrior and could be useful to the settlement. Xiaoyun offered to tell the truth himself. The leaders wanted to destroy him because he knew their secret of eating people. Before anyone could react, the young man shouted a command to his comrades hiding in the bushes. "Open fire!" Captain Lee and the others fired at the villains to prevent them from harming Xiaoyun. The other part of the team, Chong, Shanshan, and the boy, ran up to the mutant from the other side. "Uncle Xiaoyun, we're here to help!" The boy shouted and threw a bottle of incendiary mixture at the monster. The tentacled mutant easily sliced the bottle in midair before it exploded. But then something strange happened. The mutant did not react to the fire burning on its body. It stood as if spellbound and immobilized. All of its monstrous eyes were fixed on the child, and it repeated one word: "Son." The mutant's face contorted with pain and regret, as if tears were about to flow, and only one word on son. The boy swore, and it seemed to enrage the mutant. He seemed to wake up and demanded that the boy stop swearing. Everyone understood that they had to be extremely careful. This was no ordinary zombie or mutant. Chen Chong suddenly rushed into the attack and reached the tentacled mutant in one leap. The whole group of villains hid behind trees, managing to avoid being hit by firearms, and watched what was happening. They saw another similar mutant fighting on the side of the humans. It was unbelievable. Chong desperately fought the tentacle mutant, managing to tear off part of its tentacles. But the enemy was still stronger and struck the young man with a tentacle. The young man did not have time to dodge. Chong didn't fall, but he was thrown back and now stood trying to catch his breath, while the mutant remained strong and powerful. Xiaoyun noted that his mutant companion finally had a worthy opponent. Dapin was furious. This greenhorn managed to joke even in such a serious situation, being completely immobilized by the monster's tentacles. Xiaoyun was tired of hanging like a toy on a Christmas tree, so he grabbed the tentacles and tore them apart. Akian was stunned by what he saw, but something in his memory wouldn't let him rest. He tried to piece the information together. Yutsun remembered that the boy had called the young man Xiaoyun. It turned out that Asen, returning from reconnaissance, mentioned the leader of the fortress in the east of the city, Zhang Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun outsmarted all the bosses, which made them even more furious. Lin Huang guessed that the main forces of that fortress were in the park. Archers were scattered throughout the park, no stronger than Li Chen, but with very powerful firearms. Still, the main threat was their leader, Zhang Ye, or more precisely, Zhang Xiaoyun. The woman understood that victory was not guaranteed and that the losses would be terrible regardless of the outcome. Finally, a plan formed in her head, and she ordered her companion, Dapin, to distract everyone. Dapin, without asking any questions, took out an axe and rushed to distract them. The villain ran and threw the hatchet in the direction of the guys from the Eastern Refuge. They managed to react but were thrown off balance and hid behind trees. Captain Lee understood that these actions were not deadly, but they sowed chaos, which meant that the enemies were up to something. While the men's attention was diverted to Dapin, Lin Huang rushed into the middle of the park to steal the baby Shuai. Pulia Xiao Kai showed tremendous speed and reaction, covering the child with his body. Despite this, Lin was able to kick him into another part of the park with her left foot. The girl was an evolutionist, and she reached the child because no one interfered with her. Lin picked up the boy by the scruff of his neck and held him at arm's length, sticking to her plan. Shui showed no fear and demanded to be released, even grabbing the villainess by the arm. She realized that the child was also enhanced. Lin punched the boy in the face with all her strength, knocking him unconscious. These actions attracted the attention of the tentacled mutant. He left his opponents and rushed towards the boy, shouting, "Son!" Chen Chong took advantage of this. He jumped on the mutant's back and put his hands on the monster's throat, ready to strangle it. But something unexpected happened. Xiaoyun advised his friend to calm down and let the mutant go. He believed that the mutant was ready to risk his life, and it was better not to interfere, allowing him to deal with the situation on his own. Lin Huang kept her hand on the child's throat and demanded that everyone lower their weapons. Otherwise, the boy would end up without a head. Captain Lee immediately asked the villain to release Shuai and take him hostage instead of the child. Lin realized that she had chosen a good target. Everyone began to get nervous and fuss. She shouted at everyone again, "Put down your weapons and move at least 100 meters away." The men did not argue, although Captain Lee had no idea how he would explain himself to the boy's mother if something happened to him. Lin Huang demanded that her mutant destroy the tentacled creature. Otherwise, she would harm the boy. But the villainess had no time to do anything except drop the child and jump away from the tentacles. The blow fell on Ashen, and Dapin only had time to shout the name of his nephew, who was now in several pieces. Lin Huang did not understand what had happened, because the tentacled mutant was busy. How he managed to free himself was unclear. Xiaoyan literally enjoyed watching the villains, whose plans and ideas were collapsing before their eyes. Lin noticed that the unfamiliar mutant and the newcomer were just standing there, with their hands in their pockets, watching what was happening, not intending to fight and showing no aggression. Shui was sitting on the asphalt, thrown down by the villain, when suddenly the mutant's tentacles wrapped around his limbs. Captain Lee couldn't take it anymore. He was about to pounce on the mutant with his bare hands, but Xiaoyun said that the boy was in no danger and that everything was fine. How this could be was unclear. Everyone noticed and was also surprised. The tentacled mutant was holding the child very gently and carefully at eye level. He leaned toward the baby and said, "Son, Shuai." The rest was said by his loving father's eyes. Xiaoyun kept his word. Zhang Shengzhe's wife and son were fine, and now the long-awaited reunion had taken place. Xiaoyun told the boy that this was indeed his father, who had become just like their good friend and comrade Chong. Tears of joy and happiness streamed from the child's eyes. Dapin almost threw up from the drama that was unfolding here. It was worse than a Mexican soap opera, but he had to leave while everyone was busy with the melodrama. But the mutant was not going to be distracted by the child for long, as there were still such vile people on Earth. And his tentacles rushed after the villain. Caught in the strong grip of the tentacles, Dapin turned to his companion for help. However, the woman had completely different plans. Lin understood that even together they were unlikely to defeat the tentacled creature, so she decided not to take the opportunity to escape. But the chance was very slim, and the villainess did not manage to escape. The tentacles grabbed her leg. The mutant lifted the nasty old woman into the air and slammed her onto the asphalt with all his might. Having lost half her teeth, with a broken nose and no glasses, Lin Huang was still alive. But not for long, because the mutant's tentacles dragged her across the asphalt, while her former companion watched the process with relish. Dapin turned to his assistant Li Chen, saying that they were the only ones left and now they had to stick together. Only then could they survive in this terrible world. At that moment, Xiaoyun approached Li Chen and put his hand on his shoulder. The young man promised to help the older man get out of this madhouse alive. Now was not the time to rush in and interfere. In fact, justice was being served. The tentacled mutant lifted Dapin into the air and slammed him onto the asphalt exactly as many times as necessary to destroy this villain. Next in line was Lin Huang. She continued to resist and demanded that the mutant release her immediately. At one point, the girl even thought she could charm the mutant by using all her feminine charms. But the mutant had excellent taste. He loved women with natural features, so soon the beauty turned into biomass. Xiaoyun received a notification from the game that he had found a potential ally. It turned out to be Zhang Shengzhe. Who would have thought, since they were enemies at first? When all the enemies were defeated, the young man decided to answer Li Chen's questions. He confirmed that his entire group of comrades, including Xiaoyun himself, had come from the eastern suburbs. But Li Chen was most interested in the topic of eating people. Xiaoyun explained that evolutionaries do not become evolutionaries by accident. In order for evolution to begin, people must eat meat. The man recalled how at the very beginning of the apocalypse, there was a woman with her daughter with them, and the girl begged her mother for food. Li Chen, who had always been kind-hearted, offered to give his portion to the girl. However, the woman was categorically against it and threw a real tantrum. And finally, it dawned on Li Chen what he had been eating and what he had become. The terrible truth paralyzed this big, kind-hearted man. He remembered how the guys had run to the factory and reported that the tentacled mutant had returned and several people had disappeared. The woman began to hysterically cry because her daughter was still out there somewhere. She desperately wanted people to help her find her child. At that moment, Li Chen's memories were interrupted by a powerful spasm of vomiting that literally knocked him out of his normal state. The man was furious. He hated Dapin for turning him into a cannibal. Li Chen asked, "How does Xiaoyun get his power? Do they eat people too?" Captain Li could not bear such a brazen accusation and said that he did not think that of them. Xiaoyun explained and advised him to relax and not be nervous. He knew more. It turns out that there are other ways to gain the power to evolve. Xiaoyun threw one core directly into the man's hands, saying that they all use it. Mutant cores can be obtained from zombies or evolutionaries. They are harder to find than human flesh, but they are more effective and have no side effects. Li Chen must have already noticed how much harder it had become for him to control his emotions. Violence and murder were beginning to dominate his mind. The symptoms would not get worse if the man stopped eating human flesh, but it was already impossible to return to his previous state. Now he had to deal with this family, consisting of a son and his father. It would be much easier to communicate if Zhang Shengzhe could talk. For now, his speech consisted of separate words. Brother, Zhang, son, thank you, saved. Xiaoyun asked him not to put pressure on his emotions, but in response he heard again, brother, damn, son, saved. Perhaps the problem was with his speech center, or perhaps the mutant simply had no opportunity to practice everyday speech. He had lived alone all this time. On top of that, his appearance was simply nightmarish. The mutant uttered something like, no need, place, son, expressing relief, as if saying that the man was used to this place and was glad that his son was safe. Great intelligence, head, Xiaoyun. These were the mutant's new words. Xiaoyun turned to Li Chen, saying that all threats had been eliminated, but the man would have to lead the remaining people from the factory because now they were left without a leader. Li Chen was against it. He had already eaten human flesh and was worried that people would be in danger if he remained their leader. This argument proved to be serious, and Xiaoyun instructed the captain to watch over the factory and control its activities. The guy was going to take Li Chen with him. Xiaoyun promised to keep an eye on the demon that had taken up residence in Li Chen's heart. The apocalypse did not happen in just one place, but across the entire planet and in different forms. In the neighboring town, people were also trying to survive. Several people managed to escape, and they ran away, leaving the wounded to their fate. The local zombies looked very strange. They were a mixture of humans and plants, their bodies consisting of vines and branches. Those who managed to escape watched in horror, realizing that next time it could be them in the victim's place. The monsters devoured the bodies of humans very quickly, spreading a cloud of gas around them. When they were done, only clothes and a few bones remained of their victims. It seemed that these monsters were clearly lacking food. If they devoured their food so thoroughly, it was clear that the monsters would migrate in search of food sources. The group of people had been running for a long time. The girl could barely feel her legs from exhaustion, but the young man urged her to keep running. Otherwise, the monsters would tear her to pieces. The group continued through the forest for a while longer, when suddenly one of the boys put his finger to his nose as a sign of silence and suggested that everyone listen. People heard the sound of wind, and it turned out to be good news. The presence of wind meant that they were approaching the edge of the jungle. A little further on, they heard the typical sounds of zombies, groaning and growling. Everyone understood. There was no time to waste. They had to run, because they had almost made it out of the forest and must not die here. A light appeared ahead. It became clear that the group had reached the edge of the jungle, and they were just a few steps away from escaping the cursed forest. The girl boldly moved toward the exit, but suddenly a flexible and strong vine wrapped around her neck and tightened so tightly that it was impossible to break free. In the next moment, the girl flew up, and the vine pulled her into a huge, monstrous plant that fed on living creatures. As soon as the girl reached the flower, the plant snapped shut, destroying her with its thorns. The girl was caught like a mouse in a mousetrap. The young people understood that it was impossible to save her. They screamed hysterically, but they had to pull themselves together and leave. There was no way to help the beauty now. The boys realized that the killer plants had already spread and reached almost to the very edge of the forest. One friend slapped his companion, who was so overwhelmed with grief at the loss of his beloved that he had stopped moving. They had to pull themselves together and go. The girl could not be saved. Not only did a group of people run out of the jungle, but someone's terrible feet stopped at the edge of the forest, as if deciding what to do next. The monsters were truly disgusting, ordinary zombies covered with plants like warts. They stood there for a while, tormented by doubts, but soon stepped out of the forest in the direction of the abandoned city. One of the guys recognized the area. Once before the apocalypse, the sky was blue, the trees were small, and people were happy. The young man had been here before. It was a suburban park near the city. Finally, the guys made it there and could take a little break away from the damn plants. It was strange that there was no one around. The streets in the entire city looked completely abandoned. The guys assumed that people had to evacuate to neighboring cities after what had happened. One of the guys noticed a man peeking out from behind a pole, timidly hiding as if afraid of strangers. The guys approached the man and introduced themselves, saying they were glad to see him. They wanted to know where the survivors had been evacuated to. All this time, a tentacled mutant was behind the pole, listening intently and surprised to hear about the plants. The guys, feeling the ground beneath their feet, once again rushed to run away. They ran to a safe distance and noticed that the mutant was not chasing them. It seemed that they were of no interest to him at all. The men realized that zombies were not only in their jungle, but also outside, which meant that everything in this city was lost. But then why didn't the jungle spread further? The guys didn't have long to rest. They heard the familiar sounds of groaning and growling. The plants had entered the city. It soon became clear that the guys were surrounded on all sides. Their nerves were shot, and disappointment overwhelmed them. They shouldn't have run away from the jungle. There they could have hidden for a couple more months, and the girl would still be alive. Now the guy had only one option left. He didn't want to let the monsters tear him to pieces, so he took out his knife. But before he could harm himself, the tentacles of an unknown monster tore off the head of the killer plant. The mutant scattered the plant and did not react negatively to the guys, making it clear that it was not their enemy. Xiaoyun breathed in the evening air, noting that it was quite windy today, standing on the balcony. The young man received a notification about the points he had earned for creating a branch on the territory of the steel factory. As always, it was pleasant, so he immediately rushed to buy new goods. He chose boxes with all kinds of supplies. They already corresponded to the third level. Xiaoyun was becoming a real shopaholic. If this continued, he would have to see a psychologist. His new task was to destroy weeds. The threat from weeds sounded strange. The guy had to spend time in the garden and weed the beds. His thoughts were interrupted by a radio message. Shuai's father was in trouble. The shelter's residents watched in surprise as new guests soon appeared on the settlement's territory. They resembled zombies. Could this be another one of Xiaoyun's friends? In fact, there was something to be surprised about. A tentacled mutant was walking towards the people, dragging an unknown zombie, followed by a group of young people. Before anyone could say anything, Shuai rushed toward the mutant, shouting. The mutant only said, "Son, wedding," when he saw his beloved son and wife rushing into his arms. Xiaoyun translated from the mutant's language into human. Most likely he meant wife rather than wedding. The mutant had a communication disorder or a damaged speech center. True love fears neither time, distance, nor ugly appearance. Events unfolded like scenes from a powerful drama. Xiaoyun looked with interest at the new zombie brought by Shengzhe, who said something like, "Big dish, stewed meat with vegetables, mess." One of the new guys volunteered to explain. The guys came from a neighboring city that had been swallowed up by the jungle. Many people had mutated into plants and looked just like these ugly creatures. This was the first time our heroes had encountered plant mutants. It became clear that the city was becoming increasingly dangerous. The young man confirmed that they themselves had seen the inhabitants of their native places turn into zombies. Xiaoyun asked his grandfather to organize some of the guys to bring an armored jeep that was only a couple of streets away from the shelter. He called on the young people to go with him and check the border between the cities. The people noticed that there was less and less asphalt and soil. All the cracks were now filled with plants. Xiaoyun saw for himself that vines were literally growing through the asphalt. It was clear that they would take over everything in their path. He ordered everyone to go into the jungle. He wanted to see for himself what had been described. One of the guys categorically refused to return. He was genuinely frightened, considering the jungle too dangerous and not wanting to go back there. Xiaoyun believed that if the situation was left unattended, the jungle would soon engulf the steel factory, harming people and production. But first, another problem had to be solved before heading to the difficult location. Xiaoyun turned to his closest assistants, saying that they needed the strength to deal with crises on their own. The guy asked Shanshan and Xizhang to bring Captain Li and the steel factory crew, but first they had to focus on hunting. Huge zombie mutants, no longer a rarity, were eating each other, hungry and unable to find any other food. New sounds reached the ears of one mutant, and he immediately became distracted, leaving his treat behind. The stupid mutant did not notice Xiaoyun appearing behind him. A slight movement of the sword, and the monster's head was cut off. Having eliminated the last mutant, the group led by Xiaoyun, armed with high-quality firearms and an armored jeep, advanced through the streets of the city. The hunt was coordinated and productive. Zombies were killed and cores were cut out of their bodies. One of the evolutionists wandered the streets in search of living people, but only encountered zombies. The evolutionist was very strong and could handle the zombies without much effort, but he was tired of this miserable life. The man was tired of frying zombie meat. He wanted to find at least a couple of living people. The evolutionist sniffed and couldn't believe his nose. He sensed the presence of survivors. God had heard his prayers. The man was hunting near a steel factory. His comrade reminded him that it was forbidden to open the gates. The man was calm. Xiaoyun and his team had already killed almost all the zombies, so there was nothing to worry about. The unknown evolutionist smelled these guys. He had never eaten such clean people. Finally, he would have a feast. He understood that these people had powerful weapons, so it was dangerous to go after them right now. The evolutionist decided to wait a couple of days, but the situation infuriated him. The man could barely hold back his tears, or rather, he didn't hold them back, and saliva dripped from his mouth. The next evening, Xiaoyun held a general meeting at the shelter. He thanked the team of hunters who had done a good job collecting many cores over the past few days. Xiaoyun wanted to divide the cores between Captain Li and Qizhang. The guys were modest, honest, and fair. They said that the young man deserved these bullets more than anyone else, and it would be wrong if they got them all. Xiaoyun was pleased to hear these words, but he asked them not to refuse. There were enough weapons and ammunition in the refuge. They only needed elite hunters. The other residents agreed that they should listen to their leader. He was never wrong, so it was better for the young men to take the bullets for themselves. Xiaoyun turned to Shanshan and told her to follow him to a separate room. This action sparked a wave of curiosity among the shelter's residents, who, regardless of gender or age, wanted to know what was going on. Soon, women, children, and mutants gathered outside the door of Xiaoyun's private office. They heard the guy ask the girl to be patient. It would hurt a little. They couldn't hear anything else because the door flew open. Xiaoyun grabbed Qizhang by the ear and dragged him into the room. The leader said that the young man had arrived just in time and kicked him in the back so that he wouldn't be tempted to eavesdrop. Shanshan was sitting at the table, clutching her elbow. An empty used syringe lay nearby. Qizhang realized that the girl had been vaccinated, not what he had originally thought. Xiaoyun explained that the young man had swallowed many cores and had become one of the best fighters. Now Shanshan would show him a couple of tricks. Xiaoyun suggested that the girl slap the blonde guy in the face. She should hit him as hard as she could. He was strong and could take it. Qizhang was very confident. He really was incredibly strong, so the girl didn't need to hold back. Perhaps she should have been more careful after all, because the blow turned out to be devilishly strong. His friends carried his comrade's lifeless body away in their arms. Later, he hoped to tell them what kind of monster they had encountered. Xiaoyun looked at the stunned girl and realized that with her potion of strength, only he or the mutant Chong could defeat her now. Qizhang, in addition to physical pain, was disappointed. He believed he had lost to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun gathered the whole team again and listed those who would go into the jungle. One of them was the newcomer who had returned from the forest the day before. He was supposed to show and tell everything he knew about the area. However, the guy categorically refused. He did not want to go back under any circumstances, because he had just managed to escape. Li Chen tried to explain that they were all going together to rescue their friends, family, and loved ones, and that he wanted to stay in the shelter. The young man continued to insist, saying that he had no one and wanted to stay only as a worker. Another young man who had also recently returned from the forest volunteered to go in his place. He had his own scores to settle. In the suburbs of the city, among the dark, deserted streets, an evolutionist was prowling. The man noticed that his head was working harder and harder. It was scary to imagine how much worse his thinking would be if he didn't find human flesh. Finally, he smelled the long-awaited scent of human flesh again and rushed toward his food. The evolutionist made his way into an abandoned building and found two pairs of monsters like himself there. It turned out that their paths had already crossed. But this time, the evolutionist said he wasn't going to steal anything from them, but had come to share information. The monsters considered this a generous gesture. Besides, there was no point in lying. They were all monsters. The evolutionist said he had found a place where pure people lived. They had weapons, and he couldn't handle them alone, so he had come to invite them to participate in the hunt. The story really interested all the monsters. They listened to the guest and seemed to believe him. One of the monsters said that he would believe the evolutionist this time, but if it turned out to be a deception, he would become their dinner. Xiaoyun, along with the mutants and the guy from the jungle, Li Chen, walked cautiously through the forest. The young man warned that danger could be lurking behind every tree. Xiaoyun asked the guy his real name and said that he was a real man, while his friend was just a coward. The guy's name was Xingkai. He wanted to take revenge on the mutant who killed his girlfriend, and he also hoped to find his parents, who were somewhere in the jungle. Xiaoyun assigned everyone their roles and went ahead of the group to monitor the entire perimeter. Xingkai walked inside. He was the guide, and without his knowledge, the mission would be doomed. The young man sincerely thanked the team for their help. Xiaoyun didn't see anything personal in this. He just wanted to stop the jungle from expanding. At that moment, he felt something sticky on his face. Koi immediately realized that it was dangerous and shouted that they needed to retreat urgently. But it was too late. The sticky vine had already wrapped itself around Xiaoyun. Before he could blink, the vine pulled him into the air. Above him gaped the huge mouth of a carnivorous plant that fed on flesh. No one had ever escaped from the jaws of this plant before. But soon Xiaoyun was standing firmly on his feet, holding on to the sticky vine. With almost no effort, he pulled on the vine and literally pulled it out of the carnivorous flower with the meat still attached. It fell to the ground and showed no signs of life. Xiaoyun noticed how this creature tried to escape at tremendous speed. It turned out that it was not only carnivorous, but also incredibly fast. Shengji was tasked with catching up with the poisonous creature and not letting it escape, because it had dared to wave its tentacles in front of the eyes of the chief tentacle mutant. This was a terrible disrespect on the part of the plant, so Shengji caught the creature and destroyed it. The nasty plant was finished, but at that moment people smelled a weird, nice scent coming from the dying monster. Xiaoyun understood that the scent was unlikely to be safe and that they needed to remain vigilant. Suddenly, Xingkai noticed that no one was around. He was standing alone in the darkness and did not understand where everyone had gone. The guy realized that he had been exposed to a narcotic effect and shook his head to come to his senses. Fully awake, Xingkai guessed that the rest of the team had been poisoned by the scent. He tried to get their attention, but to no avail. Suddenly, he heard a rustling in the bushes. Looking closely, he recognized his girlfriend calling him. It was his beloved, who had fallen victim to the carnivorous plant the day before. Xingkai cautiously made his way to the bushes, not believing his eyes. His beloved Xiao Tong was alive. What happiness. The girl beckoned him with her hand, saying that it was dangerous here and that the others were waiting for him. As if spellbound, Xingkai followed her without a moment's hesitation. There was movement on the factory grounds. The evolutionist had brought new friends and showed them the place where he had seen living people. The sight of fresh meat made an indelible impression on the monsters. One of them couldn't control himself and, without thinking, rushed forward, trying to devour the people right then and there. The workers noticed the stranger, who looked like a human and was moving at tremendous speed, too late. The monster grabbed one of the workers and sank its teeth into his flesh. The second worker realized that this was an attack and managed to fire a shot. The sound of the shot attracted the attention of Captain Lee, who was busy with paperwork in the factory office. Captain Lee looked up from his papers and finally noticed that something extraordinary was happening. The frightened factory workers watched in horror as their comrade bled to death, while the evolutionist approached. This monster had a monstrous appearance and a bloodthirsty gaze. The bullets that hit him did no harm. At one point, he even lunged at the guy with the machine gun, causing him to panic and freeze. But then Captain Lee, already sufficiently pumped up, arrived and kicked the villain in the body. The evolutionist flew far away, spinning in a spiral and offering no resistance. He did not die, so Captain Lee took the boy's machine gun and opened continuous fire on the monster. The monster was fast and managed to avoid direct hits, but the continuous fire still caused him discomfort. Taking a break from the automatic fire, Captain Lee gave orders to urgently send the wounded to the infirmary and stop the bleeding by applying bandages. The villain still managed to reach his comrades. Although he was seriously wounded, the girl did not fail to tease him, reminding him that he had been told to wait. Of course, no one likes to listen to moral lectures at such a moment, so the man, gritting his teeth in pain, demanded that meat be brought to restore his strength. To his surprise, no one rushed to carry out the order, and he shouted that this was no time for nonsense. He needed to be treated and fed urgently. But his anger was interrupted. The blonde drove her heel into her former boss's neck, saying that the fewer mouths there were to feed, the easier it would be to feed them. The wounded evolutionist was finished. It became clear that lunch at the factory was canceled, but the blonde decided to use the backup plan. Outwardly, they looked like ordinary people, not zombies. The young man was staggering, giving the impression that he was flying or on a ship on the open sea. His beloved demanded that he move faster. She was boiling with impatience and literally gave orders to go to her urgently. A sharp blade flew past the young man's ear, barely missing him. The girl's head was cut off, as if the knife had gone through butter. The young man was horrified. His beloved Xiao Tong had been killed before his eyes, and he screamed hysterically, tears of horror and pain streaming down his face. Xiaoyun rubbed his eyes, amazed at the power of the drug. The effect was so powerful that it even affected him. The young man was furious, not understanding why Xiaoyun had killed his beloved and how he could have done such a thing to him, because she was the love of his life. Xiaoyun suggested that the young man stop screaming and throwing a tantrum and take a closer look at who he had actually mistaken for Xiaotong. It seemed unbelievable. The young man had clearly seen and heard his girlfriend. How could he have been mistaken? Finally, the days wore off, and the young man was able to see clearly. He had mistaken a tree monster for his beloved. Xiaoyun tapped the mutant Chong on the head, who woke up and even started snoring. Everyone woke up and came to their senses. It seemed like several years had passed, and the tentacled mutant was talking about historical films, fast cars, and his son returning to Earth. Xiaoyun realized that the flower had released a hallucinogen and hypnotized the whole company. The young man took out a knife and cut open the monster that had been pretending to be his beloved. He wanted to examine its internal structure and find the mutant's core. Xiaoyun found nothing interesting. It turned out to be a dummy, a doll, not the main body. All the vines go into the ground, which means that the real body grows separately. At that moment, the young man's gaze fell on a carnivorous plant that almost ate him. It was trying to sink into the ground, apparently to return to its home. Xiaoyun grabbed it at the last moment and pulled it out. It was a tuber with roots. Perhaps it was a potato, a bulb, or some strange fruit. It resembled a storehouse of nutrients, possibly edible for humans, so Xiaoyun put it in the warehouse. He asked Xingkai if he knew anything about these plants. The young man only knew about their danger. They ate everything alive. There was one person who knew more about plants than anyone else. Mr. He, a specialist from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Research, who had been hiding with the young man in the high-rise before they escaped. It was decided to go in search of him. The wounded girl, practically naked, hungry, and miserable, walked along the road crying for help. There were kind people, real heroes, who noticed her and rushed to her rescue. One of the guards wanted to report to Captain Lee that the survivor had come to the factory grounds on her own, but the other was categorically against it. He saw that the girl was suffering and wanted to drag her inside. Stranger was miserable, scantily clad, and looked like a victim. The man was ready to save her, even if it meant working an extra shift. The evolutionist admired how quickly his girlfriend had fooled these idiots, who were drooling at the mere sight of her. Darkness was quickly falling in the forest. It got dark in an instant, and it was difficult to keep track of time in the jungle because the plants almost completely blocked out the light. Xingkai reassured everyone. They were almost there, just a little further. The group heard strange sounds and froze, not knowing if danger awaited them. A woman peeked out from around the corner of the building, waved her hand, but did not approach. Xingkai recognized her as Aunt Yang. The boy was frightened, thinking he was imagining things, and rubbed his eyes, but Xiaoyun reassured him. They were no longer under the influence of hallucinogens. The people ahead were real. On the other side of the building, behind Aunt Yang, was a group of young men ready to repel the attack of the strangers. They argued among themselves when they recognized Xingkai, but they understood that the boy was doomed. The monsters around him would not let him live, and he himself had not been human for a long time. Aunt Yang yelled at the guys to stop talking and get ready for battle, to be on their guard. The brave aunt, together with the neighborhood boys, rushed to attack the uninvited guests. The tentacled mutant wheezed when he saw that someone had dared to attack his friend Xiaoyun, but the young man calmed him down and asked him not to move. It seemed as if arrows had been fired at the uninvited guests, but thanks to Xiaoyun's mental power, the bullets did not reach the people. After that, the young man had to resort to heavy artillery, a loud shout to stop the panic. Taking advantage of the confusion, Xingkai stepped forward and began to calm Aunt Yang, explaining that these were his friends and not enemies. Aunt Yang barked at her companions, forbidding them to shoot, open fire, or even talk. She heard the explanation that Xingkai had been accompanied by survivors who had rescued the boys from the jungle. The boy told his aunt that most of his friends had been killed by monsters, but he had managed to escape. The conversation about the situation outside the jungle was postponed. It would have to be discussed later. Then Xingkai introduced his relatives to the mutants, who were actually good guys and protected the survivors from zombies and other monsters. Aunt Yang looked at them with suspicion, but Xiaoyun asked her not to worry, assuring her that he would look after his comrades. The young man suggested that the mutants do something cute and adorable to ease the tension and calm people down. Hearing this, the mutants immediately presented themselves as beautiful, smooth, albeit ugly creatures, trying to look friendly. It is unlikely that this show calmed people down, but Xingkai reminded them that these mutants had saved their friends and that they were alive only thanks to them. Xunshan rode up on a powerful motorcycle at tremendous speed. She was already strong enough not to be afraid to leave the shelter alone. The girl took out her radio and called Captain Lee, saying that she was already at the gate and waiting for it to be open. With her extensive survival experience, Shan sensed the presence of strangers and began to look around. Captain Lee noticed her alarm and told her to come in. Shan did not try to find out the source of her anxiety. The evolutionaries breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had almost been caught. They studied the girl with their eyes and realized that she was also an evolutionary, but completely pure. The villains couldn't understand how it was possible to be pure and not feed on human flesh, but it looked appetizing, and they were sure that they would become stronger by tasting her meat. Shan immediately went to the infirmary to help the wounded. The girl made sure that everything was treated correctly and that the man was securely fastened with straps in case his transformation began in the near future. She brought an infection blocker. Zhao Yun recommended using it if someone was bitten by a zombie. Captain Lee reported that several hours had passed, but no symptoms had appeared. The guard had not been bitten by a zombie, and no one understood who else could have bitten the man. Then an unfamiliar girl's voice rang out. She said that mutants were biting people in the western suburbs. The stranger explained that she was a new member of the settlement, but had fled because the mutants were scarier than zombies. They ate people, even though they had retained their minds. She was very lucky to have survived. Captain Lee, not succumbing to the young girl's charm, immediately understood all the negative consequences. The stranger had led the mutants to the factory. The girl burst into tears and apologized, saying that she just wanted to survive. The workers stood up for her, arguing that the victim could not be blamed. Captain Lee did not blame the girl at all, believing that information about the enemies would help them prepare. If the mutants appeared, the group would be ready to meet them. The stranger was sent to be fed and given rest, while the wounded were fed and left in the infirmary under supervision. Shan was distrustful and immediately disliked the girl and the whole situation. She told Captain Lee straight up that the woman seemed suspicious, despite her fragility and defenselessness. Perhaps Shan was imagining things, but women usually see the catch, while men are too trusting to assess the threat posed by a beautiful girl. The townspeople finally reached their destination and brought Xiaoyun and the whole group there. Xiaoyun was surprised that the base was located in a high-rise building. There are several factories and warehouses in the city that are stronger than it, with fewer windows and doors. But here, people survive differently. If people had stayed in the warehouses, they would have died long ago. The lower you go underground, the thicker the fog, and if you breathe in too much of it, you can turn into a plant. This can only be dealt with by staying above the 10th floor, so people climbed into the skyscraper. Yang brought the whole company and introduced them to Professor He, who volunteered to explain the situation in the city. The situation in the city was dire, no better than in the jungle. The professor no longer knew how to help the people who were counting on him. Xiaoyun invited Chong and Shengji to come in and introduce themselves so that he could better explain the situation to those present. The sight of the mutants amazed everyone. They looked at the unusual visitors with surprise, admiration, and fear. The professor was interested in how things were going in neighboring cities and countries. Xiaoyun explained that there were no organized rescue efforts. It was every man for himself. The young man showed the professor a strange tuber. He was told that he was studying mutated plants. The professor was sure that the tuber was edible. Aunt Yang and other people collected them for food. This was excellent news as there was a shortage of supplies. The tuber was high in calories and suitable for survival. At that moment, one of the local boys shouted that something was happening outside and asked the professor to look out the window immediately. The boy noticed that the plants were trying to surround the building. A huge number of them had gathered near the house. The professor did not know how to calm people down because he himself had never encountered anything like this before. They said it was a flower platform, a strange phenomenon that caused the locals to be terrified. Xiaoyun also did not know what it was and tried to figure out how dangerous it was. Professor, he said that the situation was not just dangerous. Everyone could die today. After these words, he fell silent. The older men and boys were to stay with the professor on the upper floors, looking for safe places such as bathrooms and storage rooms. Everyone present seemed spellbound and frozen, staring at their leader and not reacting. The old scientist's loud roar and cry had the desired effect. Everyone rushed to follow his instructions because even one person saved was important. Professor, he turned to Xiaoyun, noting that the boy was still too young and there was no point in risking his life here, so it was better to go up to the upper floors. Xiaoyun was delighted. The situation aroused genuine interest and curiosity in him. He asked the professor not to worry. The young man activated his power because he really wanted to see the monster that all the locals were so afraid of. He noticed that the adult, experienced Professor He, looking out the window, was terrified and literally shaking all over. The old man understood that if they didn't make it to the main body of the platform in time, the other plants would kill them. Xiaoyun looked out the window and asked, "Can this platform control all the other plants?" The professor confirmed that the platform did so using vapors similar to pheromones. An attack by such a large group of monsters meant that the platform was nearby and targeting humans. Xiaoyun began to open the window, keeping his eyes on the monsters, thinking about what to do next. The professor tried to stop him. The young man replied that he just wanted to test the monster's strength and held up an automatic weapon that had appeared in his hands completely unnoticed by the professor. The shots were powerful and accurate. Several monsters were shot through. Xiaoyun assessed these creatures as quite resilient and waited for them to regenerate to understand their recovery speed. The young man opened fire again, shooting continuously. He literally riddled the monster with bullets, tearing its flesh and leaving solid holes. It took 2 magazines of ammunition to destroy one monster. It was clear why people were so afraid of them, but Xiaoyun felt no fear. He had a plan and strength. With the help of the ring, he retrieved boxes that appeared in the room before the astonished residents' eyes. The man noticed that the young man had torn off the lid of a wooden box with his bare hands. It immediately became clear how strong he was. The boxes contained rows of bottles, and their number impressed everyone present. Xiaoyun instructed the mutants to go for a walk, and the professor to lead the people and defend them with Molotov cocktails if the monsters broke through. Professor. He didn't quite understand where exactly the monsters could break through. His mind was no longer quick, and degenerative changes had taken their toll. Xiaoyun did not consider it necessary to explain everything to the old professor and simply jumped out of the window. The botanist's jaw dropped, but fortunately, his teeth were false. The mutants jumped after Xiaoyun from the 16th floor. They couldn't stay with the professor and wanted to fight alongside their leader. The monsters, seeing someone alive, immediately rushed to attack. Xiaoyun fought the monsters in close combat with his bare hands, tearing off their heads and knocking off their limbs. The mutant Chong acted with incredible speed and easily coped. The tentacled mutant stood calmly, while his tentacles did all the dirty work of destroying the monsters. The old professor, watching from the window, couldn't help himself. "Holy shit, what kind of trinity is this?" Leechin, flexing his biceps, said it was time to stop staring and get ready to face the monsters that had escaped. He ordered those who were confident to grab bottles of Molotov cocktails and move forward to defend the staircase. The rest were to remove flammable objects from the entrance. Everyone wanted to destroy the zombies, especially after seeing their new friends do it. The men quickly prepared to defend the house. The monsters tried to break through for a while longer, but soon the invasion from the jungle was over. Xiaoyun instructed the mutants to search the monsters' bodies for cores. The young man himself went to check the platform. The staircase was littered with the burned bodies of monsters. Fire proved to be much more effective at destroying monsters. "Professor." He rejoiced along with everyone else. The danger had passed, and it was possible to call the people from the upper floor. The cleanup on the street was also complete. In the nearby forest was the flower platform, a pile of monsters stuck together on legs, resembling blackberries or a bunch of grapes. At the top of the structure was a bud from which a narcotic gas emanated, probably its main body. The platform noticed Xiaoyong and threw its antennae at him, but he managed to jump off the tree. The structure turned out to be quite strong. The platform's strength was roughly equivalent to that of a tentacled mutant, but Xiaoyun was confident he could handle it. He grabbed the antennae and began to pull, applying the experience he had gained from previous battles with tentacled monsters. The platform activated a bud and released poisonous gas, but this trick didn't work on Xiaoyun twice. The guy took a deep breath, trying to fill his lungs with as much oxygen as possible before the gas engulfed him. Xiaoyun held his breath and continued to pull on the antennae, despite the poisonous cloud. It soon became clear that the flower platform was defeated. Some of its legs were no longer holding, and the platform began to fall to its knees. When the entire structure fell on its side, Xiaoyun rushed into a frontal attack. He activated the bondage mark, jumped up, and threw it right into the platform's bud. Once inside, the mark spread throughout the platform, and now it was completely obedient to Xiaoyun. Shinkai asked the professor if the platform was the main body and reported that it was still approaching. People looked out the window in horror again. The professor knew he would never forget that terrifying form despite his memory lapses. Xiaoyun was nowhere to be seen, and his mutant assistant stood with sad faces. Perhaps the young man had died and they were mourning him. The door swung open and Xiaoyun appeared on the 16th floor, alive, well, and smiling. He was interested in whether the cores had been found in the monsters lying near the building. It turned out that there were no nuclei at all, and the spiders had double nuclei, but not all of them. Such was the verdict of the tentacle mutant. Chong added that they had collected a lot of cores, although they were not found in every specimen. Xiaoyun's head was spinning. One was talking completely incoherently, the other was talking nonsense. At that moment, Professor He became active again. He was interested in the fate of the flower platform. Xiaoyun calmly replied that the structure was now working with him. The locals could barely keep their jaws from dropping to the floor. Everyone went down to the street, and Xiaoyun, leaning his hand on the flower structure, said that there was no need to be nervous. It was completely harmless and they could relax. Professor He, who had spent his entire life studying botany, couldn't resist poking the giant creature with his finger, remarking, "It's very dense." When the initial shock and curiosity had passed, Xiaoyun wanted to hear the scientist's assessment. The old man explained that, despite the mutation, the platform should retain the old characteristics and habits of the original species. Competition among plants is always fierce. Just as animals fight for the title of strongest, plants fight for sunlight. Trees were not originally like this. They evolved to absorb light, while low-growing plants weakened, which is why grass is thin and sparse in forests. Most likely, the flower platform repeated this process. Having lost access to light after mutation, it became aggressive and developed the ability to hunt living creatures. The conversation continued for a while, but then antennae separated from the platform and began to move toward the people. Lichen reacted instantly. He took out his knife and prepared to chop off any vine aimed at Xiaoyun. But the young man stopped his defenders, forbidding them to interfere. The platform could not disobey its master's orders, and it had to be allowed to complete its task. Xiaoyun stood motionless, as did everyone else present, until one of the tendrils wrapped around his neck and froze near the back of his head. The penetration was painful even for him. Sweat and tears sprang from his eyes and the plant began to grow inside his body. Xiaoyun spoke. You hit the nail on the head. The city has become a battlefield for plants. Those who did not receive sunlight now rely on consuming living beings. The young man relayed the words of the flower platform, after which he took the antenna, and Xiaoyun promised that the survival of her servants was his responsibility. The flower platform realized that she could trust the master. The upper bud opened and the flower core appeared. Xiaoyun held out his hand and the antennae of the core touched his palm. Gradually, the antennae penetrated his hand and grew deep into his body. The young man understood how it would end. The creature became a part of him. He held out his hand and activated the tendrils, because as a child he loved watching Spider-Man cartoons. A vine from his palm wrapped itself around the tree trunk. A slight movement of his wrist and the tree broke in two. This achievement was called the Gardener and earned Xiaoyun a lot of points. He was, as always, delighted. At that moment, an unexpected guest at the factory realized that she had caught another fish in her net. The security guard was crazy about her and brought dessert to please the girl. The girl took the sweet treat and decided to give the guy a treat in return. Modesty prevented them from disturbing the other factory workers, so the couple went outside the fence to exchange pleasantries. But the fool's attention was drawn to the trash cans. There was something unnatural there. The young man opened the bin and was shocked to see his friend's blood-stained clothes. He couldn't do anything. Sotka put her hand on his throat, making it clear that she was going to take his life. One of the evolutionists was on guard duty, but he fell asleep at his post. The bald man flew into a rage. His comrade hadn't even noticed him approaching. How could he warn of danger if he was sleeping so soundly? The girl tried to calm the guys down. Everyone was tired of waiting and hungry, and there was still no signal from their friend. The blonde was sure that the redhead would take everything for herself. She would probably have done the same. The evolutionists decided to check the area around the factory. Perhaps they would find traces of her friend or someone else alive. They did indeed find traces. The dirty and bloody clothes of her recently murdered boyfriend. The blonde reassured her companions. She would seduce the guards and sneak inside. The bald man grabbed her by the throat, realizing that she was just like the others and was going to take all the meat. The new evolutionist tried to calm the bald man down. If he killed her, they wouldn't get inside. As a result, another unfortunate victim knocked on the factory gate, ready to tell the local men her story. The guys greeted her warily. They didn't understand who had come and what she wanted. The girl began to tell a tearful story about being attacked by evil monsters. The guys were already checking out the woman's figure. They'd been lucky with women lately, and this one's figure was even better. But then the first visitor let out a loud cry. She demanded that they stop. The redhead ordered the guys to shoot. This girl was a mutant in human form, the very kind she had warned them about. The blonde rushed away from the factory gates, but the guards opened fire to kill. Despite her evolutionary abilities, the girl was seriously injured, but she had enough strength to escape. The men quickly grabbed some gasoline, intending to burn the monster's body, but when they returned, they couldn't find it. The girl really was a mutant. The guys needed to warn Captain Lee and Shanshan. Having failed to obtain fresh, live meat, she returned to her comrades who were dissatisfied with the outcome. The girl had let them down. The bald man immediately stated that she understood perfectly well how the situation would end, because she would have done the same if she were in his place. He had planned another move to capture food at the factory, but for now he picked up a huge rock, intending to drop it on his wounded friend's head. The blonde understood that she would not be able to change his mind, and her days were numbered. However, something strange happened. The new evolutionist cut off the bald man's head. He licked the bloody knife with relish and announced to the blonde that she would only get an arm and a leg, enough for healing, and he would keep the rest for himself. The blonde was satisfied and approved of the newcomer's plan. The competitor was eliminated, and food was obtained by taking advantage of the situation. Captain Lee was furious. 2 workers were missing, and the situation with the mutant looked suspicious. Shanshan listened to the guys' stories, analyzed them, and decided to look for clues around the factory. She left the premises and looked around carefully, sniffing the air. Soon she stumbled upon trash cans full of blood-stained clothes. The guys recognized the clothes as belonging to the missing people, and it became clear that the people had fallen victim to cannibals. The girl guessed that Bald and Gao Wen were behind it. They dug up the bones hidden in a barrel. Shanshan noted that there were no signs of a struggle in or around the settlement. The conclusions were obvious. Her gaze fell on the guest who had initially seemed suspicious. Without warning, Shanshan struck the girl in the face with all her might. The blow was so powerful that it would have knocked out even a grown man. But the guest turned out to be an evolutionist and dodged the blow, giving herself away. Shanshan was convinced that her suspicions were justified. The blow was strong enough to knock anyone out. While the guys were looking at the pretty guest, she rushed towards the guard, not giving him time to react. The girl pulled the knife out of its sheath and held it to his throat, threatening to kill him if anyone approached. She promised that if anyone stopped her, no one would leave alive. The mutant was confident in her abilities. If she couldn't get out of there herself, she would take a couple of people with her. In the end, they let her go, using the hostage as a shield and promising to slit his throat if anyone moved toward her. Once she was at a safe distance, the redhead threw the guy aside and took his gun. The next second, she shot the unarmed man lying on the asphalt. Then she ran away at tremendous speed, trying to avoid bullets and objects flying at her. Shanshan shot calmly, accurately, and confidently. The mutant suffered several serious injuries, but still managed to get away from the factory grounds. Shanshan rushed to give chase, intending to get on her motorcycle, but Captain Lee stopped her. He said it was unwise. There was no telling how many such monsters were nearby. It was better to lock themselves inside and not take any risks. Shanshan agreed, but decided that all new survivors would be quarantined. She left the factory to Captain Lee and was about to return to the shelter to tell her grandfather in Jiangxi what had happened. Captain Lee wished the girl luck. He treated her like a daughter and admired the young girl's determination and reliability. In the city engulfed by plants, monsters continued to emerge from the jungle in search of food. But a surprise awaited them: Xiaoyun and his tentacles. These tentacles tore off the monsters' heads and ripped their bodies apart. Aided by the tentacle mutant, Chen Chong, Li Chen, and other men stood ready with cans of gasoline. They poured gasoline on the monsters and burned them on the spot. Huge bonfires soon blazed, and the residents watched with mixed feelings. Either safety had finally arrived or new dangers were coming. Xiaoyun received bonuses for expanding the community and helping the settlement repel the invasion. Soon, the bus carrying the new residents arrived at the shelter. Zhao Yun had done a great job. Grandpa Sheng said that there had been an accident at the factory, and Shan Shan went to help, taking medicine for several people who had been bitten. Xiaoyun introduced the newcomers who had been brought from the city. Professor He, a botany expert from the Academy of Agriculture, warmly welcomed Sheng Bo, Finally, he had a companion of a similar age. Zhao Yun immediately warned that in a few days he would take the residents back to the city to establish a third settlement. But first they needed to be prepared. At that moment, Shanshan returned on her motorcycle. She was glad that Xiao Yun was there and alive. Seeing the newcomers, the girl cautiously stated that they could not be trusted. These words upset the new residents, but Xiao Yun reassured them, saying that he had already checked them out and did not consider them newcomers. The guy looked closely at the newcomers and told Shanshan the good news. The more tasks he completed and settlements he created, the more rewards he would receive. The red-haired mutant managed to escape, but her injuries prevented her from moving normally. The girl sat on the ground, bleeding profusely. Soon her companions approached, and the blonde began to tease her, saying that her new friends had abandoned their friend. The redhead defended herself. She hadn't betrayed the blonde. There had been a misunderstanding, and she actually had a plan. The blonde was furious. The plan had almost killed her. She ordered the evolutionist to finish off the redhead, but things didn't go as planned. The feast would take place, but not with the redhead. They had a feast, but not with the redhead. The guy stabbed the blonde, saying she shouldn't be offended. She had already lived longer than she should have. The blonde screamed that the guy had also attacked the bald man, always trying to stay in a favorable position and betraying anyone. The situation was such that there were two wounded girlfriends for one cannibal. The blonde began to flirt, hoping that she would be chosen for a future life together, planning to finish off the redhead and use her flesh for healing. But it turned out that the guy preferred redheads, so it was over for the blonde. He left an arm and a leg for the redhead to heal and took the rest for himself. He recounted the incident. A red-haired mutant pretended to be a normal person and then killed several guys. Li Chen explained the essence of cannibals. He himself had recently been one of them. Cannibalism removed human limitations and returned people to their primitive nature. These people were extremely selfish, short-sighted, and violent, constantly craving blood and flesh. Xiaoyun understood that sooner or later he would have to go to the western part of the city where they lived. A group of dangerous psychos. He instructed Li Chen to keep a close eye on the steel factory and report by radio if the situation got out of control. For now, there were more important things to do. 2 months passed. People were still trying to survive on the roof of one of the skyscrapers, hearing a strange approaching sound every night. The decision to leave the building became necessary. It was dangerous to stay. In the end, the guys decided to leave. They left the building late at night when the plants were less active, hoping to avoid encounters. But they didn't get very far. They were attacked by a group of monsters that managed to capture one of the guys. The others ran away, disoriented and frightened. On one side, they heard a strange sound. On the other, monsters chasing them. The leader of the group announced that there was only one way out, to move toward the source of the sound with no turning back. The guys ran headlong, with the monsters hot on their heels. It seemed they were doomed, but they had to take the risk. Perhaps the sound came from people, not monsters. They ran for a long time and were already out of breath when they almost fell victim to a falling tree in a clearing. After jumping out of the way, they marveled at the size of the tree and the force that could knock it down. Looking around carefully, the boys realized that it was lumberjacks with saws. People. There was no limit to their joy when the leader of the group recognized Shinkai-tsu. It was indeed Shinkai wearing a helmet and carrying a saw. He also recognized a Liang and said that they had been rescued and were now living in another city. A loud growling sound made a Liang turn around, and he immediately ordered everyone to run. The plants were catching up with them. Shinkai smiled, trying to calm his friend, saying that there was no need to be afraid of this bunch of vegetables. The young man took out his radio and sent a message. Their squad had encountered the plants, repeating it several times for confirmation. Soon, a team in yellow suits with gas masks and huge flamethrowers emerged from the forest. They shot the moving monsters right in front of the stunned young men's eyes. The plants burned instantly. Li Chen and the mutants realized that they no longer needed to lift a finger. The well-organized work had solved the problem. Li Chen and the mutants realized that they no longer even needed to lift a finger. A well-oiled machine had solved the problem. Shinkai said that there were mutants in the team, but everyone worked together so that humans could survive. The young man invited his childhood friend to join them and go to Xiaoyun's shelter. They needed more hands. Shinkai led his companions, showing them the crops they grew for food, despite the jungle with monsters all around. Jinkai treated the boys to tubers, food they had grown themselves. This plant was similar to a monster, but it grew quickly, produced a high-quality harvest, was easy to harvest, and was nutritious. All this was achieved thanks to Xiaoyun, who proved to be a caring and skilled leader. People grew plants that could change their properties at will. All they had to do was send their requirements to the flower platform. Xiaoyun was satisfied with life. The reclamation was going smoothly, and Li Chen and his team were able to protect the residents from plant attacks. Now it was possible to tackle the problem with the cannibals in the western suburbs. That's where Zhao Yun went with his mutant companion Chong. Chong sensed that someone was following them, and that this someone was quite strong. Xiao Yun also assessed the threat to be on par with Li Chen's team. The mutant asked what to do, but Xiao Yun had only one plan: not to feed Chong. Meanwhile, a red-haired evolutionist was sitting on one of the roofs. She really wanted to attack the unexpected guest right then and there. She was about to jump, afraid of missing her chance, but her friend stopped her. It turned out that they were a little late. Other cannibals had appeared on the street, and indeed a large group of armed, ruthless mutants appeared in front of Xiao Yun. One of the girls eagerly licked her knife. She had never seen better prey than this. Pure evolutionaries were extremely rare. It was unknown how much stronger the cannibals would become if they ate them. In addition, the mutant boy could most likely control the zombies. Eating his flesh could also give them this ability. A scandal broke out on the roof. The redhead was indignant. All the delicious food would go to others. But the big guy remained calm, deciding to see if it was good or bad that they weren't downstairs right now. The situation on the street turned out to be unexpected. Xiao Yun stood among the corpses of mutants, while the rest scattered. One of the cannibals was strong and nimbly climbed the walls trying to escape. Xiao Yun had no intention of running and catching up. He picked up a huge steel rail from the ground, put it on his shoulder, and threw it. The rail flew across the entire square at tremendous speed, hitting the cannibal in the head, and the mutant fell. The evolutionist on the roof was in shock. He had survived, even though he could have ended up as dinner for this strange zombie mutant. When the streets were empty, the couple came down from the roof and noticed that the strangers had eaten only 3 bodies. The rest was theirs. It was their food, and the cannibals had won. A real feast. Zhao Yun didn't understand why his friend had eaten so little. Apparently, he had problems with his appetite. The guys continued walking through the streets of the city, hoping to encounter more mutants, when Xiao Yun heard a strange noise. He readied his sword and slowly moved toward the source of the rustling. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses jumped out from around the corner, frightened but determined, with a crossbow in his hands. Xiao Yun immediately realized that this was an ordinary person, not a mutant, just a survivor. He tried to calm the man down, asking him not to move. But the man was on edge. His nervousness caused him to raise his crossbow, which accidentally fired. The arrow flew straight at Xiao Yun's head, but he caught it in midair with 2 fingers. The man couldn't understand how it was possible to stop such an opponent with bare hands. Zhao Yun took the crossbow and shouted into the alley for the others to come out. He was not a cannibal, and there was no need to fear him. Indeed, ordinary people were hiding behind cover, warily watching the strangers. Soon the whole group went together, and Xiao Yun asked where they were going. The man with glasses, the leader of the group, said that, according to rumors, there was a steel factory in the southern suburbs, from where the radio broadcast came, and they were taking in survivors. The man hoped that the rumors were true and expected that they would be sheltered there. They also said that there was a strong leader there, capable of fighting 5 or 6 cannibals on his own. Xiao Yun did not understand how one person could cope with thousands of cannibals and protect everyone. People said that cannibals usually acted alone, rarely gathering in groups, although a couple of days ago, one man had seen them gathering. The man with glasses thought that Xiao Yun was making it all up, that he just wanted to get to the factory, hoping to find his brother there. But his hopes were in vain. His brother had no chance of survival, and everyone would die if they went to the factory. Xiao Yun confirmed that the former leaders of the factory did indeed eat people. He added that he had killed the former leaders, and now it was completely safe there. The boy said that his brother was a deputy officer in the southern suburbs named Li Chen, and perhaps the stranger had heard of him. Xiao Yun smiled at the child. What a wonderful coincidence, because he was personally very close to Li Chen. He added that Li Chen was now at the steel factory, helping to monitor the harvest. The boy was indescribably happy. It was amazing to hear that people had started growing plants. He was glad that he had wanted to go to the factory. Everything seemed too good to be true, and people doubted its authenticity, thinking that perhaps Xiao Yun wanted to lure them into a trap. He thought about how to convince them. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and a bullet whizzed past. Xiaoyun managed to dodge and the bullet lodged in the wall. The situation was tense. One of the men couldn't take it anymore and accidentally pulled the trigger. The guy was scared himself. Xiaoyun wasn't offended, but the sound of the shot attracted the cannibals. They had to hide immediately. The people rushed into the nearest building. The man with glasses tried to save his new acquaintances. Even strong guys couldn't handle a group of cannibals. He said that cannibals fight among themselves when they gather in one place, but most often over the division of meat. The man realized that he couldn't convince people, but he could save himself by rushing to find shelter. The people ran into the building, trying to lock the doors and hide as deep inside as possible, but there was little time left. In order not to make noise and attract attention, they sat where they were, hoping that their new acquaintances would not betray them. The sound of the shot attracted the attention of nearby cannibals, who gradually approached the building. The mutants were surprised to find only one person in front of them. Perhaps he had already eaten the others, because they could sense the presence of others. The man with glasses cautiously peered out onto the street, informing his companions that there were about 10 cannibals in the courtyard, and more were arriving. At that moment, one of the mutants lost his nerve and rushed at Xiaoyun, hoping to get the first bite. Xiaoyun didn't even bat an eyelid. He just leaned slightly to the side and swung his sharp sword, which instantly severed the cannibal's head. The mutants realized that they were not dealing with an ordinary person, but a very fast and skilled evolutionist. The young man, with a slight look of fatigue on his face, said that there was no time for separate positions and suggested that they all attack together. The hungry and aggressive lovers of human flesh took this as a challenge and rushed into the attack. Xiaoyun instructed Chong to deal with the villains so that he would expend more energy and then, once satiated, be able to eat more. Xiaoyun himself jumped onto the roof of a multi-story building and began to watch what was happening from above. The survivors and cannibals were amazed. This young man was as strong as a monster. The cannibals realized that their opponent was much stronger than them and understood that they would not be able to defeat him. Most of them tried to escape, but not all of them managed to survive. Xiaoyun stood on the roof and shot the cannibals with a sniper rifle, making it clear that they would not leave here alive, but that there was still a chance. If the cannibals could defeat Chong, the young man promised to let them go. He didn't want to leave his companion without dinner. The frightened cannibals, realizing that they would not be able to escape Xiaoyun, rushed to attack the zombie mutant. Despite the strength of his opponents, Chong demonstrated incredible power, instantly killing several cannibals with his knife. Those who tried to escape were immediately shot by Xiaoyun. The men hiding in the building gradually grew bolder and watched the battle, amazed by the skill of their new acquaintances. Soon, Xiaoyun turned to the people hiding and told them to come out. Outside, the survivors saw the dead cannibals and felt disgust. The leader of the group, a man with glasses, asked Xiaoyun to allow them to join the settlement at the factory. Xiaoyun agreed, but first wanted to check out the northern settlement that people had told him about. The frightened survivors were puzzled. Why go to such a dangerous place? Xiaoyun wanted to know if he would have to kill all the cannibals there. The northern settlement was attacked by cannibals gathered at the gate. The frightened guard counted 7 mutants behind the fence and did not know how to deal with them. A young, handsome man with a beard and well-developed muscles named Feng was the leader of the group. His daughter was nearby, doubting that the man could handle so many cannibals. Feng ordered the gate to be locked, letting no one in or out. He himself jumped off the wall, and it became clear that he was not just a bodybuilder. Feng landed right in front of the group of cannibals. The uninvited guests watched and planned to kill him in order to take over the base. Feng began to transform. His gaze became insane, his body trembled, and he let out hoarse roars. Soon, a huge monster made of solid muscle mass with many teeth and fangs appeared before the people. The cannibals were stunned by the monster's size and power. They rushed to attack, but soon realized that they could not cope. The monster was many times stronger. The monster flew into a rage, opening its mouth and growling in a loud, terrifying voice. Soon, not a single cannibal was left alive, but Feng himself was in bad shape. The people were grateful to their leader, but upset. Feng had lost control and could have harmed even those close to him. Some did not want to leave him to die and took a risk, gathering the bodies of the cannibals so that Feng could regain his health. A group of volunteers rushed outside the gates, despite the danger. Feng was shocked. People could become his victims, so he shouted at them to come back inside. The people couldn't abandon their leader, knowing that without him they wouldn't last long. They dragged the cannibals' bodies closer. While the feeding was taking place, a new group of cannibals approached the gate. hoping to take advantage of the monster's weakness. The villains hoped to defeat Feng and break into the settlement. At that moment, another group of cannibals appeared, and the threat came from all sides. The residents realized that Feng had not yet recovered, and it was their turn to defend him. Xiaoyun walked at the head of the rescued people, thinking that some unusual company lived here, and there were far fewer cannibals. The terrain became familiar, and the people realized they were almost there when they suddenly heard gunfire. Xiaoyun estimated the distance, only about a kilometer to the source of the shots. The cannibals were running rampant because the people were too weak to resist. The girl opened fire, determined to fight to the end. One of the cannibals jumped at her from behind, trying to feast on her flesh. But before the villain could sink his teeth in, he received a powerful blow from Feng. The monster literally tore his daughter's attacker in half, but the girl's shoulder was scratched, and she was in terrible pain. The cannibals realized that the monster was still alive and trying to resist. It had to be finished off. They all pounced on the weakened monster's body, but the people could not help Feng. They had to try to escape, taking advantage of the moment. It soon became clear that Feng was dying. He was no longer resisting and was gradually turning into a human. The cannibals also understood this and were about to finish off the monster in a matter of seconds. But then a huge rock appeared out of nowhere. It landed at breakneck speed right where the cannibals were standing. The stone did not hit Feng. Xiaoyun shook his hand. He was the one who had just thrown the boulder at the mutants. How they all met, the cannibals, the local survivors, the wounded and dying Feng, and Xiaoyun with Chen Chong, was unclear. People no longer understood who was in front of them. Was this a new group of cannibals? Although they didn't look like them. People whispered that the masked monster was scary and ugly, which greatly upset Chong because in reality he was handsome and not scary at all. Xiaoyun instructed his companion to deal with the cannibals, who also sensed new enemies before them. The smell of the guys told them that they were evolutionaries but absolutely clean, so the lovers of human flesh happily rushed into the attack. Chong was stronger and faster. He dealt with his opponents without much effort. The people realized that this monster was insanely strong. It was stronger than their monster Feng. The survivors reassured the locals, saying that these strong guys were not monsters. They lived in the southern suburbs and protected people. The cannibals began to doubt their strength. They had never encountered such a powerful zombie, but they still hoped to cope with it through joint efforts. A group of the most desperate cannibals decided to take advantage of the main group's preoccupation and rushed at the pure evolutionist Xiaoyun, who raised his hand against them. To the surprise of those present, his palm pierced through the nearest cannibal who was trying to attack the young man. Realizing what was happening, the mutants decided not to tempt fate any further and fled, knowing they had no chance. Xiaoyun activated his plant tentacles and directed them after the fleeing creatures. Soon the cannibals were strung up like kebabs on a skewer. Feng, lying on the asphalt, raised one of his limbs with his last ounce of strength. He couldn't get up on his own. The monster aimed its blow at the unfamiliar young man. Although he didn't care, Feng couldn't control himself. Xiaoyun looked in surprise at what dared to attack him. The young man avoided the blow, but couldn't close his eyes to it. It was the first time he had encountered such a monster, which was a pile of raw meat. Tentacles came into play. They pierced the body of the incomprehensible monster and began to squeeze it. Xiaoyun tore off a piece of flesh and was about to throw it with all his might onto the asphalt to test its resistance to falls. But then a girl ran out of the crowd with tears in her eyes, screaming, "Daddy!" She fell to her knees in the middle of the square and begged the stranger to let go of the monster. Xiaoyun couldn't understand why he should let go of this strange piece of meat, but the girl explained that it was her father. He had attacked because he had lost control of himself. Xiaoyun didn't believe that the monster could return to human form, but he listened to the girl's wishes and withdrew his tentacles. Together with his mutant companion, the young man looked at the incomprehensible pile of meat and felt disgust. It was truly ugly. One of the locals suggested that everyone go inside the base to continue talking, and that Feng could just be left outside the gate. The people did so because no one wanted to run into another group of cannibals. And besides, they didn't want to upset Fina. The survivors fell to their knees before their savior. They realized that without these two guys, they would not have survived today. Xiaoyun was interested in how long the settlement had existed and what had happened to their leader. The girl said that her father was infected with mimic flesh. Xiaoyun, although an excellent survivor, had never heard of mimic flesh. It was an almost magical but extremely dangerous organism. It was found in wild animals and mistaken for a simple disease, but after cultivation, scientists discovered its amazing properties. This thing could take the form of any tissue. The organism was able to imitate the cells it absorbed, and not just replicate them, but improve their functions and properties. Despite the ethical implications, the head of the research team decided to conduct experiments on humans, disregarding all rules. The result was stunning. In less than a week, the test subjects' cancer cells were destroyed. But by that time, disaster had already struck, and the city was plunged into chaos. Refugees were pouring in from all sides. The scientists believed that their God's cage would save humanity. They could not even imagine that it would turn out to be a disaster itself. The stable tissue soon spiraled out of control. The mimic flesh devoured all the cells of the host body until it completely replaced each of them. The infected lost their humanity. They developed an uncontrollable desire to infect others. Over time, the flesh forgot the structure of the host body and turned into a mass that could not be reversed. This mass began to lose coordination and mobility, withering away after exhausting its nutrients. Therefore, mimic flesh tries to gather together. While it can still maintain human form, this instinct determines the final destination. All the separate parts gradually flowed into one continuous sea of flesh. At that moment, Feng, who already had a normal human appearance, approached them and warned Xiaoyun that the boy was also infected, as he had a wound from the attack. Xiaoyun did not feel the wound and was unpleasantly surprised to notice a cut on his jacket and a deep scratch. Feng regretfully informed him that the young man's days were numbered. Xiaoyun reassured the man, saying that there was no need to worry. He had already removed the dangerous flesh. Feng was stunned that this was possible, but Xiaoyun was many times stronger than a normal person. The same was true of his immune system. Moreover, gardens were literally blooming inside the young man. Hidden within him was a more amazing and deadly form of life belonging to the world of flora. Xiaoyun decided to see if he could deliberately use the flesh's mimicking ability. The young man held out his hand and asked Feng to infect him again to try to tame this thing. The request was incredibly strange, but Feng remained a scientist at heart, ready to experiment. He separated a piece of flesh. Xiaoyun examined the mimic flesh with interest. It really did look like a piece of meat. Soon, the young man announced that nothing was working. The creature immediately attacked when it sensed an attempt to merge with other forces. The only option left was to kill it. Feng said that he could not control the mimic flesh because he was the mimic flesh. All the cells in his body belonged to it, and from a biological point of view, the man was no longer human. Despite this, he manages to retain his humanity, although there is almost nothing left of it. He is sustained only by a sense of responsibility based on reason. The structure of his brain's neurons has not yet completely degraded. But soon the remnants of common sense will disappear. The man will not be able to maintain his human form and begged Xiaoyun to save his daughter and the others. Xiaoyun received another assignment, to create colonies of mimic protozoa. A significant reward was promised for this. Feng confirmed that soon he would be unable to control himself and would join the Sea of Flesh. Yisheng said he would go there with Feng. He was curious to observe this up close. After that, Xiaoyun called Qizhang on the radio and asked who was free, because they needed to take care of the surviving locals. Help soon arrived. The tentacled mutant and his son Shuai. To put it mildly, the locals were shocked at the sight of this pair. The little boy happily rushed to Xiaoyun. He hadn't seen his idol in a long time. The young man asked if his mother had no objections to letting her son go on a mission with his father. The locals were simply speechless with surprise. Shui declared that he was no longer the child he used to be and was ready to show everyone his strength. The boy turned back and shouted into the darkness for his pursuers to leave, or he would deal with them himself. It looked rather strange because the city was empty and no one saw any movement. Even the mutant cannibals hiding on the rooftops were surprised that this child had noticed them. The cannibals were confident in their abilities. They hoped to see the monsters they had to unite against as soon as possible, judging by the rumors of the survivors. Most likely they were talking about the mutant with tentacles, because the rest of the people looked completely normal. The cannibal pointed his finger in the direction of the mutant and said that there were rumors. This freak can take on several cannibals on his own. The mutant, who had a speech impediment, tried to explain that he had just arrived and did not yet understand what the stranger was talking about. Feng guessed that the local cannibals had confused the mutant with tentacles with him. The cannibals decided not to delay and take advantage of their numerical superiority. The boy told his father that he would deal with these mutants himself and was instructed to be careful. Hoping to feast on human flesh, the cannibals rushed into the attack at tremendous speed. Shui took up a fighting stance, took out his gun, and prepared to repel the attack. The boy opened fire, but this did not scare the cannibal. At his tremendous speed, it was impossible for an ordinary person to deal with him. But the boy was unusual. He possessed incredible speed and strength. And completely unexpectedly for the villains, Shui dodged while attacking himself. The locals were amazed. They couldn't imagine how such a child could be so strong. At one point, I realized that he would not be able to resist and defend himself from one of the cannibals. But Shengzhe, a loving and attentive father, instantly pierced his son's potential attacker with his tentacles. The villain was lifted to a great height and slammed onto the asphalt with all his might. Realizing that the rumors were true, the others rushed to attack, hoping that the mutant's tentacles would not be enough for everyone. But there were more than enough of them. Within a couple of minutes, the area in front of the shelter was littered with pieces of monster bodies, and the people were able to come out. Xiaoyun praised the little boy, who had personally dealt with several cannibals, and said that the training had not been in vain. The boy believed that it was all thanks to the harvest. People became stronger when they ate the fruits. Xiaoyun understood that the plants from the field were still monsters at heart and possessed the energy of evolution. This turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Xiaoyun was finally able to put together the whole picture. He had dealt with the zombies and the plants, and now it was time for the next type of monsters. The young man pointed to Feng and told everyone that this creature was called a mimic flesh. Each territory contained something unique, its own type of disaster. It was interesting to see what the enemy would be like in the next stage. At that time, in one of the neighboring cities, there was a massive insect attack on a human settlement. The military realized that they would not last long because there were too many creatures, so they decided to use the side gates and flee. The guys jumped into several cars and managed to speed away, maneuvering between the huge insects and leaving some of their comrades behind, probably to certain death. Xiaoyun walked through the corridors with the professor and learned that the guys were calmly defending this place from 20 to 30 cannibals. In one of the cells, a cannibal was tied to a chair, tightly secured. Feng conducted experiments on him and used the villain to find people infected with mimic flesh. It turned out that cannibals did not feel the desire to eat the infected. Many people infected with mimic flesh look like normal people and infect those around them without anyone noticing. The cannibal said that today he would do without unnecessary words and immediately point out who among those present was infected. He was curious to see if a creature that had lost its humanity would feel even a drop of sadness. If he found out that his daughter would soon die, the horror would be reflected on the girl's face. The cannibal was happy to bring such terrible news. Feng's daughter, whom he desperately protected, was already infected. The girl remembered that the day before, during the cannibal's attack, her father had indeed scratched her shoulder in a fit of rage. Feng was literally heartbroken, but Xiaoyun began to calm the man down. Feng said that the worst thing was that he felt nothing at all. The man had truly begun to turn into a monster. The heart of a loving father should have been breaking into pieces, but it did not react. It seemed that Feng had reached his limit. Feng announced that he could no longer remain a person and had to join the Sea of Flesh, but he begged Xiaoyun to cleanse Xiaoping's body of mimic flesh. Zhuan said that this was a bad idea because his immune system could not purify other people. The girl felt almost no fear because there was nothing left in this world for her to hold on to. She expected that people would quickly kill her when she lost control. Xiaoyun said she shouldn't give up so quickly. He wasn't saying he had no other methods of treatment. Xiaoyun handed the girl a syringe and said that it was an infection blocker that had worked against viruses many times before. Perhaps it would help this time too. The cannibal continued to enjoy the situation. It's clear that nothing will work because mimic flesh and viruses are different types of organisms. But it soon became clear that the medicine had worked, judging by the expression on the cannibal's face, which was struck and disappointed. Xiaoping was encouraged by this possibility and asked for a dose of the medicine for her father so that he too could become human. But the men looked at the situation realistically and understood. The girl had recovered because she had only recently been infected, while Feng's human part had already been consumed. It was terribly painful for the daughter to hear these words, but her father was already a mimic flesh, barely maintaining human form. Feng said that he was going to the Sea of Flesh, and if the young man had not changed his mind, it was time to move on. Thus, Xiaoyun and Feng set off on their final journey. The men were walking through the streets of a completely deserted city when suddenly someone called out to them. They turned around and saw a group of children begging for food because they hadn't eaten for several days and were very hungry. Feng immediately realized that there should be no people in this place, let alone children who continued to cry and talk about hunger. Shui was on duty at the entrance to the settlement when he saw the insect and shot it with his pistol. The beetle was fast and quite large. Since last night, the boy had already killed several of them. The woman said it was the first time she had seen such insects, but there were indeed more and more of them. Shui suggested that perhaps the insects were attracted to his father. But then unfamiliar cars appeared in the distance. The boy immediately took out his pistol, took up a combat position, and announced that they had uninvited guests, so they needed to be careful. The cars stopped, and the locals, armed with weapons, prepared to open fire. The soldiers inside the cars were happy to see people. It seemed they had stumbled upon the settlement by accident. Even more surprising was that at the front of this group of armed civilians was a young boy who was ordering everyone to get out immediately. The men jumped out of the vehicles, put their hands up, and asked not to be shot, saying they were not enemies. Shui saw that they were ordinary people, not cannibals, not evolutionaries, and not zombies. The group's commander said that they were not going to harm anyone and that there was no need to be afraid of them, and he ordered his subordinates to put away their weapons and not to frighten the population. Xiaoping did not want to trust them, but the boy reassured her, saying that these people were completely normal. Shui introduced himself and noted that he was not the leader of the settlement, but only temporarily protecting it. The boy addressed the soldiers and asked them to show respect to those who were going to take them in and to stop calling them brats. The commander introduced himself as Yang Bin. He said that his city had been invaded by swarms of insects. The soldiers had managed to escape in 5 vehicles, but had become separated on the way. The story about the insects immediately reminded Shuya of the beetles he had been shooting at during the day. He showed the soldiers the body of a dead insect, but they said their beetles were slightly different. The soldiers examined the beetle and were glad that the local insects were much smaller, but it was clear that the rest of the swarm would soon arrive here. Shui explained to the soldiers that the beetles had only appeared the day before, the locals had never had them before, and their enemies were completely different. Yangbin said that they had noticed walking corpses in the city and thought that the bodies were controlled by parasites. The commander was confident that they could easily deal with such an enemy because they had enough weapons, and zombies were no problem at all. Xiaoping suggested going inside because it was too dangerous outside. They would not be able to protect such a crowd of people from cannibals attracted by the smell of humans. The military accepted the proposal, but said they would take care of the defense themselves. For them, a kindergarten-level threat was no problem. They had faced more serious ones before. Xiaoyun used his tentacles to deal with a group of hungry children who weren't actually mimic flesh. Soon, the remains of the kindergarten lay scattered on the asphalt. Xiaoyun sensed that there were at least 20 such creatures within a kilometer radius. This was terrible, because unsuspecting people would die immediately upon encountering them. Feng suggested not to linger and to move on, sensing that the sea of flesh was already close. And it really turned out to be not just a sea, but a real ocean of flesh, which covered a huge part of the city and filled the streets. Feng felt euphoric and elated at the prospect of reuniting with the sea of flesh. He was ready to jump into it at that very moment. Xiaoyun held the man's arm and asked, "Aren't you going to resist?" But Feng believed he had already lost, and that his instincts would soon consume him completely. Xiaoyun held out his palm toward Feng and began to activate his tentacles. He placed his fingers on the man's face, who did not understand what was happening but guessed that Xiaoyun had a plan. The man did not resist but simply watched as the tentacles penetrated his head, causing excruciating pain. In this way, Xiaoyun connected with the mimic flesh carrier. If Feng lacked the structure to maintain his humanity, Xiaoyun was ready to give him that structure. When they finally separated, Feng felt very strange. His body was shaking, and his face was covered with beads of sweat. Xiaoyun explained that he had planted adaptive spores inside the man that could maintain the structure of the brain, and at the same time studied the essence of mimic flesh. Feng listened in surprise, becoming more and more impressed with his new acquaintance. Xiaoyun believed that the loss of the host body's structure was not instinct, but a mistake. The sea of flesh was just a desperate attempt to continue existing through a constant influx of new life forms. But in the end, it would consume all life and begin to devour itself. The lack of diversity of species would lead to collapse. Feng hoped that the spores would help him regain his humanity, but Xiaoyun disappointed him, saying that they would only preserve the current form. Adaptive spores constantly divide and restore structure. As long as the mimic consumes it, a balance is created. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng will be able to retain his human individuality and not forget himself. The man understood that this was a daily struggle with his nature, and perhaps he would not last long in this state. Xiaoyun jumped onto the edge of the roof and said there was one more thing he wanted to try. The guy ordered Feng to jump into the sea. Xiaoyun promised that he would jump with him. The military vehicles pulled into one of the city's gas stations. They had to act quickly because they didn't know what dangers lurked in this area. A subordinate reminded him that smoking was not allowed at the gas station. Even without fire, it was dangerous here. The leader apologized, saying that he had been preoccupied. He was worried about the fate of Yangbin's group. They had no radio to contact them, and now the men did not know where some of their comrades were. Although this was uncomfortable, the soldiers hoped to catch up with those who had left as soon as they refueled. At that moment, a girl leading a group of children and women approached the men. She said they had supplies and asked them to take them with them. The military leader inquired if there were any insects nearby. It turned out that they were just survivors willing to share their supplies. They had no insects, but they did have supplies. They smiled sweetly at the men, although in reality their essence consisted of mimic flesh. Xiaoyun suggested to his leader that they go with these nice women to get supplies, but the commander's face contorted with horror. The group of women and children stopped restraining their flesh, and huge jaws snapped shut on the men. Feng no longer wanted to jump into the sea of flesh. He had a chance to preserve his essence. However, Xiaoyun asked him to trust him and jump. In the end, they jumped together, imagining for a moment that they were diving into the cool waters of the clear sea. When the men found themselves in the center of the monstrous mass, it opened its terrible jaws, preparing to devour them. Xiaoyun and Feng offered no resistance, allowing the mimic flesh to consume them. Complete absorption occurred. The sea of flesh calmed down, but suddenly burst with green slime, like a purulent boil on a teenager's nose. Xiaoyun flew out of this green fountain, supported by the tentacles of the plants. The tentacles pulled the young man out safe and sound, gently placing him on the ground. Xiaoyun told his friend not to stand there with his eyes wide open. Now it was his turn. Soon Feng's body began to sprout green shoots bursting out of his insides. This greenery lifted him up, resisting the sea of flesh. Soon a huge, powerful tree with a thick trunk, green and alive, grew in the center of the sea of flesh. Feng felt that he had become part of the sea of flesh, and now the mass obeyed him. Xiaoyun said that this was not entirely true. Now the man could control only a fifth of the sea of flesh, and it would take about a month to completely capture it. Soon another trunk appeared nearby, which meant that another part of the sea had come under Feng's control. The man would become the sea of flesh completely when the area was filled with such trunks, but all the adaptive spores were controlled by Xiaoyun. And it was not even worth dreaming of going against him or the inhabitants of the city. The young man could take this power away at any moment. Feng swore that he would never do that. He was not stupid enough to betray the one to whom he owed his life. Suddenly, the men's conversation was interrupted by cries that signaled trouble. The terrified soldiers ran through the streets of the city, dreaming of returning to their insects. The simpler, the safer. But soon a new surprise awaited them, which literally paralyzed the men on the spot. Right in the middle of the city stood a huge tree, its crown hidden high above the multi-story buildings. The tree was strange and incomprehensible, and the growling of the monster that was chasing them left the soldiers with no choice. They were about to run, but suddenly they saw the same flesh that these monsters were made of ahead of them. It became clear that the men would not be able to escape. The incomprehensible creature surrounded them on almost all sides. The agony of choice was interrupted by the monster's huge mouth opening above them. They realized that their end had come. But suddenly something strange happened. The living flesh pursuing them was frightened by something, turned around and rushed away. The mimic flesh, now subordinate to Fen, rushed after it and eventually devoured the fleeing monsters. Soldiers were stunned. In the last few seconds, they had managed to get scared, say goodbye to life, survive, and now they were just looking around. The guys hoped that the sea of flesh hadn't noticed them, but suddenly its voice rang out. It had seen every movement and warned the guys not to do anything stupid. Soon, a male torso began to emerge from the sea of flesh, and the stunned soldiers did not know whether to run away or give thanks. Xiaoyun approached the people and said that they were seeing the embodiment of the Sea of Flesh and that they should not be so nervous. He asked the strangers where they had come from and why they had wandered into this part of town. This was followed by a story about a ferocious swarm of giant beetles that crawled, flew, and spat poison dozens of meters away. In addition to them, there were brain parasites that turned people into their slaves and coordinated with each other. Xiaoping listened to the military story and came to the conclusion that this was a eusocial species of monsters. Insects such as ants, bees, and termites. They have no individual desires. These creatures are frightening because of their faceless organization. They only have the will of the collective, and this makes them truly dangerous. At that moment, an incomprehensible sound rang out, attracting the attention of everyone in the settlement. Nothing unusual, just another group of hungry cannibals had arrived. They were very hungry and happy to encounter such a large gathering of living, clean people. Shui explained that these enemies eat people, and now the new military acquaintances would finally understand what the locals were facing. The cannibals noticed that Xiaoyun had left for the city, leaving the settlement defenseless. The cannibal girl addressed the people, saying that there was no point in them dying, and offered her protection. All they had to do was give her one person every few days. Shui had no intention of becoming the cannibal's pet, but the girl gave him half an hour to think it over, after which she was going to start the slaughter. Yang Bin was outraged by such insolence and declared that she was a bitch who had completely lost her conscience. Together with his men, he prepared his weapons, deciding that the cannibals would now get a taste of their own medicine. The girl realized that she was dealing with a newcomer from another city if he decided to scare the cannibals with primitive sticks. After that, the cannibals jumped off the roofs of high-rise buildings. The military was shocked. They had never encountered evolutionists before. The men opened fire, amazed that the people remained unharmed after falling from such a height. It soon became clear that shooting was ineffective. The monsters were not afraid of bullets at all. Yang Bin tried to restrain his subordinates, forbidding them to retreat and ordering them to hold the line of defense. One of the cannibals almost grabbed Yang Bin's arm, but suddenly a huge tentacle pierced him through. The cannibals froze in place, not understanding what had happened. At that moment, a mutant with tentacles appeared among the people, holding one cannibal on his tentacle. The cannibals realized that they couldn't win. They thought that the people had only one strong defender who had gone into the city. They didn't know the mutant with tentacles and rushed into a panicked retreat. But then another mutant, Chen Chong, jumped out from behind the people, ready to join the battle. The soldiers were just as surprised as the cannibals, standing there with their mouths open. Chong caught up with the cannibals and stood in front of them, preventing them from escaping. He rushed into the attack and with a single movement of his hand, ripped the evolutionaries' bodies apart. Thanks to the two mutants, the uninvited guests were destroyed. Shui asked the frightened Yang Bin if he thought humans were scarier than any insect. At that moment, a group of soldiers in the city center told Feng and Zhao Yun about the insect swarm. The game gave them another task, which was to exterminate the insects and eliminate the threat they pose. It was a chance to earn new rewards. The military leader said that part of their group had gone southwest and was now lost because they had lost their radio and could not communicate. Xiaoyun told them about the vest with the people on it, as well as his friends, so they had to prepare first and then go fight the insects. Xiaoyun was about to leave to continue his mission, and Feng's face immediately became sad. He had already merged with the Sea of Flesh and had no way back, but he begged the young man to help his daughter, Xiaoping. The young man promised to bring her here. Feng was categorically against it because it was too dangerous for those around him. But it turned out that the man did not notice that his nature had already begun to change. He thought about it, analyzed his feelings, and realized that he no longer felt the urge to infect and kill. Adaptive spores had begun to take effect. They provided a more efficient and simpler source of energy. Zhao Yun said goodbye to Feng and led the soldiers away, promising them he would return to his people. As he approached the settlement, Shui ran to meet Xiao Yun and told him about the victory over powerful enemies. The soldiers also met their leader and were sincerely happy to be reunited. The leader greeted Yang Bin and made sure that Xiao Yun had not deceived him. Unfortunately, the other members of the group who had traveled with the leader had died in clashes with monsters. But Yang Bin was very inspired and encouraged. He said that there were incredibly strong people living at this base, and now they had nothing to fear. The leader also had something to tell his subordinates. Xiaoyun reassured Xiaoping, saying that he had found a way to harness the power of the Sea of Flesh, and now nothing threatened the girl's father. He had managed to keep his sanity. The young man gave the order for everyone present to gather because they would soon be moving. Xiaoyun and Feng had found a better place for the people. Thus, under Xiaoyun's leadership, the entire group of survivors, as well as the military and mutants, set off for the city. This territory still belonged to the flesh mimics, and they had to remain cautious. The group was walking through the streets of the city when suddenly people from neighboring houses noticed them. Everyone who had a weapon immediately readied it and prepared to meet the strangers. The woman and child who came out of the alleyways did not look like cannibals, but looked like ordinary people, so Yangbin did not think it necessary to fear them. However, the leader immediately opened fire, calling them creatures. His subordinates thought their leader had gone mad, shooting at civilians. But when the bullets hit their targets, it became clear that these were not civilians but monsters consisting of. Another group of civilians appeared on the other side of the street. The soldiers no longer knew who to fear and who to protect. And indeed, completely calm, intelligent, and clean people, without weapons or any external signs of mutation, stood quietly nearby. These civilians gradually surrounded the group of people on all sides. The military leader turned to Xiaoyun and asked him to take the people to Feng. Yang Bing was not afraid because he knew about the strength of Xiaoyun and his friends. But then it became clear that it was necessary to listen to the leader after all. The monsters made of flesh were different from cannibals, and weapons worked perfectly against them. Xiaoyun decided to give the military a chance, saying that they were tough and could handle the situation. After that, the young man stepped forward, ordering everyone to stay behind so that they would not be accidentally hit. He had a flare gun in his hands, and Xiaoyun fired a signal flare over his head. The rocket flew high into the sky and glowed red. It was supposed to attract someone. Shui assumed they were calling Shan Shan, but Xiaoyun said he was planning to meet with another powerful group. Xiaoyun instructed the mutants Shengji and Chonggu to escort the people, but not to overdo it, just to protect them. The cleanup was to be left to others. By this point, the flesh-mimicking monster had stopped pretending to be human and rushed to attack the survivors. But the group of defenders did not stand idly by either and prepared to deal with them. The military leader was shocked that his new acquaintances turned out to be monsters, and quite powerful ones at that. At that moment, a new batch of flesh mimics was approaching the scene at full speed. Monsters gradually began to attack from all sides. Xiaoyun was still watching the events unfold calmly. The soldiers realized that their mutant defenders were bogged down in another battle, and now they would have to grab their weapons and defend themselves, because hordes of green monsters were approaching them. Of course, they had to hold the line of defense, but the delicate growth of mimic flesh ran past them. The monsters passed by the humans and began to attack the monsters made of ordinary mimic flesh. The guy guessed that this was the group of helpers that Xiaoyun had mentioned. They were Feng's subordinates. A few minutes later, the battle was over, and ordinary mimic flesh lay dead in the middle of the city streets. But then a new movement began. Biomass and huge growths of mimic flesh stretched their tentacles across the asphalt. People tried to avoid colliding with these tentacles, which were moving toward the mimic flesh lying on the asphalt. In the end, everything became clear. The remains of the destroyed mimic flesh were being absorbed by the tentacles. Xiaoyun asked people to walk along these antennae and not step on them. Very soon, people would be at their destination. Suddenly, in the middle of the sea of flesh, everyone saw a huge tree that was striking in its size and shape. Xiaoyun called Feng. The young soldier was filled with joyful anticipation because now Yang Bing would see true madness. Before their eyes, the sea of flesh began to rise, and soon the torso of a real living man began to emerge from its mass. Xiaoping could not hold back her tears at the sight of her beloved father. Feng said that the sea of flesh was huge, and it was difficult for him to control every detail. So he asked people not to come closer so as not to take any risks. Xiaoyun suggested setting up camp nearby, but keeping their distance and not touching the flesh. In this case, Feng would be able to control the desire to kill or infect people. Feng said that there was an old factory between the cities a kilometer to the southwest. He had already cleared it of flesh mimics, and people could settle there. Cleaning up the weeds was becoming increasingly tedious and time-consuming. Qi Zhang and Li Chen noticed that plant attacks had become more frequent lately. The professor said that this usually meant the appearance of a new flower platform in the vicinity. Of course, Xiaoyun had once defeated and tamed a flower platform, but it was unlikely to be the only one in the entire jungle. The settlers reached the factory Feng had told them about and began to settle in. Xiaoyun and Feng led the process, while the military and ordinary civilians happily took part in clearing the area. A radio signal sounded and Zhao Yun listened to the message. The young man had business in the southern suburbs of the city, but Feng reassured him, saying that he could go and leave the territory to him. Zhao Yun called out to Shuai, who was carrying several rails on his shoulder at the time. Zhao Yun warned the boy that there were some problems in the field with the plants. Therefore, he was taking Chong with him and leaving this territory to Shuai and his father. Upon the leader's return, a meeting was held among the leaders of the plant settlement. Captain Li confirmed that they were doing well in terms of security, although it could only be perfect with Zhao Yun around. Zhao Yun noted that his friend Qi Zhang had recently become very self-confident and did not want to accept anyone's help. The guy was really strong, eating plants from the flower platform. Even ordinary survivors from the neighboring city became stronger. Now the blonde guy was one of the strongest people in the apocalypse world. Zhao Yun agreed to take the guy with him to the center of the city jungle to test his level. The plant monsters fell like they had been mowed down and were completely neutralized. Xiao Kai was very pleased to receive a compliment from his boss, who praised the bespectacled man for his diligence and achievements. Qizhang continued to boast, saying that he and Shan Shan had become much stronger. However, Xiao Yan suggested that they first survive the encounter with the flower platform. At that moment, Li Chen attracted everyone's attention by pointing out something unusual. There was a stump in the middle of the forest. People looked around and, coming out onto a nearby clearing, realized that it consisted entirely of stumps. Someone had cut down a huge part of the jungle. This was surprising, because the inhabitants of their settlement never went so deep into the jungle. Xiaoyun asked everyone to be quiet and activated his hearing ability. The young man realized that there was some movement nearby and needed to check it out. At that moment, a group of men with chainsaws were cutting down trees nearby. Suddenly, one of the men misdirected the felled tree, and it fell on a group of people. Everyone scattered, but one worker did not have time to run away, and the huge tree trunk fell on his leg. The man screamed hysterically in pain, believing that someone had deliberately thrown the trunk at him. There was a commotion, and in addition to the pain, the injured man's eyes filled with tears and horror. He began to insist that he could still work and asked for 2 days. But soon his cries stopped, and the man's body was pierced by the tendrils of a plant that had grown through him. The other workers watched in horror as their comrade's head was replaced by a bunch of plants. The team leader shouted at the men to stop standing around staring and get back to work immediately. The men, suppressing their disgust and fear, grabbed their tools and were ready to get back to work right away. At that moment, a group led by Xiaoyong came out onto the clearing and was surprised to see the men cutting down trees. Zhangqi noticed that when the men saw them, they looked surprised but not happy and joyful, as they usually did. One of the lumberjacks greeted the people very modestly, waving his hand and simply saying, "Hello." Pukliash Oshkarek also noted that the reaction of strangers was very sluggish. The representative of the woodcutters said that they had a huge, protected, and safe settlement, but they lacked workers, so they were ready to take the boys in. Zhangzhi said that he had enough people, but that settling new acquaintances would hardly be better or safer. Here he was interrupted by Xiao Yun. He told the woodcutters that the guys had quarreled with their roommates at the base and left in search of a new place, and would be happy if they were accepted. This news was received with enthusiasm. They were promised excellent conditions and asked to make up with their people as soon as possible and bring them along too. After all, it is much easier to survive together. After that, the woodcutters invited them to come to their settlement. Only the leader of the woodcutters spoke. The others were silent and tense. The man led his new acquaintances through the forest, and after a while said that they were almost there. Shogi noted that there were a lot of vines around, and that it was all part of a plant organism. Shan Shan agreed that it was a rather strange place for a base. The man reassured the group, saying that these were mutated plants and they did not eat people, so there was no need to be afraid. The man led the group for a while longer, then told them that behind the nearest trees, the friends made their way through the thickets. They would never have thought that there could be a base here. It looked more like someone's lair. Finally, the thickets ended, and the group realized that their guide was a liar. A huge, powerful tree with a thick, crooked trunk and a tall crown towered over the forest. Its size was astonishing, and the people froze, their mouths open, not knowing what to expect. Professor He believed that the mass of this monster was not inferior to the plant inside Zhaoyun, but the young man thought he was definitely losing. Xiaoyun suggested that Zhang Shi not hold back and show his strength. However, the young man asked him not to tease him, as he was sure he couldn't handle this thing. At that moment, the guide let out a wild cry, urging someone to grab the guests. From all sides, lumberjacks who had been lying in wait in the bushes rushed out. They grabbed one person each, clasping their arms tightly and giving them no chance to escape. The guide held Xiaoyun with both hands, looking at his prey. Xiaokai stared wide-eyed at what appeared in front of him, beads of sweat running down his face. Gradually, a huge tree began to rise above the ground. It looked as if someone was pulling it from above. Not only did the tree rise from the ground, but its roots, consisting of zombie bodies, were also pulled to the surface with it. Eventually, the zombies began to separate from the mass and headed towards the people to capture them, feed them, and thus continue to nourish the giant. The bespectacled man could no longer bear to watch this. He simply closed his eyes because the sight was too horrific. And the zombies, like zombies, continued to advance on the group of people, demanding that they become their victims. Xiaoyun had not yet taken any action, and the zombies welcomed their kindred spirit. Finally, something dawned on the guide, and he realized that his captive was no weakling at this celebration of life. Xiaoyun kicked his escort with his elbow, sending him flying far away. The young man then activated his tentacles and lifted the guide high into the air, grabbing him by the waist. The man hung in the air, his eyes filled with horror, not understanding how this had happened. Meanwhile, the rest of the boys had neutralized the other woodcutters and were now standing over them in the clearing. Xiaoyun said that he would not kill these people now because they were threatened by something greater. By this time, another group of plant monsters had rushed out of the forest. Xiaoyun understood that he had to deal with various issues, so he threw the guide to the ground until further action was taken. Meanwhile, his subordinates were already rushing to attack the new threat. They didn't need to wait for specific instructions. The battle was bloody but short-lived. Such monsters were no problem for the guys. They dealt with them easily. The lumberjacks watched what was happening as if spellbound. Finally, they realized that these people were not ordinary. They were fighting plant bodies and winning. Of course, while the people were coping, there were too many enemies and it was not worth getting too hopeful. All these corpses and zombies were the body's backup guards. Xiaoyun pointed his hand in their direction and activated his tentacles. These tentacles quickly and easily cut the bodies in half. People began to panic, realizing that the strangers were not just humans, but monsters as well. Suddenly, a strange transformation began to take place with the bodies of the woodcutters. It seemed as if something was bursting out from inside them. Soon their heads burst open and another batch of greenery sprouted in their place. Professor. He understood that none of these people would survive if this continued. The only solution was to destroy the source of the problem, the enormous giant tree. Xiaoyun rushed into the attack using his abilities. But soon the young man realized that he was indeed weaker than his opponent, and he was thrown from the tree to the ground. Xiaoyun realized that the flower platform in the form of a tree was too big and strong, so the fight would not be quick, but it was not profitable to drag it out. After all, people continued to sprout from within. They really did not want to die, but so far nothing could help them. Xiaoyun realized that they were all infected and ordered the guys to gather around him. Xiaoyun activated his inner abilities and began to fill his lungs with air. Then he exhaled, covering the surroundings with a thick green mist. The infected inhaled it, not understanding what was happening, and did not cough or choke. It turned out that this was a treatment that suppressed the spores that had sprouted in people's bodies. When they were cleansed, Xiaoyun ordered Zhang Qi to take them to a safe place. Only Xiaoyun, Li Chen, and Professor He remained on the flower platform. The zombies belonging to the tree began chanting for the boy to serve them and not quarrel with the flower platform. But this specifically angered Xiaoyun, and he activated all his power. Then the guy turned to the zombies from the tree and called them fools. Because symbiosis is always more beneficial than absorption, symbiosis gave growth and strength, and only mutual taming guaranteed the right path. Okay, enough chatter. It's time to get back to work, Xiaoyun said in a changed voice. It turned out that it was the flower platform speaking. Adaptive spores had long since become neural structures, so the emergence of consciousness was quite natural. Xiaoyun saw no point in killing the flower platform in the form of a tree. There was no point in fighting an enemy of such size. First, he had to prepare. The whole group left the area, leaving the flower platform perplexed, believing that nothing was over and that it would definitely deal with these weak humans. At the next meeting, it was decided that Zhang, Shengzhe, and the others would guard the fields, as a major attack by the giant plant was possible in the near future. Li Chen was worried that this would pose a threat to people's lives. Xiaoyun reassured the man, saying that a very strong man would guard the flower platform in the forest. Zhangqi immediately became excited because he considered himself the strongest and was ready to prove it in any fight. But of course, that monster from the tree was not taken into account. It was decided to take Professor He along on the expedition. His knowledge could be useful. Xiaoyun brought his friends to the city and showed them the tree growing out of the sea of flesh, saying that this was the enormous power he had already told them about. Soon, Feng materialized from the sea of flesh and took on human form. Xiaoyun introduced him to Zhangqi, saying that the young man would like to fight the man, but the mere sight of the tentacles from the sea of flesh, summoned by Feng with a snap of his fingers, immediately sobered Zhang. The young man suggested not to spoil their relationship and forget about everything, because in the end, nothing had happened, and besides, they were allies. Then Xiaoyun introduced each other to Mr. He, an expert from the Agricultural Academy, and Xiaoping, an employee of the Biological Research Center. It was very pleasant to meet colleagues in the same field, because life had not been kind to scientists lately. The young man set the scientists a task. They had to come up with a way to control the swarm of insects, possibly by kidnapping the queen. Professor He immediately deflated, saying that he was just an agronomist and knew little about the nature of social insects, but he stated unequivocally that they were difficult to control. The intelligence of a swarm is the collective behavior of a group of individuals. Each has its own form of labor, which unites them into a single phenomenon. The queen bee, or queen ant, is a simple link in the group, responsible for reproduction. Reproductive pheromones suppress the maturity of other individuals, and they do not make decisions. Xiaoping believed that most systems tend toward centralization. Perhaps the queen will be able to develop functions similar to the central nervous system because there are adaptive spores in mimic flesh. So they decided Xiaoyun planned to capture and take control of Queen Roy. The warriors said that Roy was huge, and it would be nearly impossible to sneak into the nest and capture the queen. The insects had made the city their home, and its size was comparable to a jungle. Zhangxi suddenly came up with a silly but perhaps ingenious idea. He reminded everyone present of the Trojan horse. A few days later, a group of cars sped toward the abandoned city at tremendous speed. Their trunks contained a particularly valuable cargo, mimic flesh. They had to move quickly and not dawdle, rush to the right place as soon as possible, and unload immediately. The soldiers were so frightened by their cargo that they set record speeds for unloading trucks. Zhang Qi, lying in wait with Xiaoyong, was terribly proud of himself because he was sure that his plan would definitely work. Soon the first insects appeared, noticing living creatures on their territory. The size of the insect that flew in greatly alarmed the boys. Xiaoyong suggested that it was a scout from the hive. Soon the loud buzzing and rattling made it clear that the bait had indeed worked. Countless hordes of insects began to flock to this part of the city where the mimic flesh had been abandoned. The soldiers, who had fought such monsters for a long time and lost their friends in battle, couldn't take it anymore. They simply couldn't go through this hell again and fled. Zhang Shi and Professor. He watched the events unfold with interest, but still couldn't quite understand if what was happening was normal. Xiaoyun activated the plant adaptive spore function and confirmed that everything was fine. The first giant insects finally reached the monsters from the sea of flesh and were ready to sink their stingers into them. But at that moment, plant tentacles were released from the mimic flesh onto the insects, and several individuals were captured. The resistance was very serious. The wasps tried to fly away, and sometimes it seemed that they would succeed. Everyone present was afraid to imagine how powerful these creatures were. Finally, adaptive spores began to sprout inside the giant insects. Xiaoyun confirmed that everything was going according to plan. Although the insects regenerated much more slowly, it was difficult to control them. Feng and Xiaoyun tried to subdue the insects' will, but it didn't work very well. The insects preferred to die. However, luck seemed to be on the side of humans, and one of the flying monsters submitted to the will of its implanted host. The giant insect behaved completely calmly, showed no aggression towards people, and behaved like a domestic horse. Xiaoyun approached the monster and stroked its head, showing the beast that they were brothers. As a result of the entire operation, only one successful specimen was obtained. However, that was enough. The next step in the plan was unreal and fantastic. The subordinate insects picked up Xiaoyun under his armpits and flew away with him. Xiaoyun never thought that flying through the air without any means of protection would be so scary, like a normal fly. The young man preferred not to even open his eyes so as not to see what was happening beneath his feet. The speed of the flying wasp was incredible. The group of survivors hid in caves behind rocks, sensing that the monster was nearby. Of course, there were those among them who doubted, unsure whether it was worth trying to get out. They could simply get lost. The young man insisted that any nest needed a supply of fresh air, so they had to walk against the wind to find a way out. They made their way through the dark labyrinths of the underground, but soon encountered a new nightmare. Instead of an exit, the guys stumbled upon a breeding ground for larvae. The vile creatures used the bodies of dead people to reproduce. The young man suggested they not linger. If they were caught, they too would become food for the larvae. The boys walked and walked through the labyrinth until suddenly a light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Finally, it looked like an exit. They felt a rush of air on their faces, and tears of relief and joy appeared in their eyes. But almost simultaneously, a strange sound like a rattle came from behind them. They turned around, afraid to see something terrible. And indeed, horror awaited them. Endless hordes of insects. The boys ran as fast as they could because they had almost reached the exit and could not afford to lose here. They rushed out into the light, hoping to be safe far away from the dungeon. But a new nightmare awaited them on the street. A huge square swarming with ground insects. The creatures spotted them and rushed to attack, and there was nowhere to run. In one of the caves of the dungeon, a group of people were sitting when they suddenly heard a noise and felt movement. But this movement did not bring liberation, only 3 new prisoners. The guys came to their senses after the blow and asked where they were. In response, they heard that it was a food storage facility. From that moment on, the young men were no longer just people. They became supplies. One of the young men lost his nerve and burst into hysterical tears, flooding everything with his tears. He would have been better off remaining a laborer. He would have had a chance to survive. While the people tried to support each other, one young man noticed a man lying motionless on the ground. He was most likely dead. One of the prisoners tried to check his pulse and touched him. The man came to life and sat up abruptly. He realized he had finally arrived. It was Xiaoyun, who had become dizzy after the winding flight and had literally lost consciousness. From what people told him, Xiaoyun realized that he was inside a nest. The setting was impressive, resembling a maze. Such grandeur and the lair of insects surprised his cellmates. The young man asked the prisoners if anyone knew the way to the insect queen. Xiaoyun did not reveal his purpose, saying only that it could help in one matter. Some suggested that the stranger was crazy, but perhaps he was just scared and deserved pity. These thoughts were interrupted by a wild scream from one of the guys. An insect was approaching and was about to choose its food. People tried to hide deeper so they wouldn't be eaten right away. The young man noticed that Xiaoyun had frozen in place. He had to act to avoid becoming lunch. His friend advised him not to interfere. Maybe someone had to die for the others. The young man sympathized with Xiaoyun, who had lost his mind at the most inopportune moment and was powerless to defend himself. Soon, a huge insect head appeared from the corridor, looking for its future dinner. The creature lowered its eyes and met Xiaoyun's gaze, who did not move an inch. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the insect by the claw and pulled it toward him. Pulling the monster closer, he struck it powerfully on the jaw with his other hand. The beetle was instantly killed. The people did not have time to realize how the stranger had dealt with the huge insect. Perhaps he had used force rather than a weapon. Xiaoyun was about to leave and asked if the people would go with him or stay. They remained silent, still reeling from what they had seen. One of the young men said he knew the local passages. He had almost made his way out of the maze once. The others realized that it was safer to be with such a strong ally and decided to go together. The whole group made their way through the maze but stumbled upon a dense group of giant insects. The people understood that Xiaoyun couldn't handle them alone, and running away was their only chance of survival. Xiaoyun instantly knocked the head off another insect. Soon he was engaged in a fierce battle, killing several insects at once or pulling them together by their heads. At one point, the young man took out his weapon and shot several creatures at once. Although it seemed incredible, Xiaoyun surprised everyone again by dealing with a huge number of insects on his own. He saw where the beetles came from, and now he needed to figure out where the queen was. One of the guys was literally fascinated by his new friend, looking at him with devotion and admiration, whispering that maybe there really were insects there. The group had been moving for some time when they encountered something new, a huge insect unlike the previous ones. The young man explained that it was not a queen, but an antenna beetle. It was necessary to carefully observe its rear end, which constantly vibrated and transmitted radio waves. These antennae resembled an antenna, and with their help, the insect transmitted commands and information to its swarm. Xiaoyun guessed that it was the antenna beetle that controlled the entire swarm. He put his hand forward and activated his plant tentacles, directing them at the giant insect. The tentacles approached the antenna beetle, which was transmitting some important information at that moment. No sooner had the tentacles penetrated the insect's body than people noticed other beetles running towards it from all sides, protecting their leader. The people tried to get Xiaoyun's attention, pointing to the approaching horde of insects. The young man, continuing to hold the antenna beetle, activated his second arm. His attacks did not hit the people, but were directed at the swarm of giant insects. The effect lasted for some time. The insects no longer tried to escape and posed no danger to people. The young people watched what was happening with great interest, trying to figure out which of those present was the real monster. Finally, the antenna beetle stopped resisting. It was too difficult to subdue such strong individuals with spores. Xiaoyun, despite his enormous loss of energy and fatigue, was happy he had managed to find the queen. Several more beetles living in the dungeon passed through Xiaoyun's hands, but in the end, they all died. Huge flying wasps carried incomprehensible eggs in their paws, acting on Xiaoyun's orders. The young man said that the hive had only grown a little and consumed a lot of the insect's energy. The young man announced that the preparations were complete and that he was now ready to deliver the final blow. Saying that he was ready for the meeting, Xiaoyun stamped his foot. The blow was so powerful that lightning flashed through the cave. The ground beneath their feet cracked, and everyone present fell into a deep hole. No one was hurt. Everyone got to their feet, and Xiaoyun announced that the queen must be here. Soon there was no need to show it. The huge form was visible without words. The mountain of insects blocked the passage to fresh air, exceeding the size of humans hundreds of times over. The monster turned, and Xiaoyun found himself standing in front of the swarm's uterus at full height. In size, it was comparable only to its eye. The insect was angry, making nasty noises and clearly not happy to see people. In addition, small individuals were gathering from all sides, and the swarm seemed endless. Xiaoyun activated his plant power and directed it at the entire group of people. Then he created a cage around them, very strong and dense. He moved the cage to the far corner of the cave and said they needed to rest. The people were happy to sit aside. After that, it was time to deal with the small creatures that had come to their mother's aid. Some creatures appeared, spitting poison, and Xiaoyun had to retreat to avoid being burned. These cute bugs, somewhat similar to ladybugs, had distinctive circles on their backs. Xiaoyun was confident in his abilities. He had already destroyed the nest. All that remained was to destroy a couple of young ones, and there would be no more problems. The young man picked up a stone and threw it at the insects with all his might. One stone was enough to pierce the group of larvae. The battle continued with Xiaoyun clearly having the upper hand, and the boys watched his actions with admiration. No mother could calmly watch her young die, including the queen of the swarm. She was extremely angry and intended to deal with Xiaoyun, who dared to destroy her family. Xiaoyun turned to her and said that he was tired of listening and was not going to kill the insect. The young man released a huge number of plant tentacles. They tightly wrapped around the queen, and she looked more like a silkworm pupa. The insect continued to resist, and Xiaoyun warned that it would die instantly, as the vines had already pierced its brain. The young man tried to avoid this, realizing that his efforts would be in vain if the queen died. But the insect's instinct for self-preservation forced it to obey, confirming its high intelligence. At that moment, a notification came from the system confirming the successful completion of all previous tasks. Xiaoyun was happy to receive the points, but thought that perhaps it would be worth repairing the entire nest to avoid problems in the future. He entered the system store and bought ability enhancements with all the money he had. After spending all his money, the young man received a new button, which he immediately decided to activate. It turned out that Xiaoyun now had another ally. He believed that they were lucky and that together they could achieve great things. Meanwhile, the cannibals continued to fight among themselves in the city. Most were against the couple who had captured the huge warehouse. The evolutionists confirmed that Redhead's plan had worked, and all sorts of morons were still falling into his trap. The cannibals shouted that the couple would not be able to win. The difference in numbers was enormous. His speech was interrupted when Redhead instantly jumped off the roof and chopped off his head. The cannibals were in shock. They didn't even have time to notice the couple's movements. The speed was insane and almost imperceptible to the human eye. After most of the group had been destroyed, the remaining cannibals tried to understand how these evolutionists had become so strong. No one was going to answer their questions. Redhead and her partner just smiled slyly. Suddenly, a rattling sound from above caught everyone's attention. It was a swarm of beetles approaching, so huge that the sky darkened from their numbers. But trouble never comes alone. A cloud of insects was approaching the streets of the city. They were huge, bloodthirsty creatures with sharp teeth, always hungry. In one leap, a couple of cannibals jumped onto the roof of the building. The rest of the mutants were not so lucky. They were destroyed instantly. The cannibals were alarmed and did not understand where this disaster had come from. In the city center, where the sea of flesh was located, the situation also began to change. One of the soldiers kept repeating, "No, something's wrong. This can't be happening." Indeed, the nightmare was repeating itself. Through binoculars, a huge swarm of giant insects could be seen approaching the city. The military leader knew that Xiaoyun was supposed to be dealing with the nest at that time, but it seemed that he had failed. The soldiers on the roof were distracted from watching the swarm when they heard another strange noise. They looked down and saw that the sea of flesh had risen above the buildings to protect itself. To everyone's surprise, the bugs did not attack at all, but simply flew past. The soldiers were delighted. They would not have to fight alone, and the insects were not interested in them. But then a huge green beetle with an antenna on its rear end flew up, and the people immediately took out their weapons, preparing for battle. At that moment, they noticed that Xiaoyun was sitting on the flying monster's head. He climbed down from his personal helicopter and met with Xiaoping and her father Feng to find out how things were going in the city. The young man said that he had found another group of survivors who needed to be brought to the rest of the people. Although there was barely enough food at the moment, Xiaoyun was going to expand the field so that there would soon be enough for everyone. "Professor." He examined the man's wound, hoping that the forest monster living in the huge tree would no longer be able to control him. At that moment, the people noticed a huge swarm of insects approaching the farm and rushed to hide. They locked the gates, hoping that this would save them from the flying monsters. The insects flew past without harming either the people or the crops. Professor He realized that Xiaoyun's plan had worked. Soon, zombies began to emerge from the forest, feeding on the flower platform. This coincided with the moment when a swarm of hungry insects was looking for food. The insects were programmed to eat these zombies, which is what they did. Soon, hordes of beetles arrived, eager to feast. The flower platform, surrounded on all sides by zombies and insects, began to lose. The platform turned to its master for help. Xiaoyun decided that the platform would be tamed and offered to create a symbiosis with his inner power. The zombies resisted. They were bigger and ruled the jungle and did not consider themselves anyone's subordinates. Xiaoyun said from the ground that now the loser was the flower platform. The young man threw the tree with all his might into the ground. The main trunk broke, the crown was knocked off, and all that remained was to uproot the roots. Xiaoyun offered one last time to surrender. He directed his tentacles at the remains of the tree and ordered them to unite into a single whole. The young man eliminated the threat posed by the plants, expanded his community, and was ready to move on to the next level. When everything was complete, Xiaoyun flew back to the city on his personal flying beetle. He told Professor He that he had not destroyed the giant plant. It was now part of him. As a result, the power of the flower platform had tripled. Now absolutely all the plants in the city were under Xiaoyun's control. In the seaside town, the sea was a deep blue, and the fishermen were fishing, even though it was raining heavily. The rain hardly bothered them. The main thing was that today's catch was good, and it seemed that luck was smiling on them. Suddenly, a strange sound caught the fishermen's attention, and they turned and looked into the distance. The others watching the fishing also realized that something terrible was happening. Everyone shouted that they needed to run and save themselves because a huge wave was rising from the sea. A real giant typhoon. People rushed to find shelter. It was impossible to survive such a wave. The fishermen were worried not so much for themselves as for their lost catch. But now it was a matter of life and death. The men rushed to their homes, hoping to hide inside. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and rain poured down. One of the fishermen who had lingered barely managed to save himself. Soon the entire coastal town was flooded. All the platforms and houses were submerged. The bodies of dead people, fish, and boxes floated in the water. People looked at the destroyed platforms and realized that now they had to survive at any cost. It had been raining for several days and the shelter area was covered with puddles. Lichen was worried about the fields, which could be destroyed by heavy rainfall. The flower platform adapts quickly and is not afraid of rain, but prolonged rainfall will inevitably reduce yields. Xiaoyun looked pensive and suddenly incomprehensible thoughts arose in his head. The young man jumped up abruptly, alarming everyone around him. Without saying a word, he signaled for silence and crouched down on the floor. Putting his ear to the floor, he listened carefully and suddenly understood everything. An urgent order had been given to evacuate all the people from the neighboring town to the fortress. There was little time left. The evacuation was rapid. The survivors were not even given time to gather their belongings. When everyone had been transferred to the shelter, they turned to Xiao Yun and asked him to explain who had appeared and why they were so afraid of him. At that moment, Shan Shan was standing on the roof of the building, shouting that a great flood was coming. In one leap, all the capable leaders of the group climbed onto the roof to assess the scale of the disaster with their own eyes. The sight shocked the men. This was not just a wave or a flood. Huge waves were approaching from the sea. It was frightening to imagine what was happening in other coastal cities if there was already so much water here. While the people discussed the approaching flood in horror, Zhao Yun activated all his plant powers. He went out into the rain and began to release tentacles from his hands. The shocked and frightened people did not understand what was happening at first. Plant vines writhed from all sides, moving at incredible speed in one direction. The process continued for a long time, and the vines turned into a giant mass, intertwining and creating a dense fence. Eventually, the refuge was completely surrounded by a strong ring of vines. The typhoon hit this barrier, and it seemed that the plant tissue would not withstand the pressure of the water. Waves crashed against the fence, and some of the water still flooded inside. People saw that their city was underwater. It was completely flooded. Once again, the lives of the inhabitants were saved thanks to Xiaoyun's decisive actions. The vine fence held, and most of the water did not penetrate the shelter, although the fields with crops were destroyed, creating the threat of famine. Xiaoyun would, of course, figure out how to solve this problem, but for now, all his thoughts were occupied with the flood and its causes. Soon, the game informed him that he needed to deal with the aftermath of a powerful typhoon, and Xiao Yun was going to do just that in the near future.